The next day, after replenishing their supplies, Blaze and his unit set sail from the island. It didn't take long for new orders to arrive from Marine headquarters. As expected, it was a routine mission, pirates causing trouble on a small island. Blaze wasn't particularly intrigued, but the Marines under his command were visibly eager. This was an opportunity for them to earn merit points, whether by capturing pirates or assisting other Marine units. For these soldiers, every mission brought them closer to promotions and recognition. The pirate crew they encountered was weak, with low bounties on their heads. Following Blaze's orders, Regis and Giotto led the operation, quickly subduing the pirates without much resistance. The captured crew was sent to the nearest G2 branch, and the mission was successfully completed.
A call from Kizaru.
2 days later, around noon, Blaze received an unexpected call from Vice Admiral Borsellino himself. The familiar voice of Kizaru came through the Den Mushi.
Moshi. Moshi.
Is this Blaze-kun? Kizaru's slow, lazy drawl echoed from the receiver.
Yes, Borsellino-san.
This is Blaze, he replied in a cheerful tone. Blaze admired Kizaru's laid-back personality, his ability to maintain a carefree attitude even in the most severe situations.
Kizaru, however, paused.
Something about Blaze's familiarity felt odd. It was their first time speaking, and Kizaru was certain he had never met Blaze before. Well, you were recently transferred under my command. I read your file. You shouldn't have any trouble handling pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. I'll do my best, Borsellino-san. Please take care of me from now on, Blaze replied, keeping the tone light. I heard you had a little encounter with the Fishman pirates. What's your opinion of them? Kizaru asked, his words stretching lazily, yet his tone probing. Their crew is undeniably strong, mostly because the sea is their domain, Blaze replied confidently. But there are two individuals to watch out for, Fisher Tiger and Jinbe. Both are incredibly powerful and possess vast combat experience. Their mastery of Fishman karate makes them formidable opponents. Oh, you seem to know quite a lot about them, Kizaru mused, dragging out his words.
Blaze chuckled.
I just read a lot of books. Kizaru's tone turned serious. The world nobles are pressuring us to capture the criminal who freed the slaves. It's been nearly 10 months, and we've made little progress. The Sun Pirates are elusive. It's almost as if they know our moves in advance. It's likely due to their ability to communicate with marine life, Blaze explained. Chasing them at sea is no simple task. Kizaru hummed in agreement, then said in a slightly sarcastic tone, So, since you've read so many books, do you think you can catch them? Blaze's face twitched at the jab.
I'll try my best. Good.
From now on, your unit is in charge of pursuing the Sun Pirates. I don't care about the others, but capturing Fisher Tiger alive would be ideal.
Yes, sir, Blaze responded.
The call ended with a definitive click.
The chase begins.
An hour later, Blaze's unit received a report from Marine Intelligence. The Sun Pirates have been spotted near Leafbite, an uninhabited island covered in strange, aggressive plants that attacked intruders. Leafbite's proximity to the Red Line matched Blaze's suspicion that the Sun Pirates operated near Fishman Island. After securing an eternal log pose to Leafbite from a nearby marine branch, Blaze's unit set sail. Standing at the bow of the ship, Blaze thought to himself, Here I come, Fishman Pirates. 6 months ago, he had faced them in the Fishman district and been outmatched. But now, his strength had grown exponentially. Even against Fisher Tiger and Jinbe, Blaze felt confident. Checking his status panel, Blaze reviewed his progress.
Status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine.
Constitution, 34.7. Devil Fruit Potential, 32.2.
Haki, none. Items in storage, none.
Free Attribute Points, 4.0. Satisfied, Blaze decided to save the free attribute points for a critical moment. After a hearty breakfast, he began training on the front deck while Regis and Giotto handled the ship's navigation.
At Leafbite.
Half a day later, Blaze's ship arrived at Leafbite. The Marines searched the island thoroughly, but there was no sign of the Sun Pirates. Captain Blaze, there's no trace of them. Could the intelligence report be wrong?
Regis asked. Blaze shook his head.
No, the intel is accurate. They were here but left after resting for a while. It's likely they knew we were coming. What's our next move? We can't chase them blindly without knowing their direction. Report back to headquarters and wait for further orders, Blaze instructed. The Sun Pirates escape. Far from Leafbite, the Sun Pirates ship, Snapperhead, cruised across the sea. A blue-skinned fishman leapt aboard and reported to Fisher Tiger and Jinbe.
It's the Marines.
If we'd stayed on Leafbite an hour longer, they would have caught us. How do the Marines keep finding us? Arlong snarled. Don't underestimate the world government's intelligence network, Jinbe replied firmly. They have resources we can't even imagine. Fisher Tiger folded his arms, deep in thought. Did you see who was leading the marine ship?
Yes, Boss T.
It was the same human we encountered 6 months ago in the Fishman district. Judging by his ship, he's likely a captain or commodore.
Him.
Fisher Tiger frowned, while Arlong gnashed his teeth in anger.
That human humiliated me. Arlong bellowed.
We should kill him and send a message to the Marines.
Arlong.
Fisher Tiger's voice boomed, silencing him. That human is dangerous. I trust in our strength, but we shouldn't engage him unless necessary. Jinbe nodded reluctantly. Arlong, however, stormed off, muttering his disapproval. 15 days had passed, and Blae's pursuit of the Sun Pirates had turned into a relentless game of cat and mouse. Every time he got close, they managed to slip away, sometimes by mere minutes, other times by an hour. Frustration brewed within him. Despite his strength and growing reputation, he couldn't close the gap. How ironic that someone so capable was repeatedly outmaneuvered. All he needed was a single opportunity, a glimpse of their ship, and he'd ensure they couldn't escape. Capturing the Sun Pirates wasn't just about the mission. Fisher Tiger's actions at Mary Geos meant any success against them carried significant merit points. For Blae, merit points were critical. He needed 2,000 points to return to Marineford and train under Instructor Zephyr, the greatest Haki master in the Marines. Currently, he had just over 800 points to his name. Learning Haki was his key to entering the new world, a place teeming with wonders, fearsome pirates, powerful creatures, and peculiar islands. Without it, he wouldn't survive. Though the old man Magnus had promised to teach him Haki during their hunting mission, he had also warned Blae that he wasn't ready. When Blae would be deemed ready, no one knew. That's why returning to Zephyr was his best option. Morning training. Blae stood on the ship's front deck as the golden sun rose above the horizon. The warm light bathed him, its gentle heat washing over his body. Tiny golden particles, invisible to the naked eye, seemed to gather around him, causing his body to glow faintly. This morning ritual was his favorite time to train and refine his constitution attribute, a process that invigorated him and enhanced his physical abilities. A short distance away, Regis and Giotto watched Blae in silent curiosity. I don't get it, Giotto said, scratching his head. Why does Captain always bask in the sunlight? Is there some hidden benefit we don't know about? Regis shrugged.
Who knows?
But I don't think Captain Blae would do anything meaningless. Having served under Blae for 6 months, they had come to understand his character. He was deliberate, decisive, and focused, traits that earned him the respect of everyone on the ship. The Marines under his command had all developed in some way during their time with him. It was why they trusted him completely and followed his orders without hesitation.
A new lead.
A Marine suddenly sprinted across the deck, stopping before Regis. Lieutenant Commander Regis. We've received new intelligence on the Sun Pirates.
What?
Giotto exclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. Where are they? Regis asked, his tone steady but his eyes sharp. The intelligence department isn't certain. It's a tip-off from a merchant ship. They reported seeing the Snapperhead sailing eastward, heading toward Garong Island. Regis and Giotto exchanged a look.
Good.
Regis said. Giotto, notify the crew and prepare to sail. I'll inform Captain Blae.
A trump card.
Blae snapped out of his training as Regis approached. What is it, Regis? Captain, we've received a report that the Snapperhead was spotted near Garong Island.
Garong Island.
Blae muttered, recalling his studies of the islands near the Red Line. The Sun Pirates often roamed this region, using its complex geography to their advantage. After a brief pause, Blae asked, what about the equipment I asked to be prepared?
Is it ready?
Regis hesitated before replying, Captain, with the limited materials and resources we had, we did our best. It's functional but crude. That's fine, Blae said, waving off the concern. We only need it to work for a few minutes. Regis led Blae to the back of the ship, where a makeshift device had been installed. A large nozzle was attached to a turbine, which was connected to a paddle wheel half-submerged in the water. The mechanism, inspired by Ace's striker raft, was a rudimentary propulsion system designed to give their ship a sudden burst of speed. Though it was built from salvaged parts taken from pirate ships they destroyed, Blae was pleased with the result. This will do, Blae said with a smirk. It might just give us the edge we need. Near Garong Island. 3 hours later, Blae's ship arrived near Garong Island, but once again, the Snapperhead was nowhere to be seen. The Marines scoured the area, searching for any trace of the Sun Pirates, but came up empty-handed. Captain Blae, there's no sign of them, Regis reported, his tone heavy with disappointment. Could the intelligence have been wrong?
Blaze frowned.
No, the information is accurate. They were here but left before we arrived. It's likely they knew we were coming. What should we do now? Report this to the intelligence department and wait for further instructions, Blaze said, though his frustration was evident. He hated the feeling of being one step behind.
A sudden SOS.
Before the crew could process their next move, the ship's Den Mushi rang out with an emergency signal.
Captain Blaze.
We've received an SOS signal. It's from another marine unit nearby, a marine ensign reported, rushing forward with the receiver. Blaze answered without hesitation.
Who is this?
Ugh. This is Unit G2. We're under attack by a group of fishmen. We need ARG. The call ended abruptly with the sound of a blade slicing through the air.
Blaze's eyes hardened. It's them.
Trace the signal's location immediately.
Yes, Captain.
The ensign hurried to work, and within 2 minutes, they had the coordinates. It's west of here, the ensign reported.
Good.
Set course immediately.
Blaze commanded.
The ship surged forward, its crew springing into action.
The encounter.
10 minutes later, Blaze's ship approached the location. In the distance, 2 ships came into view, the Snapperhead and a standard marine vessel. A cold smile spread across Blaze's face. Finally, the Marines under his command began preparing the cannons for battle, their spirits high. The chase was over. Now, it was time to fight.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Snapperhead. Boss TI, another marine ship appeared. A fishman holding a telescope in his hand screamed. His scream altered the fishmen and all of them gazed at the distant marine ship sailing towards them. Fuck, the marines are endless. We just took out one, another one appears. They keep on coming. Another fishman commented. Boss TI, what should we do? Jinbe asked without a tinge of panic on his face. Fisher Tiger grabbed the telescope and viewed the marine ship. He saw a familiar face, Blaze, standing on the ship's deck staring at them while his marine coat flutters by the sea breeze. What's the need to ask Brother Jinbe? We should destroy them as we did the one before. Arlong spoke in an arrogant tone, waving his kerbaki. Smack. As soon as he said those words, Fisher Tiger knocked him in the head and tossed the telescope to Arlong. Take a look, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Without bothering about Arlong, Tiger commanded the fishmen. Gather the others and ready the sail, we are leaving. Jinbe, call them, I don't think we can lose them that easily. Yes, Boss Jinbe acknowledged. As for Arlong, as soon as he saw Blaze through the telescope, his hand quivered while hatred flashed past his eyes. Even so, he can only endure it. In no time, the fishmen pirates gathered and the sails of Snapperhead were opened. The ship steered little to the right and quickly picked speed moving in the direction of the wind. As soon as their ship left, the rear Admiral Catter's unit let out a sigh of relief. They were overwhelmed by the strength of Sun pirates and crushed before they knew it. It's the marine ship. I think they picked the SOS signal sent by us. A marine officer spoke while groaning in pain. Which unit is it? Tell them to hurry and save us. Rear Admiral Catter with his half-beaten, bloody face cried. Damn the Sun pirates, I am not letting them off. Blaze saw Sun pirates' ship sailing against the wind and getting away. No, you guys aren't going anywhere today. After his command, his ship also steered to the right. The wind pressure from the opposite direction pushed their ship's crushing speed to another few knots. His ship reached near Catter's, but it showed no signs of stopping. The act dumbfounded Kedar and the officers under him. They aren't here to save us. Their ship was destroyed beyond repair, their hulls were damaged with the seawater seeping inside the ship. In another hour or two, it will sink entirely. They only have 2 lifeboats which cannot accommodate all the marine officers. When Catter saw Blaze's ship sailing without a stop, he was enraged. You idiots! Where are you going? Save us first. Can't you see our ship is sinking? Hearing them, Blaze didn't stop the ship but leaped high and walked towards them by stepping on air. You are Rear Admiral Catter, right? Blaze asked. Yes. As a marine, you should be ashamed. Your entire unit was crushed by a pirate crew and now, you are crying for help. You are also obstructing another marine unit from doing its job. Do you know what sort of crime it is? Blaze talked in a serious tone gazing at all the marine officers. No, Catter didn't expect to be lectured by a low-ranking marine officer. He panicked when Blaze mentioned the word crime. I don't have time to waste on you all. Be good and stay here. Once I capture the Sun pirates, I will get you all when I return. Saying this, Blaze returned to his ship. As for Catter and his unit, they were shocked, realizing they were left to float in the middle of the sea. The distance between Sun pirates and Blaze's unit wasn't reducing. In fact, the Snapperhead seems to be cruising at greater speed. Blaze knew the reason for this, Jinbe. He's a gifted helmsman with a vast knowledge of sea currents and wind directions. With his Jeppo level, Blaze can walk on air and engage them himself. Just when he decided to confront them by himself, Snapperhead's cruising speed increased. What? Blaze and the marine officers on the deck were shocked. Only then Blaze noticed the school of whale sharks, pushing Snapperhead forward. It's Jinbe again. Jinbe has a unique ability to communicate with fish, even over long distances. The ability to speak with fish is usually unique to merfolks, but Jinbe is also capable of that. During the breakout of Impel Down, he did the same thing. The whale sharks can understand and obey his orders. Having no choice, Blaze strode towards the nozzle fixed at the back of the ship. All of you grab onto something. Saying this, he flared his right fist in flames. Blaze Captain is doing it. Giotto watched Blaze powering the nozzle with star-filled eyes. Yes. All the Marines on the ship grabbed onto something while keenly watching Blaze's every action. Though Blaze gave the design, they made the entire thing possible by working day and night. They want to see with their eyes what it does. Flames burst out from his hand, engulfing the nozzle. It powered the turbine, which in turn spun at great speed, wheeling the paddle wheel. Blaze controlled the intensity and temperature of the fire to a bare minimum so that the flames won't ruin the entire thing before it fulfills its purpose. In the distance, the Sun Pirates were shocked by the sudden acceleration of the marine ship. How are they doing it? What? Even Jinbe and Fisher Tiger were startled. They could see, little by little the marine ship is closing the distance between them. In a few minutes, they will catch up. Ready the cannons. Blaze shouted while the Marines under his command rushed here and there loading the cannonballs. When their ship reached the shooting range, Blaze commanded, fire. Bang, 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 bang. The cannons fired at Sun Pirate's ship, but with Jinbe's exceptional helmsman skills they were able to evade the shots. But suddenly the fire-powered engine let out a cracking sound and soon shattered to pieces. It was completely wasted. Blaze cursed. Can't it persist for another minute? The ship's momentum diminished a little, but it still cruised forward with residual force and wind currents. Blaze knew it's time for him to make a move by himself, otherwise, he will lose Sun Pirates for good. Leaping high in the air, he raised his right arm up in the air. Flames surged and gathered towards the palm of his hand. In no time, a gigantic fireball materialized in his hand. It looked like a miniature sun, golden and glowing with terrifying heat. The fireball's appearance is similar to Ace's ultimate technique, Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor. The only difference is the raging temperature. It burns fiercely and was extremely destructive than Ace's fire ability. What's more, it's not the end. The flame spiraling around the fireball began to amass more heat. The gigantic fireball didn't increase or decrease in size, but they were compressed to the point of explosion. The glowing sun-looking ball affected the surroundings and even boiled the sea below him. The Marines on the ship some distance away also began to feel the heat. So this is the captain's true strength, the full extent of his devil fruit ability. Regis spoke, staring at the gigantic fireball wide-eyed. What's Captain Blaze doing? That thing looks like it's going to explode. Giotto gulped. The Sun Pirates too gazed at the second sun that appeared out of nowhere in panic and fear-filled eyes. Even Tiger and Jinbe were dumbstruck by Blaze's display of power. It's not something a human can do. Arlong along with his pirates watched the mystical phenomenon in absolute horror. Now he knew what kind of existence he tried to fight with his measly strength. Laughable? Jinbe quickly urged the school of whale sharks to get them out of here, but they were already doing their best and nearly exhausted. The Sun Pirates felt extreme danger from that thing. If that fireball struck them, then they are done for. Some even thought of jumping into the sea and flee. But Blaze didn't do as Sun Pirates expected by throwing the miniature towards them. He cast the gigantic fireball towards the sky and chased after it. Once it reached a certain height, Blaze punched the fireball towards the direction Sun Pirates were fleeing. Upon impact, it let out a thunderous noise. Sun Festival. Blaze named his new attack. Bang! The miniature sun exploded. It burst into 50-some fiery and colorful fireballs of varying shapes and streaked towards Snapperhead. Twice the size of a football, the fireballs overspread the sky and illuminated the whole region, similar to a firecracker bursting into smaller ones. All of them burned fiercely and looked threatening. They rained down upon the Sun Pirates, unmerciful, determined to incinerate all of them to ashes. The fire shower scared all the fishmen on board out of their wits, while sheer terror gripped their hearts. As for the Marines, they also thought Blaze would throw the huge fireball at the Sun Pirates, but his actions awestruck them to the core. All of them stared at Blaze's back in awe and respect. Our captain is so powerful. Even Regis and Giotto were stunned. They marveled at the apocalyptic display of glowing balls raining on the Sun Pirates. They knew from the very start that Blaze is strong, but not to this extent. It completely transcends the level of reasoning and changed their worldview. Of course, it's because they hadn't seen the true power of the world. If they had, they wouldn't be this shocked. Bang, bang, bang. The falling fireballs finally reached the ground and began to strike around the Sun Pirates' ship. What none of them expected is, the fireballs exploded upon contact. Boom, boom, boom. The impact created a firestorm and sent a scorching heat wave. The flames blazed through, obliterating everything in their way, leaving nothing behind. With Jinbe's exceptional skills, he was able to evade some but not all. The fireball destroyed their sails, some struck the school of whale sharks that were pushing the ship. The whale sharks scurried away in fear, leaving the Snapperhead to float alone. Without their help, the Sun Pirates' ship lost momentum and became an immovable target. Tiger was able to block the fireball rain with his fishman karate, but he too was soon overwhelmed by the destructive power of the strikes once they explode. Everyone, onto the sea. Under Tiger's command, all the fishmen came back to their senses and jumped into the sea. Sea is their turf, they aren't without any tricks up in their sleeves. Jinbe too came to his aid and jumped into the sea. All the fishmen let out a fierce battle cry and shouted, giving their all. Karyu Iponzoi, sea current lifter. It's fishman jiu-jitsu that heaves the water current upward. The water erupts from the sea as a towering stream of water and blocked the fireballs from further damaging their ship. Since it's a combined technique used by all the fishmen, there were multiple water streams. The streams successfully blocked off the fireballs. Even so, the impact blast and heat shockwave were able to injure them to some extent by scorching their skins. Soon, the sun festival ended, but there was nothing but silence. The sea itself burned in some areas and blows white mist due to extreme heat. The fishmen jumped back onto the ship, gasping in exhaustion. To stop the fireballs from destroying their ship, they went all out, exhibiting their complete strength. They all looked at Blae's figure hovering midair in horror. They knew how strong this human is since they had seen and experienced it personally. A single fireball is enough to burn them crisp. Thankfully, they were surrounded by water and were able to use their fishman jiu-jitsu to stop the attacks with little injuries. They didn't expect to encounter such a powerful human. Nov. L.B/JNN. Especially Arlong, he was horrified by Blae's power, but he was smart enough to not express it in his face. Otherwise, he will lose his face in front of his underlings. Blae looked at their reaction in satisfaction and nodded his head. The attack had left a deep impact on their heart as he expected. How is it? Did you guys enjoy the festival? Or want to see another one? Blae appeared directly above the So. Fisher Tiger, I am here to capture you. If you surrender by yourself, I will let your companions go. If not, we will go by the hard way, and I am telling you, it won't be pleasant. Blae spoke in a nonchalant tone with his arms folded. The fishmen were enraged by the words, but they knew they are powerless against someone like Blae. Aside from clenching their fists in anger, they can do nothing. Blae gazed at Tiger, waiting for his reply. Fisher Tiger was still the same he saw in the series, wearing a striped shirt revealing his muscular chest and his crew's tattoo. A captain's coat hung from his shoulders like a cape, which depicts the crew's Jolly Roger on the back. Standing around 17 feet in height with broad shoulders and a muscular physique, he looked rather intimidating and unapproachable, but not to Blae. Fisher Tiger stared back at Blae with an expressionless and unwavering face. There's no need for words, his answer is clear. So be it. Blae sighed while flames erupted like a raging inferno whirling around. Though he's strong, Fisher Tiger isn't also someone weak. In his younger days, he was able to command the Fishman district with his strength and beat Jinbe, who already had a black belt in Fishman karate as a kid. If he's not wrong, the Tiger of now is stronger than Jinbe. Furthermore, they are on the sea, a natural advantage of every fishman. In the series, he was defeated by Rear Admiral Strawberry only because they have ambush and they were on land. Even so, he was able to hold the Marines till the Sun Pirates appeared. He could have lived if agreed to a blood transfusion, but he refused to due to it being human blood. If the fishman decides to escape by diving into the sea, Blae can do nothing but watch them flee. He doesn't care about others, his only target is Tiger and Jinbe, the strongest of the group. Stomping the air with his right foot, Blae flashed towards Tiger while the flames surging around him concentrated on his fist, forming a spherical bubble. It's similar to Whitebeard's ability, but in Blae's case, the bubble is boiling flames as if his fist was shrouded by a miniature sun. Just before he could reach Tiger, another figure came forward and confronted him. It's none other than Jinbe. If you want to take our boss, you should get past me. Come on then, I hope you don't disappoint me. Saying this, Blae punched. The miniature sun-like bubble in his hand burst out a torrent of flames that stormed towards Jinbe. The flame was crimson, ferocious, and hot, capable of destroying everything. Seeing the attack, Jinbe's expression turned grim. Without wasting any time, he concentrated his strength upon his fist and punched. Arabesque style true punch. His punch forced the water vapor in the air to release a powerful shock wave. Boom. Both the forces collided in midair, generating a deafening noise. Jinbe's punch failed to extinguish the flame but was able to burst open the flames. Swoosh. Before Jinbe could react, Blae appeared behind him and slammed the sun bubble into his back. The strike scorched his back to flesh level and slammed him into the sea. Jinbe. Boss Jinbe. None of them expected Jinbe to be defeated by a single hit, not even Blae. He thought Jinbe would dodge the strike and put up a decent fight. Certainly, Jinbe of now can't be compared to his future self. Even so, he's still a formidable foe, having an extraordinary physique and mighty strength. Then the only difference is Blae, he got strong. It should be because of my constitution attributes, explosive growth. I can't wait to experience what happens when it breaks past the 50 bar limit. Grinning, Blae gazed at the spot Jinbe dropped. Some of the fishmen dropped onto the sea to check upon Jinbe. But before they could get to the spot, a huge whirlpool arose and Jinbe emerged from the eye of it. It's brother Jinbe. Thank God nothing happened to him. The Sun Pirates were relieved to see Jinbe being alright. Fishman karate, spear wave. Mustering up the whirlpool with his webbed hands, Jinbe launched it towards Blae. The whirlpool turned into an enormous piercing cyclone of water before streaking towards Blae. Smiling a little, Blae inhaled a little and breathed. A huge firestorm blasted from his mouth, confronting Jinbe's spear wave. Boom. The collision triggered a shock wave. The spear wave turned into water vapor while Blae's flames doused after stopping the attack. Good. I hope you have more tricks up your sleeve because I am just getting started. Blae expressed and hoisted his right hand up. The human is going to do something again? What should we do? A fishman said. Jinbe, get out of there. The flames gathered around Blae's index finger and soon turned into a giant fireball resembling a miniature sun. Yes, this is similar to Escanor's ability, Cruel Sun. But Blae's Cruel Sun won't be as effective as Escanor's since his devil fruit powers hadn't fully developed yet. Even so, it isn't something Jinbe can block with his current strength. Everyone once again gets to witness Blae's overwhelming power. What is his ability? He can even summon a sun? How are we supposed to fight a being like him? The fishmen despaired, experiencing searing heat from the mini-sun. Even the ones lingering in the sea felt the change in the surrounding. Arlong was also among the fishmen. He gazed at the miniature sun in terror. He masked his presence completely so that Blae won't notice him. As for Blae's unit, they halted the ship some distance away from Snapperhead and watched the confrontation. Traveling any further isn't good for the standard marine ship. I can keep this going on for an entire day, you know? Surrender or perish? The decision is yours. Blae narrowed his eyes. He doesn't want to kill them, he just wants to capture Tiger since he doesn't want the latter to get killed. Right now, Impel Down is the safe place for him? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. But will Tiger surrender? The answer is no. He's the type of person who would rather die than surrender. The same goes for Jinbe. Some distance away, Rear Admiral Katter and his unit had a shocked look on their faces. Though they didn't know exactly what's happening, they saw a huge sun-like ball and how it exploded into smaller ones. Especially, Katter, he was terrified. He knew it should be the result of a clash between the earlier marine unit and sun pirates. That young marine comes from headquarters? Who is he? Why, I haven't heard of him before. He knew very well that only marines from headquarters possess such astounding strength. When he comes back, I should be more polite to him. Back to the battle. Fisher Tiger looked at Blaze with his never-changing expression. But in his heart, he knew the sun pirates aren't his match. 6 months back, he had the confidence to beat Blaze, but now he wasn't sure. How did the human get this strong in the short span of 6 months? Though he isn't certain of defeating Blaze, he won't go down without a fight. He also doesn't plan on getting captured again. On the other hand, Blaze knew he had to resort to a hard way to subdue the sun pirates. Facing stubborn characters like Jinbe and Fisher Tiger, he has no other choice. If they don't surrender, I will beat them till they are knocked senseless. Blaze thought and projected the miniature sun towards Jinbe. Zzzzz. Facing the attack that already began to burn their skins, all the fishmen in the proximity other than Jinbe and Tiger fled far away. Jinbe, still in the water, conjured another whirlpool with his fishman jujitsu, but under extreme heat, the water in the surroundings turned into vapors. This is completely different from the little fireballs they stopped. Jinbe thought, what is that human's ability? His flames are many times stronger than normal fire. As the target of the attack, his skin began to char while the sea around him turned to beet red and boiled in extreme heat. Having no choice, Jinbe dived deep into the sea and decides to confront it from there. Jinbe waved both arms at great speed and uses the surrounding water to quell the gigantic fireball. As soon as the water comes in contact with the fire, it evaporated. Even so, it was able to reduce the temperature of the fireball to some extent. But, the miniature sun still burns fiercely, enough to incinerate him. This move is highly effective against fire as it utilizes the humidity around him, but Blaze's flame isn't your ordinary fire. Jinbe was in a desperate situation, powerless to stop the strike as none of his attacks seems to work. In fact, he can effortlessly avoid the attack if he flees as he's in the sea. But he won't do that because behind him is Fisher Tiger and their ship Snapperhead. Jinbe isn't the kind of man who runs away in this situation. At the last moment, Tiger came to his aid and looked at him. There's no need for words, Jinbe understood what the latter wants him to do. Fishman Jujitsu, Sea Current Lifter. Both of them dived into the sea and heaves the water current upward. Towering water streams erupted from the sea surface and confronted Blaze's miniature sun. There were nearly 50 water streams, 25 stopped the gigantic fireball from falling upon them while another 25 struck from different directions. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Soon, the entire region was shrouded by dense water vapors blocking others from seeing what's happening inside. What happened? Did they succeed in blocking the attack? A fishman asked in nervousness. I hope nothing happens to them. Aladdin clenched his fist. Blaze waved his hand and a strong wind swept the region where his miniature sun had fallen. He quickly noticed the figure of Jinbe and Tiger. They succeeded in blocking the cruel sun. Blaze slightly narrowed his eyes. Jinbe had already lost his consciousness, exhausting everything he had with scorch wounds all over his body. As for Fisher Tiger, he had burnt wounds on the upper part of his body while blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Without a doubt, he's slightly stronger than Jinbe and was able to resist the attack. Impressive. Blaze mentally commented. He thought the attack would take them both out, but Tiger was able to withstand it. I think he will put up a good fight if I restrain from using my devil fruit powers. Well, I too need to test the strength of my constitution. Blaze mused and decided to confront Tiger head-on with his fists. I hope you don't disappoint me, Fisher Tiger. Swish. Sorrow. Blaze's figure blurred and in the next second, he appeared before Tiger and lanced a sweeping head kick with his entire strength. Boom. Tiger parried the attack with his left arm and punched with his right. The 17 feet tall, broad-physiqued fishman's punch is stronger than Blaze expected. Instead of evading Tiger's punch, Blae blocked with his left. He wants to test the difference and the result, he was shoved back a few meters. A bruise appeared on Blae's left hand and it hurt. What a powerful physique. Good, this is what I was expecting. On the other hand, Tiger was once again astonished by Blae's strength. He thought the latter is strong because of his overbearing devil fruit ability, but he didn't expect him to be skilled at physical traits too. What bugs him is why Blae stopped using his devil fruit. On the other hand, Blae once again dashed towards Tiger and kicked him, but this time he used the Rokushiki skill, Rankyaku. It produced a sharp compressed air blade from his leg and made its way towards Tiger. His Rankyaku isn't very strong without utilizing his devil fruit powers. Even so, it would at least give Tiger some trouble. But what happened next stunned Blae. Fisher Tiger narrowed his eyes and he simply repelled the attack with his fist clenched and slapped it away. Aside from a skin-deep wound, the wind blade didn't inflict much damage. Blae understood. In terms of physical capability, both he and Tiger are almost equal. It's hard to guess who would come out as a victor. But this is what Blae wants. He wants to push his limits, and it can only be achieved by fighting someone stronger or of equal strength. Getting thrilled, Blae confronted Tiger again. Aside from his physical strength and Rokushiki, he refrained from using his devil fruit. Tiger also noticed this. A thought came to his mind, is he using me as a sparring partner? The battle between them intensified and kept on going for half an hour. Tiger was physically strong with rich battle experience and skilled in fishman karate. They were evenly matched when it came to raw power, but Blae is better than him in terms of durability. His Senju constitution provided him tremendous stamina and resilience. Tiger finally reached his limit after fighting for an hour. Slowly, Blae's attack began to connect and was able to inflict injuries on him. Even so, Tiger insisted on fighting with his injured and exhausted body. It's like he won't stop unless he's dead. He is indirectly telling Blae that he can only be captured dead. Blae was impressed. He knew fighting anymore is meaningless. He only fought like this to improve his combat experience and got what he wants. Tiger, stop resisting and surrender. You won't be able to defeat me, it's the end. Blae spoke, but Tiger responded with his fist. Sighing, Blae effortlessly dodged the attack and warned, Tiger, if you insist on doing this, I have to knock you out. Tiger stopped his attacks and heaved, barely holding himself with just his willpower. It's my loss? I won't complain, as I was defeated fair and square. But I can't let myself captured alive, again. I had enough of being a prisoner and slave. My wanted poster says dead or alive, right? You can hand me to the Marines, but before that kill me. Blae gazed at Tiger, whose heart resolved to die then get captured. His initial plan was to send him to Impel Down. Once Jinbe gets the position of Warlord of the Sea, he can free Tiger. But, will everything go as he thinks? Will Marines send Tiger to Impel Down, or will they hand him over to Celestial Dragons to quench their anger? Blae contemplated. He wants to save Tiger, but the latter isn't in a position to accept it. Maybe some things are better as they are, trying to change them will result in worst consequences. Tiger continued, I can tell, you don't discriminate against us and trying to capture me with nothing but goodwill, but for me, it's better to die than to be a prisoner. Blae thought for a moment and decided. He doesn't plan on capturing Tiger anymore. His way of thinking is too simple, while the working of the world is complex. Even if you want to help someone, it doesn't mean others will accept it. Fisher Tiger, even if I don't capture you today, other Marine units will still come looking for you. We will meet again if you are alive by then. Waving his hands, Blae turned around and simply walked away, leaving Tiger in a bewildered state. What did he mean by that? He isn't going to capture me anymore, Tiger thought. But why? No one answered his question. It will forever remain a mystery. If nothing goes wrong, in another year or so Fisher Tiger will meet Cola and lose his life under Strawberry's hand. Getting back to the ship, Blae commanded his unit to turn around. He called Regis and spoke, report to the headquarters that Sun Pirates escaped our pursuit by diving into the water, abandoning their ship. As a devil fruit user, I can't possibly chase them underwater, right? Yes, Captain Blae. Regis's lips twitched while he kept his expression straight. He saw with his eyes how Blae beat the Fishman pirates black and blue, while the latter had no resistance against his overwhelming strength. But now, he says he fails to capture them. Who would believe it? He doesn't know why Blae didn't apprehend them, and he won't question his decision. Not just him, all the Marines under Blae's command also thought the same. For them, it's just a few merit points, they will earn it later. Don't forget to pick the Rear Admiral Catter's unit on our way back. Saying this, Blae went to his cabin to rest. On the other side, the fishmen were perplexed by the sudden change in event. They all thought Tiger would be captured by the young Marine, but the latter simply walked away. Snapping out of their stupor, they rushed towards Fisher Tiger while some went to check on unconscious Jinbe. They felt relieving noticing his injuries aren't life-threatening. Boss Ti. Soon, both Tiger and Jinbe were carried to the already half-destroyed Snapper Head. None of them know what to do at this moment. They were crushed by a single human. It was a hard blow to them. At that moment, Aladine spoke, first let's get out of here. We will discuss once Tiger and Jinbe recover. The others nodded while some jumped into the water to push the ship as their sails were completely damaged. Once Blae got to his cabin, he checked the taskbar as he got notification from the system when he defeated Fisher Tiger. Defeat Sun Pirates. Reward, 1.0 Constitution plus 1.0 Devil Fruit Potential. Seeing the reward, Blaze was a little surprised when he saw there's no free attribute point this time. What happened? The Sun Pirate's reward is a lot higher than Demon Bear Pirate's, but it still didn't yield him any free points. It means the rewards he receives get smaller as he gets stronger. Whatever. Blaze then checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 35.7. Devil Fruit Potential, 33.2. Haki, none. Items in storage, none n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Free attribute point, 4.0. Next day, Borsalino called him to inquire about the turn of events, what transpired and how the fishman escaped. Blaze wasn't a fool. With Marine's intelligence, Kizaru may very well know what happened yesterday. As an apathetic person, Borsalino just didn't care what Blaze do. It's also what Blaze wants. The current timeline is 1510 and few days had passed in the 10th month. Nearly 1.5 years passed since he came to this world. Many things had changed. He became strong while his attributes were gradually increasing. There should be a big change once his attributes break past the 50 bar limit. Considering his current speed of improvement, it will take time. Of course, he can raise his attributes faster by completing tasks, achievements, or defeating a strong pirate crew, but his chances of meeting a powerful crew in the first half of Grand Line is pretty low. Another 10 days passed by. His days were rather relaxed and peaceful, training, sleeping and eating. In these 10 days, he didn't get to meet any pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Only some small fries. So, every day Blaze would complete his training task and pass his time by practicing his Rokushiki skills. Especially, Tekai. When mastered to perfection, one can even exchange blows against Haki users. Tekai is based on the user's physical power while Haki is spiritual energy. Both are capable of both offense and defense. A good example is future Shizo. He can power up his punches with Tekai. He was able to overwhelm post-time skip Luffy's Busashoko Haki enhanced gear second form. Blaze has an advantage in this regard. If he masters Tekai to perfection, combined with his Senju constitution, he can without a doubt fight Haki users. Since he won't be able to learn Haki anytime soon, it's the perfect time for him to practice Tekai. It's just mastering Tekai is harder than other Rokushiki skills. He has been training in Tekai for months, but he was nowhere near perfection. His forte is Jeppo and Soro. He mastered them rather quickly. In these 10 days, they weren't any obvious improvement in his attributes. It only rose by around 0.4 points. Though his attributes didn't increase, he gained few merit points by capturing the small fries. He has around 900 merit points, but it's of little use to him. To learn Haki, he needs 2,000 merit points. Of course, there are other ways for him to learn Haki aside from merit points. For example, every year headquarters pick a few outstanding Marines with good combat strength and send them to learn Haki. The other way is, let your superior teach you Haki. Yes, he can request Vice Admiral Borsalino, but Blaze wasn't interested in learning from him. The peaceful days continue for a long. An order came from the headquarters, requesting them to assist a Marine unit to catch some criminals. Blaze didn't think much and commanded his unit to sail towards the direction given to them. It was a long travel, as they had to travel to the Red Line where the first half of the Grand Line starts. What Blaze didn't know is, this journey is going to change his future. They reached the location the next day morning. The name of the island they reached is called Silk Bay, a large island inhabited by exporters of various kinds. The island is famous among merchants as many come here to exchange goods. At the same time, it's also where pirates visit frequently. Thankfully, there's a marine base here to keep the pirates in check. Next, they need to wait for further orders. As for the details, he didn't receive any aside from the fact it's overseen by Rear Admiral Anigo. Blaze knitted his brows when he found the one leading the operation is Anigo. He knew very well he's a believer of absolute justice and under the command of Vice Admiral Sakazuki. If he had known it sooner, he would have rejected the request with some random excuse. Since he accepted it, he can't back away now. It didn't take long for them to receive an order from above. The call was simple: they need to hold if any merchant ship comes in their direction. Captain Blaze, what is Rear Admiral Anigo thinking calling us this far just to stop a ship? Giotto complained while Regis stood next to him without any word. Let's wait and see. Blaze simply waved his hand and spoke. He stood on the deck gazing at the far-stretching sea. He doesn't know why, a bad feeling rose in his heart. It didn't take long before he spotted a standard merchant ship that tries to flee north while being followed by a marine ship. Under Blaze's command, his ship went to obstruct their escape path. Besieged by two marine ships, the merchant ship lost all its way to escape. In no time, another marine ship appeared from the distance. Rear Admiral Anigo stood on the ship's deck gazing in Blaze's direction. Seeing his actions, Blaze's eyes narrowed. Why do I have the feeling that he's targeting me? Interesting. Under Anigo's orders, the marine officers raided the ship and conducted a shipwide search. Blaze just waited in the ship like Anigo and watched everything by a telescope. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Soon, some ordinary-looking civilians were dragged to the deck and stripped. Blaze then suddenly noticed a hoof mark on a person's back. Not just one, most of the people on the ship had a hoof mark on their bodies. Seeing this, his expression changed. Anigo. Blaze clenched his fist. Provocation, a naked and deliberate provocation against him. Without a doubt, His unit was requested to be here by Anigo, but only now Blae understood his intention. As an officer under Sakazuki, he definitely knows he has a soft spot for slaves. Still, he requested Blae for this simple operation which can be accomplished by a few marine soldiers. There's no need for him to be here. Anigo did it on purpose. Anigo glanced over, his expression carried a hint of sarcasm. As Blae guessed, he did it with a bad intention in his mind. He's a believer in absolute justice and he wants everything to be through. So he doesn't like Blae's way of doing things and what he did. He got wind of some information recently, regarding the escape of Sun Pirates. Though Blae had the strength to catch them, he let them go. And, he was present at the headquarters when the conflict between him and Vice Admiral Sakazuki happened. That's what annoyed him greatly. Anigo has great respect and admiration for Sakazuki, who's a next-in-line admiral candidate. If nothing goes wrong, he will become an admiral in a year or two. But what happened that day considerably damaged Sakazuki's reputation. As a firm believer of absolute justice and supporter of Sakazuki, he can't overlook this matter. He wanted to teach Blae a lesson. Soon, he collected the information about him and planned this thing. His plan is simple, incite Blae's emotions and make him attack. Once Blae strikes against him, he can show him hell and he has countless ways to make that happen with his rear admiral position. Trying to bring me down with mere parlor tricks. Blae guessed what Anigo was thinking since it comes to this point, he doesn't need to hold back. He's the one who came out of his way to trouble him. Whatever happens next can't be blamed on him. You two stay here and look after others. Keep this in mind, whatever happens next you guys aren't allowed to come and support me. Understand? Blae looked at Regis and Jado. Captain Blae, what do you plan on doing? A bad premonition struck Regis. Without replying, Blae jumped in the air and flew towards the merchant ship. In the merchant ship, 50-some civilians with hoof marks were apprehended by the marine soldiers. Landing before the escaped World Nobel slaves, Blae stopped the marine soldiers who were apprehending the people. What are you all doing? Blae nonchalantly asked. A marine officer recognized his rank by his clothing and replied, Sir, we are arresting the escaped criminals. Blae nodded his head and asked, Where are the criminals? The marine officer was stumped for words while he thought in his head, Aren't they right before us? Where? Blae asked again in a vehement tone. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The marine officer couldn't voice his words, frightened by Blae's cold stare. Captain, I am just following the orders. Captain Blae, why are you interfering in the operation of arresting the criminals? Anigo arrived before him and asked, smoking a cigarette. Like in the original series, Anigo is a tall man with a cold face and semi-closed eyes. He had long brown hair and wore an ancient war helmet with a small, traditional Japanese dragon on it, and a long red plume hanging from it. Under his marine coat, he wore a double-breasted gray suit over a dark green shirt with a silver tie. I don't care what you do, but if you don't give me a reason for trying to arrest these innocent people, I will hit you. Blae gazed at Anigo. His words stupefied marine soldiers on board, Anigo, and world noble slaves alike. The slaves couldn't find the reason why a marine is opposing another one for them. Isn't marines and the world government are on the same side? They all thought. Can't you see the hoof mark on their bodies? They are criminals wanted by the world government. A marine captain under Anigo's command scowled. But the next second, he was blasted off the ship by Blae's kick and dropped on the sea. I'm asking what kind of crime they committed. Blae stared at Anigo as if he's going to hit him next. The marine on board didn't know what to do when facing two superior-ranking officers fighting each other. They simply remained silent and watched. As for the slaves, they looked at Blae gratefully. They know this marine young man is here to support them, it stirred their hearts. Did you know what you just did? You attacked a fellow marine officer, which is punishable by the Marines' Code of Justice. Anigo calmly talked. As for the marine captain, he didn't even look. In the Anice Lobby arc, when a soldier questioned his order of destroying a fellow buster call ship, Anigo shoot him in cold blood. This is the type of person he is. A kind Blae dislikes the most. If you surrender now and accept your crime before Anigo could finish his sentence, a fist hit his face. Anigo couldn't even react before he was punched squarely on the face. I was punched in the face, but how? Rising to his feet with a bloodied nose, he looked at Blae in shock. How did he hit me? Even my observation Haki failed to sense his attack. He's strong. Yes, Anigo recently learned Haki. Though he's only been practicing it for 3 months, he can easily crush someone who doesn't know how to use Haki. He thought he can effortlessly subdue Blae with his strength, but he was greatly mistaken. When did he become so strong? Of course, Blae wasn't this strong 6 months back, but now, he is. Even if he doesn't know Haki, he can make up for it with his heat sense and Tekai. It won't be effective against skillful Haki users, but against inexperienced Anigo, it's more than enough. Blae didn't wait, he attacked again. This time Anigo was prepared. He utilized his observation Haki to the max and predicted Blae's next move. But Blae's sorrow was faster. Anigo sensed his attack, and before he could dodge, a fist hit his face once again. I am going to hit you till you give me the proper reason, so you better prepare a valid one. The surrounding Marines watched the confrontation with their mouths wide open. They couldn't believe their eyes. Rear Admiral Anigo was getting beaten by a Marine 2 rank lower than him. On the other side, Regis and Jado watched the dispute between 2 Marines through the telescope. Regis muttered, Captain really punched him. Regis, what should we do? Attacking a fellow Marine is a crime and Captain Blae even hit a superior ranking officer. Our unit is done for. Giotto tensely paced in the deck. Punched again and again. Anigo lost his cool. His face had a dent, broken nose, and dripped with blood. He lost whatever dignity he had in him before his subordinates. With a resounding roar, his body transformed into a spider. 3 pairs of spider-like black arms extended from his hair, as well as a spider-like abdomen. He wielded 8 sabers and faced Blae. Coating his arms with Haki, he attacked. Not to implicate the Marines and ordinary civilians on board, Blae leaped high in the air and distanced himself from the ship while Anigo madly rushed at him. Facing Anigo, Blae didn't hold back his strength. Flames flared around his hand, concentrating them on his fist. He punched. A dense column of raging fire burst from his fist and blazed forward. The sudden attack shocked Anigo as he felt immense crisis from them. The intensity of Blae's flame exceeded his expectation. If I don't dodge, I will be burned to crisp. Hastily, Anigo covered his entire body with Haki and used Soro to get away from the attack. But what he didn't expect is, the fire fist changed direction in midair and targeted him. The flame is the extension of Blae's fist, so of course, he can control and change its direction however he wants. Before Anigo could dodge again, the flaming fist struck and engulfed him completely. No! He screamed, feeling the scoring temperature and power behind the fist. Thankfully, he covered himself in Haki, otherwise, he would have been incinerated to ashes. Even so, the attack burned his skin and charred his flesh while the impact smashed him straight into the ocean. With such a measly level of strength, you want to take me down? Blae grunted. Returning back to the ship, Blae freed the world noble slaves. As for the remaining Marines, they didn't dare to intervene in his actions. Soon, the Marine unit withdrew from the merchant ship and left the area, saving Anigo, who was already unconscious and half dead. Blae then looked at the slaves. There were all kinds of people, young, old, men, women. Among them are even some around 10 years old, the same age as Koala. Is it their crime for being a slave? Who defines this? Blae thought. What made him angry is, as a Marine, they have to protect these innocent people, but instead, they were helping the world government to capture them back. Where is justice in it? K. Why am I even thinking of this since I already know the answer? The situation will only change when the Marines break away from the world government grasp. Blae shook his head. He also knew the Marines aren't strong enough to oppose the world government. Only when he becomes stronger than anyone else, he can make it happen. All of you can go. Saying this, Blae decided to leave their ship, but 2 men stopped him. Wait, Mr. Marine, we are grateful for your help, but can you do us one more favor? Asked the man around his 40s. Holding a long saber in his hand, he looked nothing like a slave, but the hoof mark in his arms said otherwise. The other man seemed to be in his 30s with burly build. The saber-wielding man knew the Marine before. He is different from the ones he encountered previously. Maybe he can help us. What is it? Blae raised his eyebrows and asked. It's been months since we escaped from that hell, but since then we were hunted like stray dogs and branded as criminals. We don't know whom should we ask for help. We just don't want to go back to that place again. The man broke out in tears and continued. I know we were asking much, but can you send us home? Please? I want to see my wife and child again. It's been 5 years since I last them. If you think it's too much trouble, at least take us to the South Blue. Hearing his request, Blae sighed and shook his head. I very much want to help you, but it will only bring more trouble. I already attacked my superior officer and someone will come looking for me. The longer I stay beside you, the longer your lives are in danger. There was a disappointment on the man's face, but he quickly covered it and responded. I understand. I spoke without thinking through. You already took a big risk by helping us. Thank you. Blae waved his hand. Rejecting their request, he felt a little bad, so he asked. Aside from sending you home, you can ask me something else. I will try my best to help. The man thought for a moment and said, we are going towards the South Blue, but we have 5 people whose home is situated in Alabasta. We can't make this trip as it may lead to more people pursuing us. If you can send them there, we will be grateful. Sure. Blae accepted the request. Sending 5 people to Alabasta won't be a problem for him. It's just a one-day trip. Nov. L. B//JNN. Blae said brought the 5 people, 2 kids, 2 women, and 1 young man to his ship after sending off the merchant ship. As soon as he came, he was greeted by Regis and Giotto. Captain Blae. Giotto stuttered, not knowing what to say. He didn't bother with them. Pointing at the 5 people, they will stay for a night, bring them to an empty room. Regis, change our course to the Alabasta Kingdom. Captain, you already attacked the higher-ranking officer. If you do this, I don't know. Regis hesitated. Don't worry. It's morning now. We can reach Alabasta by night if we rush. Before headquarters knows about this, we would have already left. Blae assured them. At that moment, an ensign ran towards him carrying a den mushi and said, Captain Blae, it's for you from headquarters. At that moment, an ensign ran towards him carrying a den mushi and said, Captain Blae, it's for you from headquarters. How did they get the news so soon? Not even 15 minutes passed, right? Blae was puzzled over the call. Shaking his head, he received the den mushi from the ensign and attended the call. Sengoku's piercing came from the other side. You brat, what had you done? Can't you think before you act? I told you already I won't protect you if such things happen again. Sengoku-san, what are you being angry for? I didn't do anything. Blaze feigned ignorance. Unknown Sengoku already knew what happened here. Not just Sengoku, most of the high-ranking marine officers know what happened. Bwahaha, Sengoku, why are you scolding him? He did well. What's the point of being a marine if we can't even protect innocent people? Garp's voice came from the distance. Shut up, Garp. Get the hell out of my office. Shooing Garp off, Sengoku continued. Stop your act, Blaze. Someone recorded the fight between you and Anigo and sent it to the headquarters. What? Blaze was shocked and thought, no wonder. Oh, I'm in trouble now. What Blaze didn't know is, Anigo wants to record his action of punishing Blaze but in turn recorded himself getting beaten. Well, in a way, it worked against Blaze. Because of the recording, Blaze is in trouble. Knowing his misdeeds are exposed, Blaze spoke the truth. Sengoku-san, I didn't do anything wrong. He's the one who went out of his way to trouble me. Sengoku sighed. Infighting is common among the Marines with opposing views, that's not the problem. But stopping an officer from capturing the criminals branded by world government is a crime? The only good thing is world government doesn't know of this yet, but once they come to know, you will be in deep trouble. Nov. L. B /JNN. You already provoked them once, they won't let you off the second time. What should I do, Sengoku-san? Blaze asked. Bring the slaves back. But they are innocent, they haven't committed any crime. What did they do to deserve being treated like this? Blaze responded and couldn't help but get furious. Sengoku doesn't have the answer to his simple question. As a marine, you just had to follow the orders. Are you going to or not? I can't. Blaze was firm on his decision. If he does that, it's the same as betraying himself. Okay then. I won't help you on this matter. Sengoku rubbed his temples in exasperation. At that moment, Garp's voice came. Don't worry brat, I am with you on this. Well, so that you know, Sakazuki's coming for you. He already left the headquarters, you trampled on his dignity by thrashing his subordinate. He won't go easy on you as it's the second time. Don't die brat. Saying this, Garp ended the communication. Catcha. Blaze's face twitched as he could tell from Garp's voice he's enjoying this way too much. Opposite to him, Regis and Jado were sweating heavily listening to the conversation between Blaze and the higher UPS. It's way beyond their level. In fact, their whole body is shaking hearing Sakazuki's coming after them. Regis hesitantly spoke, Captain, what are we going to do? Nothing, let's get to Alabasta before he catches up. Whatever happens, I want those 5 to reach their home. I promised the others that I will send them safely to their homes. You don't want me to go back on my words, right? Blaze asked. For the first time, Regis and Jado sensed Blaze is serious. They responded in a sober tone. Yes, sir. Good. Blaze knew he's weaker than Sakazuki. With his present strength, fighting against him is nothing but suicide. It doesn't mean he's afraid. If the situation demands it, he will fight even if it means death. That's the type of person Blaze is. But he's not planning on fighting him. As soon as he drops those 5 people in Alabasta, he will be free without any worries. Then, he can escape from Sakazuki's pursuit and doesn't need to fight him head-on. Sakazuki is a vice admiral carrying an important position, he can't waste days pursuing him. After 1 or 2 days of furious chasing, he will leave. He needs to be extra careful in that time frame. Once he crosses this period, there won't be any trouble from Sakazuki. But it won't be easy. He knew Sakazuki very well. He may seem like an angry guy with a stern face, but he's an extremist who's also cunning and highly manipulative. If he let his guard before him, he won't survive much longer. Knowing the predicament he is in, Blaze pondered for a moment and opened his status panel. The only thing that can save him at the critical moment is his personal strength. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 36.1. Devil Fruit Potential, 33.4. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 4.0. He has a 4 free attribute points. He can increase his Constitution attribute to 40 for better strength, while increasing his Devil Fruit potential won't change anything major. Even so, he's not in a hurry. After all, he can raise them anytime he wants. Saving it for the critical moment is for the best. Depressing mood surrounded the entire unit, as most of them know the type of trouble their unit is in. They believe Blaze, even so, they still couldn't calm down. In truth, Sakazuki's fame across the Marines can't be said in words. He's the most feared one among the Marines and at the same time respected because of his strength and fearsome reputation. The ship coursed the sea towards Alabasta. Blaze stood on the deck, gazing at the far-stretching sea while deep in thoughts. If only I can learn Haki without anyone's guidance. But Blaze knew it's impossible. Haki is related to one's spiritual energy, which can only be developed slowly. It's not something that can be learned overnight. Evening. It's an unlucky day for Blaze. Just after few hours of sailing, their ship met a huge storm and was forced to steer away from the original course. Thanks to that, their journey to Alabasta is going to be delayed by another few hours. Considering the situation, it seems like the clash between him and Sakazuki is inevitable. Few hours is more than enough for Sakazuki's ship to shorten the distance between them. Unlike their standard ship, the latter's ship is Battle Class 1. Is it predestined? Blaze thought. Blaze is confident in his strength. He doesn't have to fear Sakazuki's magma ability, but when it comes to Haki he's helpless. Though Sakazuki may not be as strong as he was seen in the original timeline, he's undeniably a formidable opponent to face. Headquarters, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration, ending his call. He knew Blaze did nothing wrong, but it's a problem when he fails to listen to orders. Are you really not going to do anything? Garp asked, sitting opposite Sengoku. What can I do? I already told him, he's on his own. Sengoku uttered. Sakazuki won't hesitate to kill Blaze. Both of them are persons with extreme opposite views and unyielding personalities. They won't stop until one of them dies. Blaze will die if we don't do anything. I am planning on sending Kuzan to the rescue. Garp spoke in a rather serious tone. If you send him, what will Blaze learn? Only when he realizes his mistakes, he will understand his wrongs. Furthermore, he needs to understand that he's not above everyone else. And if he doesn't change that attitude, he won't survive even if we look after him. Sengoku spoke his inner thoughts. Even though Blaze's actions always enraged Sengoku, he knew Blaze is strong with great potential to become an admiral in the future, so he won't let him die that easily. Garp nodded his head, understanding Sengoku's words. I will tell Kuzan to save him only at the crucial moment. Both of them are veterans with countless years of experience. They knew Blaze's personality and what needs to be done to correct them. Garp was like Blaze when he first joined the Marines, so he understands his actions better than anyone. Soon, Garp called Kuzan and explained the situation. The problem is Kuzan is in New World. It will take time for him to reach Alabasta. Aside from Kuzan, the only person who can stop Sakazuki is Kizaru, but he's also not in the headquarters right now. The current admirals can stop him, but all of them are old-timers aside from Sengoku, and they won't go out of their way to save a kid. Let's hope Kuzan reaches in time. Around evening, Blaze could be seen training in the ship's deck. There wasn't any sort of nervousness or fear in his demeanor, unlike the other Marine soldiers in his unit. He understands their distress. Even so, worrying won't get them anywhere. Their only choice is to face the difficulty head-on and prevail. At that moment, two small silhouettes sneakily entered the deck where he was training. Blaze perceived them with heat sense. They are none other than the two kids who were among the 5 ordinary people. They were dressed in plain clothes and looked scrawny for their age. Both their appearance were a little similar. If Blaze is not wrong, they are twins. What are you two doing here? Blaze asked, turning around. His sudden turn stunned them, and fear apparent on their faces. Brave one among the two came forward while the timid one hid behind the other. Mr. Marine, we want to thank you for sending us home. The brave one unexpectedly thanked in a sweet voice. Laughing a little, Blaze spoke, no need. As a Marine, it's my duty to protect the common people like you all. Squatting down, he asked them, what's your name? I am Eri, and this is my little brother Sia. The brave one named Eri cutely responded. Blaze was surprised a little, recognizing the brave one is a girl while the timid one is her brother. Though they were world noble slaves, they haven't lost their innocence yet. If his guess isn't wrong, they were only slaves for a short period of time before they escaped. So Blaze asked them, when did you two get captured, and how? Eri thought for a moment before replying, we don't know. We just went out to play, but suddenly we lost consciousness, and when we opened our eyes we were before countless people prying eyes. It was scary. After that, we were forced to do things that I and my little brother doesn't like. But if we don't do as told, they will beat us badly. Speaking up to this point, Eri broke into tears. Blaze sighed and took her hands into his own. Don't worry. You are safe now. Whatever the circumstances, you have to be strong and courageous. Wiping away her tears, Eri spoke, yes, I won't cry. My father also said the same thing when I was little. What's your father and mother doing? Will they be at home when you reach there? Blaze asked with a curious expression. I don't know about father, as he often goes out and comes back only after a few months' gap. But we have a beautiful mother who takes care of us. It's been years since I last her. I am sure she will miss us badly. Of course. Which mother won't miss their little ones? Blaze laughingly replied. Don't know why. He finds the two kids adorable. Do you remember where's your home at? Yes. We stayed in a beautiful town named Nanohana. I have a lot of friends there. Nanohana. Blaze knew very well about this port town. It is the principal entrance to Alabasta, making it a popular target for pirate attacks. No wonder, these two were captured by the slave traders. Around nightfall, Blaze and his unit reached the proximity of Alabasta Kingdom. But, a huge crisis followed them. Don't know when Sakazuki's ship caught upon them. If not for the storm, they may have dropped the 5 world noble slaves and escaped from Sakazuki's pursuit. But now, even if they want to, they can't outrun Sakazuki's battleship. They are cornered with no escape route. Sakazuki stood on the ship deck, smoking a cigar while his marine coat fluttered by the sea breeze. Wearing a standard marine cap, having a grim disposition, he resembled a typical villain. Staring at Blaze, he commanded the soldiers on his ship. Fire. Without any objections, the Marines began to fire at Blaze's ship. Without bothering, Blaze called Regis and Jado. Regis, you are responsible for sending Eri and Sia to their home. Nothing should happen to them? Can I trust you on this? Blaze stared at Regis and asked. I will safely send them to their home, even if it means I lose my job as a Marine. Regis gave Blaze a military salute. He'd been following Blaze for more than 6 months. He knew what kind of person his captain is. He respects him for his beliefs and courage. Like for now, even when facing someone of higher ranking and strength, he didn't flinch. That's how a Marine should be, firmly sticking to their belief. For the first time, the feeling of justice arose in his heart. He also began to understand the type of justice Blaze believes in. Jado, you are responsible for the other 3. Do you have any opinion? Blaze asked. No, Jado replied. In truth, he wants to reject Blaze's request but he wasn't that brave. Blaze inwardly shook his head as he could sense Jado's reluctance. He wasn't as firm as Regis, it's also why Blaze entrusted Eri and Sia to Regis. But other than Jado and Regis, he can't trust other soldiers on this ship as they aren't strong enough. He glanced at Eri and Sia. He made a promise to send them home safely, but in this situation, he can only entrust them to Regis. Mr. Marine. Eri called, gazing at Blaze. The tense atmosphere scared them a little. Don't worry. He will take you both home, safely. Blaze ruffled her hair and turned around. Walking towards the ship's back, he said. I will distract them. Captain Blaze, I hope you emerge as a victor. Regis shouted, clenching his fist. Go. Blaze waved his hand. Sakazuki's ship began to fire the cannon but none of them hit his ship as they are out of range. They wanted to deter his unit and win without a fight. Any marine unit would be frightened facing the pressure of a battle-class ship and Vice Admiral rank officer. It's also why Blaze decided to face them, alone. He didn't want to implicate the soldiers in his unit as he knew Sakazuki is the type of person who won't show any compassion and will be heartless even if they are marines. During the Summit War, Kuina killed any marines who contradict his beliefs, as he even executed a soldier for leaving his post in fear. If not for Shanks, Kobe would have also lost his life too. Blaze jumped from the ship and stood in midair while his ship proceeded to sail ahead. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Blaze and Sakazuki looked at each other, there were sparkles in the air while everyone in the surrounding began to feel hot. None of them made the move but the pressure itself began to suffocate the ordinary marines. The marine soldiers on Sakazuki's ship gulped a little. They didn't expect the captain-level officer would induce fear in them. They had been in countless battles but facing Blaze's lone figure, they felt different. What are you all doing? Fire at the ship. No criminals should escape today. Sakazuki ordered and leapt from the ship. Blaze took action. Flames surged from his hands and concentrating them on his fist, he punched the sea below them. Boom. A dense column of fire burst from both his fist and hit the water below. The extreme temperature steamed the water into mist, engulfing the entire region. Since its nightfall, the mist perfectly concealed the area and acted as a cover. Soon, Blaze's entire unit along with the ship disappeared from their view. We missed them. Target their last position and fire. Marine officers commanded the soldiers to fire blindly. Since they were near the port of Nanohana, their confrontation attracted the residents of the town. What's happening? The residents discussed but they couldn't see as the mist concealed their sight. Blaze didn't wait for Sakazuki and began to launch his best attack. As he knew wasting and stalling time isn't going to do any good. Flames erupted from his body and swirled around him in overpowering momentum. The heat is so intense, the marines present on Sakazuki's ship began to perspire heavily. Even Sakazuki creased his brows as he was surprised by Blaze's strength. He could tell the temperature of the flames is close to his magma ability. The flames around Blaze massed around a single point and began to take shape. A flame bird materialized. It was as tall as a 6-foot human with a huge wingspan. The flame bird was a fiery red with golden fumes around its edges. It doesn't look like a scary existence but more like a noble creature. This is. The marines on board were awestruck by Blaze's ability. Not just them, the onlooking residents were also stunned by the sudden appearance of a huge flame bird. Though mist shrouded their vision, it was hard to miss the fiery thing fluttering in the sky. Sakazuki. With a huge roar, Blaze commanded the fiery bird to attack Sakazuki who stood before his ship. The flame bird flew towards Sakazuki and breathed a huge blast. The flames rushed forward rapidly carrying intense force and extreme heat. Facing the attack, the marines behind Sakazuki were scared witless as if their end is coming. But Sakazuki stood in his place and countered the strike with his own dog-biting Crimson Lotus. Sakazuki's fist transformed into pure magma shaped like a fanged dog head and expanded towards the flames akin to rocket completely shattering it apart. Sakazuki's attack didn't stop after blasting apart the flame breath, it continued forward and struck the fiery bird fluttering in midair. Bang! The impact created a shockwave that carried extreme heat. Upon collision, the fiery bird was fragmented into countless small crimson flames and rained upon Sakazuki and the marines behind him. Flame control? It's a skill Blaze gained after much practice. He can control the flames within a certain range even without contact. It's not similar to awakening, he made it possible thanks to his perfect heat manipulation. His body emits high heat that spreads around and covers a specific range. Within this range, he can control the flames but only to a certain degree. No, it's falling on us. Everyone take cover. A marine officer commanded while the marine soldiers on board escaped from the flames by running away from them. Since the flames didn't have much force, they just set everything on fire upon contact. Without bothering about the marines behind him, Sakazuki rushed towards Blaze and punched. His magma-turned fist blasted towards him in full force. Blaze countered the strike with his own, by punching a dense column of fire. The flames turned into the shape of fist and smashed against Sakazuki's magma fist. Boom! The collision triggered a huge explosion and inflated a heat shockwave that expanded in all directions. The heat engulfed everything within 500 meters and turned into a volcanic region. Even the residents of Nanohana town some distance away from the battle felt the scorching temperature. It didn't stop Blaze and Sakazuki from engaging against one another, they continued to struggle. Sakazuki exploded another wave of magma into his fist while Blaze did the same. AHH. Roaring atop of his lungs, Blaze raised the flame temperature and forced the flames into his fist as fast as he could. A single confrontation is enough to gauge Sakazuki's magma ability. The temperature of his magma is much intense than his flames, but it's not enough to punch a hole in his attack as he did to Ace. Soon, Blaze's fist knocked the magma away. It doesn't mean Blaze is as strong as Sakazuki, as he knows the latter didn't coat his attack with Haki. If he did, Blaze would have lost his advantage. Moreover, his flames are slightly weaker than Sakazuki's. It didn't discourage Blaze as he knows the temperature of his flames will increase once his Devil Fruit potential attribute crosses the 40 bar limit. In truth, Sakazuki was shocked by Blaze's Devil Fruit power. He thought his magma will triumph over Blaze's flame, but it failed. Meaning, Blaze's flame is as strong as his magma. What he didn't know is, Blaze's flame is not as strong as his magma, but he had superior control over his heat manipulation. Your Devil Fruit has potential and you improve quickly, but today's the last day of life, Sakazuki arrogantly claimed and rushed forward. Sakazuki was fast. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, he crossed the gap between them and arrived before him while his face and arms dripped with magma. Daifunka, Great Eruption. Sakazuki's signature skill. His pure magma fist punched him, though Blaze blocked the attack with both his hands, the magma blasted him away. The magma ability didn't hurt him in any way, but the force behind the strike hurt him. Wiping away the blood trail from the corner of his lips, Blaze stared at Sakazuki. Even without using Haki, he's powerful. The difference between them is great. He can fight with brute force, but against Logia fruit it's of no use. He could tell Sakazuki is playing with him and he will finish him off once he gets bored. It's a losing fight. Still, Blaze will strive till his last breath. He can flee, but if he does that, Sakazuki will target his unit and the escaped world noble slaves. The only thing he can do now is fight. Winning or losing doesn't matter to him now. Since it came to this, let me fight to my heart content. As he sorted out his thoughts, a strong conviction flashed in his eyes, the decisiveness to meet death. Till now, even though Blaze always said he didn't fear death, somewhere in his heart he didn't want to die. But now, confronting Sakazuki who he can't defeat with his present strength, his heart grew determined than ever. Opening his status panel, Blaze directly raised his Constitution attribute from 36.1 to 40 with the 4 free attribute points. He didn't raise his Devil Fruit power because it won't help him much in this situation. As for his Constitution, it will help him to combat Sakazuki's Haki. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 40.1. Devil Fruit potential, 35.4. Haki, none. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 0. His entire body brimmed with life energy. A mysterious power coursed through every nook and corner of his being and improved his constitution to a whole new level. Endless vitality, explosive power, endless stamina, that's how Blaze feels right now. But he knows it's nothing but a misconception from the sudden increase in strength. He got stronger. It's the truth. His physical powers may be comparable to some of the strongest characters in the One Piece world right now. The improvement in the Constitution attribute also raised his Devil Fruit potential to another 2 points. They were increased from 33.4 to 35.4. Aside from himself, the only person who felt his quantitative transformation is Sakazuki. With his Haki, he could tell Blaze got stronger, but he couldn't understand how. Even so, it didn't stop him from attacking, as he could tell it won't change the outcome of the battle in any way. Sakazuki transformed his entire body into magma and surrounded Blaze, intending to incinerate him into ashes by immersing him in magma. Nov. L. B /JNN. Unfortunately, it didn't even make Blaze sweat, much less burn him. Sakazuki, your magma can't hurt me. It's useless to fight me with your Devil Fruit power. Saying this, Blaze effortlessly escaped the besiegement by jumping high in the sky. Lifting his arm, Blaze gathered the flames around his hand, forming a miniature sun. Sakazuki didn't envision that his magma ability will fail to burn Blaze. This is the first time it happened, as even Kuzan's ice vaporizes immediately when meeting his magma. Is it because his Devil Fruit is related to heat? Just as Sakazuki contemplates, Blaze completed preparing his attack. Above Blaze's head, 2 miniature golden suns hovered in midair, glowing fiercely. Since it is nightfall, the sun had already set, but suddenly 2 new suns appeared in the sky, lightening the entire region. The sight stunned everyone, whether it's Marines or residents of the Alabasta Kingdom. Even the escaping Blaze unit noticed the change. It's Captain Blaze's ability, Regis muttered, while Eri and Sia wondered at the sight. Sakazuki too observed the 2 suns, but unlike others, there wasn't even a shred of surprise on his face, only indifference and disdain. Sakazuki's magma won't hurt him, and the same could be said about his flames. Blaze knew, but he had to at least try before deciding that. To hurt Sakazuki, the temperature of his flames had to be higher than magma. So, unlike his conventional attacks, he decided to try something different and new. The 2 suns gained power by compressing more heat into them, to the point of explosion. Looking at Sakazuki, Blaze attacked. Both the suns suddenly projected a scorching ray that convened in midair and then blasted towards Sakazuki with increased intensity as a single fiery beam. Twin Sun, Superheat Beam. The beam was too big for Sakazuki to evade in time, but the thing is, he didn't plan on avoiding it in the first place and chose to confront it head-on. It didn't surprise Blaze that much as he knows Sakazuki's personality. He isn't the type of person to run away from something. Dark Hound. Sakazuki transformed his magma hand into a claw and drove against the approaching laser-like beam. In the series, he pierced Whitebeard's body and then detonated, filling the latter's stomach with magma. The blow severely injured Whitebeard. But against Blaze's new attack, he failed. In turn, the laser beam pierced his magma claw and struck his body, blasting him far away. Crash. Sakazuki's figure zoomed back and directly smashed into his marine ship, destroying a part of it. Gray smoke engulfed the ship and prevented others from seeing what's happening. Soon, Sakazuki walked out of the smoke without any visible damage, but Blaze noticed blood dripping from the latter's fist that met his fiery beam. It worked. Blaze was shocked a little. He knew it's because Sakazuki didn't coat his arms with Haki. Nonetheless, it's great progress. Glancing at his injured arm, Sakazuki frowned. Though it's just a scratch, the attack caught him completely off guard. It's time to send you to hell. Saying this, Sakazuki flew towards Blaze while his part of his body transformed into magma. He coated his arms with Haki and punched at Blaze's face. Tech-high hardening his muscles, Blaze blocked the attack by crossing his arms, but the impact knocked him backward. His right arm was bruised and dripped with blood. If he hadn't raised his Constitution attribute to 40, the Haki-powered strike would have completely crippled his arm. He escaped the strike with a slight injury, but how many more minutes he can withstand Sakazuki's attacks? Blaze doesn't know. His mastery over Tech-high is still shallow. He couldn't bring out its true strength. Though Tech-high skill had its limit, he can counterbalance it over with his Senju Constitution that grants abnormal physical strength and vitality. Sakazuki didn't wait. He rushed at Blaze and attack. Raising his hands, he fired off a great number of magma fists, coating it with Haki. As Blaze was in close range, he couldn't dodge all the rapid projectile-like attacks. He was able to evade one or two, but remaining crashed against his body precisely. Hardening his entire body, Blaze used Soru ability to escape, but Sakazuki predicted his every move with his observation Haki. All his efforts proved futile. Soon, a barrage of magmic fists drowned Blaze, completely smashing against his body. Sakazuki only stopped his attacks after continuing for a minute. The entire area is filled with mist and smoke as Sakazuki's magma and Blaze's flame ability vaporized part of the sea below them. Smoke dispersed, revealing Blaze's bloody figure. Though Blaze blocked part of the attack by forming a heat shield around him, it didn't help against Haki-powered attack. Blood trickled from all parts of his body as his skin and muscles were cracked in multiple places. Both his hands were injured beyond definition as Blaze resisted the attack by placing both his hand before him. The bones in his hands were crushed into multiple fragments. It's a miracle he still stands, only thanks to his Senju Constitution. Without knowing Haki, he can't injure Sakazuki no matter how many times he attacks. It's a hopeless situation for Blaze as he can't even use his hands now. But his gaze was still as determined as ever. Impressive. You are still alive but won't be for long. You would have been a wonderful marine if not for your ridiculous justice. Saying this, Sakazuki decided to finish Blaze off with his signature skill, Great Eruption. His right arm transformed into a pure, giant magma fist before expanding towards him like a speeding rocket. Even in the face of death, Blaze neither showed fear or panic in his face but absolute calmness and decisiveness to counterattack. So what if I can't use my fist? Blaze flared his right leg and kicked at the incoming giant magma fist. A dense column of flames erupted from his leg and confronted Sakazuki's attack. Both the strikes clashed in midair, sending a heat shockwave that spread in all directions. Whether it's marines or residents of Alabasta, all of them felt the impact while heat waves burned their skins. Sakazuki's attack was imbued with Haki while Blaze put everything in the strike attack. Screaming aloud, Blaze increased the intensity of the flame and drew out every bit of strength left in his body. Flame surged from his body, endlessly enhancing the attack. To onlookers, it was a remarkable display as fiery flames and magma confronted for the best in midair. Without Blaze's knowing, an overpowering momentum burst out of him and expanded in every direction. Since only marines were present in the area, the weak-willed ones were directly knocked unconscious. Only a handful resisted the momentum, even they were forced to their knees. What's happening? An officer raised his doubts. I am losing my strength. This is, how's Hoku no Haki, a commodore of the ship commented, before falling to his knees. Endless flames surged from Blaze's leg without stop and engulfed everything around 500 meters, transforming into a sea of fire. He's one resilient bastard even though he's very weak. Sakazuki snorted a little and exerted much force while thrusting more magma into the attack. His magma pushed Blaze's flames away and strived forward to strike. Soon, a thunderous bang resounded while blood splattered. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Ultimately, Sakazuki's Haki-powered strike triumphed while his giant magma fist smashed Blaze straight into the sea, completely knocking him unconscious. The attack tore his inner organs and crushed most of his bones. It won't be an exaggeration to say that he's on brink of death. Discerning Blaze still breathes with his observation Haki, Sakazuki muttered, "How's Hoku Haki? You are similar to that Garp. Your kind of justice is a shame to the marines who need to erase every criminal without any sympathy. You even let Fisher Tiger, who freed countless criminals, escape." The entirety of his arm transformed into hardened magma, something that no one had seen before. Hardened magma took the shape of a pointed spike, imbuing them with Haki. He smashed it towards where Blaze fell. Blaze's body floated in the ocean completely unconscious, unaware a strike that can take his life approaches him. At the last moment, a figure zoomed past the attack while Blaze disappeared. The one who arrived is none other than Kuzan. He wore an indigo coat with the marine emblem on the left chest and the back, as well as a dark blue bandana with a white marine symbol on it and a pair of black round sunglasses. Arara, Sakazuki, what are you doing, trying to kill a fellow marine? Kuzan held Blaze's bloody figure in his right hand and faced Sakazuki. Blaze's entire being is painted in blood, while his face had a huge dent in them. Sakazuki's last strike is truly vicious as he didn't even hold back a little. If not for Blaze's Senju constitution he would have already died. Even so, his situation is critical. Most of the bones in his body were broken while his inner organs were ripped in multiple places. Kuzan, don't intervene in my matters. He has to die today. His way of thinking is deemed as a threat to the world government. Hearing it, Kuzan frowned. Don't tell me someone from world government want Blaze dead. Shaking his head, Kuzan spoke, from what I see, he isn't a threat to anyone but you. Are you afraid of him getting stronger? Sakazuki grunted to his ridiculous question and uttered, since you decided to stand in my way, I will kill you along with him. Why don't you try it? Kuzan spoke while frost covered his hands and legs, chilling the area. Before they could confront, Sengoku's voice came from Kuzan's pocket. Kuzan then took out a den mushi that resembles Sengoku. Enough? Sakazuki, you are trying to kill a fellow marine without any orders. Is this how a vice admiral acts? Get back to the headquarters. Sakazuki clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, but eventually, he turned around and walked away. He's just a vice admiral now, he can't act as he wishes. Only when he becomes an admiral, he has that power. Of course, characters like Garp and Kizaru are different. Kuzan, you bring Blaze back and send him to the infirmary. Okay. Kuzan ended the call and looked at barely breathing Blaze. Though he arrived only seconds before Sakazuki dealt his final blow, he was impressed by Blaze's actions. He was daring and courageous as he stood alone to face Sakazuki so that his unit and the world noble slaves can leave. Wasting no time, he carried Blaze and hurried towards headquarters understanding the dire state he is in. Both Kuzan and Sakazuki left. The entire sky was filled with smoke and heat, proof of the battle that happened here. The residents of the Nanohana town were the most perplexed ones as they didn't even know what happened, aside from the fact some people are fighting. The fight didn't last long since Blaze was too weak compared to Sakazuki. But, the next time they fight it will be different. Marine headquarters. 3 days have passed since the battle between Blaze and Sakazuki, but Blaze still hadn't regained his consciousness yet. It's because of the degree of damage he sustained, his mind automatically shut his consciousness as it's too severe. Today, Blaze slowly regained his consciousness and opened his eyes. He feels as if he woke from a long dream and a thought crossed his mind. I am still alive. Then, an excruciating pain spread from various parts of his body. Even with his good willpower and pain tolerance, he couldn't help but cry out a little. Especially his arms, he couldn't even feel them as if they aren't there. It somewhat frightened him a little. Only then he noticed the surroundings and his mummified appearance. Thankfully, his arms were still there. It's just they were injured critically. It didn't affect him in any way as he knew with his Senju constitution he will gradually recover and back to his full strength in a few days. It's the advantage of raising his constitution attribute to 40. Just as Blaze was feeling the injuries in his body, young medical personnel came inside and was astonished to see him up and conscious. You are awake. Good, I will call the doctor. Saying this, the young man went to call the doctor. In a few minutes, Blaze saw Fishbonen entering the room decked in a white coat and carries a notepad. It's surprising that you regained consciousness considering the degree of wounds. How do you feel? Fishbonen asked. I can't feel my arms, Blaze said looking at his fully bandaged arms fastened against his chest. Your arms are crushed completely with shattered bones. But you don't have to worry, I noticed incredible healing power in your body. They will heal if you eat and rest properly for few days. Blaze simply nodded his head. Crushing defeat against Sakazuki taught him many things and the importance of Haki. Haki stands far above the devil fruit power. Even if one had heaven-defying strength, without Haki, they won't amount much. Next day, most of Blaze's injury healed to a certain extent that he can barely get out of his bed and walk. The only troubling thing is his arms, the recovery is quite slow. He still can't feel them. Just as he was contemplating what he should next, Garp came to visit him. The old man had a grin on his face as if he was enjoying his predicament. Wahahaha, Blaze brat, you look great. Hearing the sentence, Blaze's lips twitched. In what way I look great? I want to learn Haki, can you teach me? He asked without hiding his thoughts. You want to beat Sakazuki? Garp asked narrowing his eyes. Yes, that bastard nearly killed me. Blaze calmly replied. Even if I want to teach you Haki, you are in no position to learn them. Your actions grabbed world government's attention, they severely condemned Sengoku for supporting you. Garp said shaking his head. Blaze wasn't surprised as he knew it would happen but he didn't expect that Sengoku would be implicated by it. It means the latter took the blame in his stead. But why? I am the one who did it. Blaze asked. What you did is no small matter since involves the world nobles. They want the slaves back but you helped them to escape. If Sengoku didn't take the blame, you will definitely be dismissed from your position and sent to impel down for your crimes. Hearing this, Blaze was silent. He always thought Sengoku won't support his way of doing things but he didn't expect the latter would go so far as to protect him. His actions stirred his heart as he knew what it means. Sengoku may even lose his promotion to become a fleet admiral. Still, you are not escaping this incident without any punishment. For your crime, you were demoted by 2 ranks while your merit points were subtracted to 0. Now, you are just a lieutenant commander. Furthermore, you will be sent to one of the 4 blues for few years to reflect on your actions. Garp spoke about Blae's current situation while inwardly he's displeased about the decision. In his opinion, this kind of punishment is a little heavy since it's equivalent to cutting off Blae's future path. By the time he comes back from the 4 blues, he had to start all over again and advance his way forward in the ranks. But no one can do anything since the punishment was decided by Fleet Admiral Kong after discussing with the world government. Blae wasn't depressed by the punishment as Garp expected. To him, Marine ranks, merit points are just a way to get stronger. Even without them he can become strong. Once he becomes strong, he can get them back in no time. After conversing with him for a few more minutes, Garp left the room. As for Blae, he pondered for a minute and decided to learn Haki in his own way. Since none in the Marines plan on teaching him, he will find a way on his own. His first choice is to visit Old Man Magnus and ask him if the latter also rejects his request. He can only look for other ways. After Garp left, Regis came to visit him. He told him the escaped world noble selves they carried to the Alabasta kingdom were recaptured by the Marines. It enraged Blae, but Regis's next sentence somewhat calmed his heart. I safely sent Eri and Sia to their homes. After finding the Marines are searching for them, I helped them relocate to a different island. Regis then recounted what happened after Blae was taken away from Kuzan. Unlike Regis, Jado revealed the other 3 people's whereabouts and for his service, he was promoted by 1 rank. Blae was disappointed by his actions but won't blame him, since his actions saved the other Marine soldiers in his unit from any sort of punishment aside from Regis. What about you? Blae asked. Since I didn't reveal the location of the other 2 slaves, I was naturally punished and demoted to ensign, Regis replied. Thanks, Regis. Blae won't forget his help. Only in difficult situations, you will see the true faces of the people around you. Captain Blae, I decided to follow you. I don't care about your rank or where you are sent. I believe in your strength and justice. Hearing this, Blae laughed. It feels good to have a trusted comrade beside you. Blae stayed in the healing center for another day before leaving the place against Fishbone's instruction. Exiting the healing center, he headed to Sengoku's office. He didn't thank him for taking the blame but he will by his actions in the future. Blae can't let him down after what the latter had done. What are you doing here? You haven't fully recovered yet. Go back. Sengoku frowned at his reckless action. Don't worry about them, Sengoku-san. They will heal in no time. I came to apply for a leave. For what? Personal reasons. How many days? 3 months. Blae responded without batting an eyelid. Before Sengoku could question, he spoke again. Personal reasons. Hearing his answer, Sengoku had the urge to beat him but suppressed his impulse considering the state of his injuries. He didn't reject Blae's request as his wounds need time to heal, especially his arms. After thinking for a moment, he granted them. After getting Sengoku's permission, Blae departed from the Marine headquarters without saying goodbye to anyone. Only Garp, Sengoku, and Regis know. Even they don't know where he was going. As for his relocation, he was tasked to guard the East Blue but he will only take the post after 3 months. Neither Garp nor Sengoku stopped him as they thought Blae was disheartened after his defeat. But, in truth, he wasn't distressed by the loss. After all, losing is also part of a game. Accepting the loss is also a kind of win. Leaving the headquarters, Blae headed straight to the volcanic island where he met Old Man Magnus. Sengoku's office, Nov. L.B//JNN. Do you know where he's going? Sengoku asked, sipping a tea. Who knows? Garp nonchalantly replied without care. But what I know is, he's searching for the strength to beat Sakazuki. The next time we meet, he won't be the same person we know. So, why do you want him in East Blue? Sengoku asked. East Blue is peaceful, he will like it there. But Sengoku didn't believe in his answer. Are you planning on teaching him Haki secretly? Of course not. Garp replied, looking elsewhere. Marine headquarters. The next day an article regarding Sakazuki and Blae's dispute was published in the newspaper that circulated the world. The article was about the fight between 2 Marines and the reason behind it. The good thing is, the article didn't mention the names. If they had, it would easily destroy Marine prestige. But, it had a huge impact on the Marine soldiers. As most of them know about the battle that happened between Blae and Sakazuki. Cracks begin to form between the believers of absolute justice and moral justice. Some praised Blae for supporting innocent people, while some condemned him for violating the world government's order. For the first time, Blae's name spread among the Marines and made an impression in their hearts. Vergo, Shizo, Jun, and other friends of Blae's also learned about it. Still, the news didn't have a deep impact among the high-ranking officers of the Marines. To them, it's just a small matter that isn't even worth their attention. Because the stage they are playing is much bigger compared to the first half of the Grand Line. As for Blae, he reached the volcanic island the next day, where Magnus lives. The island looked the same, covered in grey smoke and unbearable heat. Without any hesitation, he made his way into the island. He soon reached the giant volcanic mountain located at the center and noticed the figure of Magnus. The old figure of Magnus could be seen barbecuing a huge fish that emits a mild fragrance. Without even looking back, he spoke, "Come, have a seat." Blaze walked and sat on the other side of the barbecue. Eyeing Blaze, Magnus commented, "You look pretty beaten up. What happened?" Nov. L. B/JNN. Without hiding anything, Blaze recounted the things and why he was in such a state. Magma fruit? I have some impression of it. You were nearly killed and punished because you wanted to save the innocents. Yes. So, you came here to learn Haki from me. Blaze nodded his head and said, "Without strength, I can't change anything. Though I am stronger than before, only now I feel truly weak." Magnus, as if understood his words, surprisingly agreed to the request without any second thought. "I will teach you Haki, but on one condition." Blaze was overjoyed as he didn't expect the other party would agree easily. Holding his happiness, he asked, "What condition?" "My request is very simple. Whatever happens in the future, don't side with the world government." Blaze chuckled, "You know I won't do that." "I know, and this may seem silly, but I had to say this considering your current status as Marine. After all, people change over time in the pursuit of power." "I understand, but you don't have to worry about this," Blaze said. By the time the conversation ended, the fish over the fire was finally grilled and ready to savor. Serving a large piece to Blaze, Magnus asked, "What do you know about Haki?" Blaze recalled everything he knew about Haki and replied, "Haki is a mysterious power that allows one to utilize their own spiritual energy for various purposes." Perfect answer. Haki is nothing but a person's spiritual energy. "Tell me more," Magnus asked. "I know Haki originates from one's spirit and not their physical body. It is utilized in 3 different ways. Armament Haki represents one's fighting spirit. Observation Haki represents one's spiritual presence, and finally Conqueror's Haki defines one's willpower. It's all I know about Haki." "Good. You already have a good grasp of what is Haki, but that's what limits your imagination. For now, let's forget about different types of Haki and discuss the basic concept. You knew Haki is nothing but one's spiritual energy, but do you know how it comes? I would say strong belief or unyielding obsession. The greater your willpower, the stronger your Haki. It's also why all the Conqueror's Haki users are powerful than normal Haki users." Magnus explained while Blaze listened. He continued, "All living beings in the world are capable of controlling their spiritual energy, but most people fail to sense them. Do you know why?" Blaze thought for a moment and replied, "Because they don't have a firm mind or determination." "Wrong. Everyone is obsessed or stubborn over something in their life, which means they are qualified to learn Haki." Magnus. Then, Blaze was puzzled. "It's because of doubt, unbelief, and ignorance. Most of the common people consider themselves as ordinary and they don't even know about Haki. If they don't even know what is Haki, how will they control it? Of course, there are exceptions, as some awaken Haki without even knowing and some are born with it. What I am trying to say is, don't ever doubt yourself or your purpose. It's the strength of spiritual energy. Understand?" "Yes," Blaze nodded his head. "In your case, you already awakened your Conqueror's Haki, meaning, your spiritual energy is ready for use. It's just you don't know how to sense them." "How to feel them?" Blaze asked. "Sensing Haki is the hardest part. Most people fail at this stage, and I have seen people who had taken years just to sense their Haki. Spiritual energy is a mysterious power that's dormant in all beings, so to feel them, you need to believe in yourself." "Is this the only way?" Blaze asked. He knew Haki can also be practiced by intense training or by extreme shock. No, there are other ways to sense Haki: training, stimulating one's emotions, or fighting. But the conventional way is to sense Haki by oneself. By going this way, the sense of control over your Haki will be excellent and you will get a good idea of what is spiritual energy. Perceive everything from the source. For example, how do you think the first person learned his Haki when there's no one to teach? Old man Magnus explained many things about Haki that subverted Blaze's understanding. And, the next step is to sense them, but how? Follow my instructions? Close your eyes and sit in a position that you are most comfortable. Magnus guided. Now, relax your body. Blaze sat cross-legged, shut the eyes, and relaxed his body. Magnus carried on with his instructions while he followed suit without missing any details. Follow your breathing, try to perceive the energy within you. The energy can be anything: a feeling, color, word, image, or something similar. Blaze followed his guidance and sought to feel the energy, but he couldn't sense anything. He knew it's like meditation, it can't be achieved in a single day. You may not be able to sense the spiritual energy immediately, but it doesn't mean your talent is poor. It takes time and will get easier as you repeat the process. Magnus' voice reached Blaze's ear as he fails to sense his spiritual energy even after trying for half an hour. Take some break and then continue. Hearing it, Blaze slowly opened his eyes and reflected. He first needs to stop the wandering thoughts and should learn to focus his mind entirely on one thing. After relaxing for 15 minutes, Blaze continued and repeated the process. As he practiced, again and again, he finally touched something, but it was just for a fleeting moment. 2 days passed. Most of his injuries healed, except for his arms. If Blaze isn't wrong, they need another 5 days to completely heal. As for Magnus, he didn't give him any hint after the instructions. So, it's up to him to sense the spiritual energy. Unlike before, he would sense something every time he tries to feel his spiritual energy, but that feeling would soon disappear. He wasn't able to grasp them completely. Like every other time, Blaze closed his eyes and relaxed his body to feel the energy. Without knowing, his thoughts were completely cleared up while his mind reached the state of emptiness. It happened suddenly and it was just for a second, but that short time frame helped Blaze to feel his spiritual energy. It was a golden ball of mysterious energy with silver luster around its edges. Is this my spiritual energy? Before he could rejoice, he lost the feeling and everything returned to normal. Even so, Blaze was thrilled. Jumping to his feet, he exclaimed, "Old man Magnus, I just felt my spiritual energy." It was a golden ball of energy with silver radiance. What? Magnus was shocked. Though his back was hunched and he carried a walking stick, his speed was fast as he flashed next to Blaze at breakneck speed. Tell me about the process. Blaze then recounted everything but nothing seemed different. It somewhat mystified Magnus, as he knew it's impossible to sense the spiritual energy in such a short time. Even he, who was considered a prodigy, took a month to sense his spiritual energy. How did he do it in mere 2 days? Is something different about him? I think you are innately gifted in learning Haki. Let's proceed to the next step. Magnus' eagerness to teach Haki was one step higher than Blaze's enthusiasm to learn. He wants to see in how many days will Blaze learn the next step. Wasting no time, he spoke about the next step. Remember the feeling of sensing your spiritual energy and repeat the process. You should first understand that it's your spiritual energy and they are part of you. Only you have the power to control them. Magnus guided in the next step while Blaze listened carefully and executed according to his direction. But it wasn't easy as he couldn't sense the spiritual energy again, no matter how many times he tried. Thankfully, old man Magnus was there to guide him. During the failure, he will motivate and share some of his experiences of sensing the spiritual energy. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It helped him a lot. Now he understands why it's nearly impossible to learn Haki without someone's guidance. It didn't take long for Blaze to sense and feel his spiritual energy. He was just a step away from completing the next step. According to Magnus, he should have successfully completed this step when he was able to feel his spiritual energy with a thought. Spiritual energy is a part of me, like arms and legs, it's always there. It should come naturally, feeling and controlling them. Blaze pondered upon his failures and improved quickly. Days passed, soon it's been 15 days since Blaze came to this island. His body recovered and healed with no hidden wounds, even his scars disappeared. It's the power of his Senju constitution. His strength returned to its peak while his attributes also raised slightly, thanks to the battle against Sakazuki. Blaze successfully completed the next step feeling the spiritual energy with a thought. It's only been a day since he finished this step but he got a complete hang of it. Magnus was shocked but he didn't express it in his face. After 10 days of observation, he inferred why Blaze can sense and feel his Haki in a short period. It's true Blaze is a talented person but it's not why he was able to learn Haki quickly, it's because of his strange constitution. At first, Magnus didn't notice it, but after Blaze began to feel his spiritual energy, it came to light. With his observation Haki, he could feel Blaze's surging vitality and endless power contained within his body. In this world, there are various kinds of races with strange and special physiques, so this finding didn't astound him that much. He thinks Blaze is different. Magnus didn't hide this, he directly told his findings to the latter. It came as a surprise to Blaze. No wonder, it's because of the Senju bloodline. It cleared his head and new theories popped in his head. Once you learn to control your Haki, we will be able to find the full extent of the abilities granted by your physique. Magnus expressed his thoughts. Good. Shall we proceed to the next step? Blaze asked. Yes. Magnus agreed while he inwardly shook his head. The process which would have taken a few months was completed by Blaze in few days. If this goes on like this, I won't have anything to teach him after 2 or 3 months. Magnus' intuition tells him that Blaze will become a formidable Haki user that the world hadn't seen before. His powers will soon shock the world. World government will have a hard time dealing with him once they became his enemy. It's going to be fun. The hard part is over, which is feeling your Haki. The next step is simple, harnessing the power of Haki. You already know Haki is used in 3 different forms: fighting spirit, presence, and intimidation. Usually, people learn to feel their Haki by training in any one form of Haki, either armament or observation. It's also the reason why many people excel in one form of Haki. But, you are different. You already learned to feel your Haki. It's your advantage and it won't limit your imagination when you began to learn the other forms. Magnus explained. Blaze was puzzled as he couldn't understand what Magnus was trying to say. How is it different? Isn't it all the same? Noticing his confusion, Magnus smiled. Let me demonstrate in simple terms. Haki isn't all about coding your arms or observing your opponents, it's much more. Watch me. Saying this, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, Blaze sensed a mysterious power in the surrounding, brushing past him. He can't see it but can feel it. It's old man Magnus' Haki. The next second, the stones sprawled around him rocked a little and began to float. How? Telekinesis? Old Magnus can control the objects around him with his Haki? Unbelievable. Soon, all the floating stones swirled at high speed, but halfway all of them dropped to the floor without support. Seeing this, Blaze looked at Magnus. The latter shook his head with a fatigued expression. My Haki has grown weak over the years and I still can't control the objects with just spiritual energy? This is what I want to say to you. Don't limit your Haki with the knowledge around you. Haki is nothing but belief. This time Blaze completely understands what Magnus was trying to say. He needs to believe in the impossible to make it possible. If he doesn't even believe it, nothing will change. Haki is just spiritual energy while its application is not limited to fighting and observing. It can do wonders if grasped correctly. The new finding somewhat excited Blae very much. Magnus once again spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Don't let your thoughts wander. This kind of practice is too far away for you. I showed this so that you don't limit your imagination. Nothing more. Blae nodded his head in understanding. He wasn't a reckless fool to think he can do that after practicing for a few days. Now, let's talk about how to harness your Haki, which is a basic and foundation of controlling one's spiritual energy. First, Busashoku Armament Haki, forming an invisible armor around yourself with your spiritual energy. It may seem simple, but Armament Haki is the most difficult of three forms. You need to consider many things since reckless use of Armament Haki drains your spiritual energy fast. Unlike Observation and Conqueror's Haki, a person's spiritual energy is limited like stamina, it will eventually run out on continuous use. To deal with that, you need to understand the term Haki Reserve. Haki Reserve is nothing but the amount of spiritual energy a person possesses. Usually, it's the same for every person at the start with a slight change, but there are some exceptions. Haki Reserve can be improved by constant practice, battle, or even emotional changes. But mostly, it's by practice one can increase their Haki Reserve. I am speaking about this Haki Reserve concept because the amount of spiritual energy you possess is at least 3 times of a normal person. It's surprising. Is it because I got transmigrated and swallowed the previous owner's soul? Blae thought. Magnus continued his explanation. Whatever the case may be, it's your advantage. Now, let's get back to the topic of Armament Haki. To coat your body with Haki, you need to learn how to harness and channel your spiritual energy. It's the same concept as punch. When you punch, you channel your entire strength to your fist. Let's start. Try to touch your spiritual energy and let it flow. Blae did as Magnus instructed. Time flew by. 1 month passed. After a month of rigorous training, he was finally able to harness and channel his spiritual energy. It didn't come easy, he worked hard for it. Blae can coat his arms with Haki, but it was imperfect and unstable. In this 1 month, Magnus also taught him other 2 forms of Haki, Observation and Conqueror's Haki. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Under Magnus' supervision, Blae coated his arms with Haki and punched at the huge boulder in front of him. Just as his fist was about to strike the rock, his Haki wore off. Magnus shook his head. Watch me. Saying this, he covered his arms with Haki and showed Blae. Did you notice anything? No. You are forcing and pressuring your spiritual energy too much, it should feel natural. You need further practice in harnessing and channeling your Haki, Magnus suggested. Next, Blae practiced his Observation Haki. The training method is similar. He closed his eyes and began to sense his surrounding with his spiritual energy. He wasn't at the stage where he can dodge the attacks while blindfolded. For that, he first needs to understand how to use his Observation Haki. After 2 hours of practice in Observation Haki, Magnus switched Blae's training to Conqueror's Haki. To Blae, it was the most relaxed training. Here, he doesn't have to control his Haki but let them all erupt at once. For now, Magnus wants him to get used to his willpower. It was fun but also a little challenging. Days flew by, another 15 days passed. Blae's control over Haki improved every day. His terrifying growth even shocked Magnus, who had become numb by now. Blae grasped the complete basics of Armament and Observation Haki. He can now coat his arms with Haki, but it's still stiff and needs further practice. Compared to that, his Observation Haki is stable. He can sense the things and movements around him even with his eyes closed. With the basics learned, he can now proceed to the next step, battle. Only during the battle his Haki will develop. He knew it very well, and Magnus also said the same thing. The problem is, there's no opponent on this barren island. And, his 3-month vacation time limit is also getting near. In a month, he has to resume his duty as a Marine. His situation is hopeless as there isn't any worthy opponent in the East Blue. Just as he was feeling low, a notification sounded in his mind. Task, learn Haki Basics Kanbunshoko plus Busashoko. Time limit, 2 years. Status, completed. Reward, 10.0 Haki points plus 2.0 free attribute points. Viewing the notification, Blae was beyond excited. The reward came at a perfect time just as he was feeling lost. Accepting the reward, he checked his status panel. Name, Blae Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 41.2. Devil Fruit Potential, 36.4. Haki, 15.3. Items in storage, none. Free attribute point, 2.0. As soon as he accepted the reward, there was a change in his spiritual level. His spiritual energy improved a little while some of his doubts regarding Haki unraveled themselves. Amazing. Blae clenched his fist, feeling his control over Haki. The Haki attribute point improves his Haki control, reserve, and strengthens his spiritual energy. But, it won't help him in unlocking the techniques. For example, he can't see the future with his Observation Haki just by raising his Haki points. He can only comprehend them by himself with training. Blae then checked his attribute panel. His Haki attribute had increased from 5.3 points to 15.3 points. Yes, before accepting the reward he had 5.3 Haki points. The sudden reward of 10 Haki points came at the right time. With this, he will have an easier time learning some advanced concepts of Haki from Magnus. The next day, how did you do it? Magnus asked with a dazed look. He couldn't believe his eyes, seeing Blaze control his Haki. His Haki control improved by a notch in just one day? How is it possible? Magnus racked his brain but couldn't find the answer. He finally sighed. "I getting too old." Blaze didn't answer his question but simply scratched his head and looked clueless. Magnus didn't pry any further. "You said you can only stay here for another 15 days, right?" "Yes. It's not enough for you to learn all the techniques in such a short time. You can understand them and practice in the future. Let's start with armament Haki. You already know how to coat your arms with Haki but you don't understand them completely. For example, a good Haki user would know how much Haki he should apply to his arms. Like I already said, armament Haki drains one's Haki faster." Saying this, Magnus raised his arm and coated it with Haki while his right fist turned dark gray. "Watch my fist carefully." Blaze with his observation Haki noticed Magnus channeling more Haki to his fist. His arms blackened further and soon turned dark purple. The next moment, purple arcs sparkled around his fist like lightning. What astonished Blaze is the amount of Haki gathered around his arm. It was imposing. He was sure, just a blow from that fist will pulverize him to the ground. "I have a long way to go." Magnus didn't stop there. He began to teach him about various advanced applications of armament Haki like emission and internal destruction. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Blaze listened carefully and imprinted the words in his mind. After explaining about armament Haki, Magnus moved to observation Haki and then conqueror's Haki. Another 15 days flew by. Blaze learned many things about advanced forms of Haki from Magnus but he needs time to practice and master them. He's still a rookie when it comes to Haki. Even so, he's not the same person who came to this island 2.5 months back. He has grown physically and spiritually while his strength soared to a new height. Blaze plans to leave the island today. He still has another 15 days before he had to report to duty. But, he wants to take some time off and relax. He has been constantly doing something without any rest. It's been 2 years since he came to the world of One Piece but he hadn't slacked for a single day. Blaze said goodbye to Magnus before departing from the island. He knew old man Magnus didn't have much time but he will surely come back before his time is up. As a parting gift, Magnus gave him a small notebook. "I copied everything I know about Haki. If you face any challenges in the future, you can take a look." Accepting the notebook, Blaze turned around to leave. But he suddenly stopped in his tracks and glanced back at Magnus before stating, "This time, I will definitely claim the title of the strongest man in the world. After that, I will come and visit you again." Saying this, Blaze leaped high in the air and soon vanished from Magnus' sight. Hearing his statement, Magnus just shook his head. He knew how hard his goal is. It won't be easy. Still, he believes Blaze can do it as he watched him create miracles with his own eyes. He always knew Blaze is no ordinary man. "I believe we will meet again before my time runs out." After leaving, Blaze went to the nearest human-inhabited island and from there he boarded a merchant ship that sails towards the red line that separates East Blue and Grand Line. The journey was slow and relaxing as the ship stopped at the various islands before cruising towards the destination. It took him 10 days to reach the red line. From there, Blaze crossed the red line and reached Loguetown, which is few kilometers away from the reverse mountain. How would Blaze miss the chance of visiting the town of beginning and end? After all, it's the hometown of Pirate King Roger and where he was executed. Furthermore, he was supposed to take charge from the Loguetown Marine Base. Regis was also here in the town, waiting for him. The year is 1511, with only 15 days past. The sky was cloudless and blue with the warm sunlight shining down at the Loguetown. The temperature is not too hot, as the occasional sea breeze kept the climate under control. Blaze aimlessly strolled along the busy streets of Loguetown. Aside from the common people, he noticed many pirates among the crowd who were stocking up supplies for the Grand Line journey. He didn't care about them since they weren't doing anything outrageous and minded his own business. He wants to buy some things of his own. Training equipment for practicing Haki, clothes, and a weapon. He had been thinking for some time now, it's time for him to pick a weapon. Nov, L, B //JNN. He's good at using his fists and weapons but sometimes it's better to have a weapon. He would just practice in his free time, who knows it may come in handy. Touring the town, he reached the execution platform which is located at the center of the town. Even now, many people come from all over the world to visit this place. Gold Roger once stood at the pinnacle of this world. Without a doubt, he's the strongest person who had everything. If not for his sickness, even Whitebeard won't be his match. Blaze respects Roger's strength. He too will one day reach the pinnacle of this world. Turning around, he walked towards the arms shop owned by Ippon Matsu. It's where Zoro found the cursed swords Sandai Kaititsu and Yubashiri. Blaze wants to try his luck there as the shop has been in business for over 200 years. There may be a good weapon to his liking. It didn't take long for him to reach the arms shop. Unlike in the original timeline, the shop had a lot of pirate customers. He also noticed Ippon Matsu greeting everyone with a fake smile. Only after Smoker was put in charge of the marine base on this island, he barely had any customers. Shaking his head, Blaze entered the store. He used to have multiple pirate customers that were looking to enter the Grand Line. However, since Smoker was put in charge of the marine base on the island, Ippon Matsu barely had any customers. The shop mainly sells swords, antique and new. But, they also sell other weapons like clubs, axes, flintlocks, rifles, armor, daggers, spears, and so on. The weapons in the East Blue definitely won't have good craftsmanship or made with fine materials, but it's more than enough for Blaze, who's buying a weapon to practice not fight. Blaze casually strolled the store and looked at the weapons. He would pick and try a weapon if it grabs his attention. After testing all types of weapons, he liked the axes. Unlike swords that felt light and plain, he prefers axes that looked imposing and heavy. In a certain sense, Escanor's style influenced him, as both of them are users of Sun-type ability. So, Blaze thinks he would also look cool with an axe. But, the number of axes in the store was too few and he didn't like any of them. He called Ippon Matsu and told his requirement. He added a sentence at the end. Money doesn't matter. As soon as he said those words, Ippon Matsu's eyes shined and he quickly rushed inside the store. And, he came after a minute carrying a dark silver-colored battle axe. Blaze liked the axe as soon as he laid his eyes on it. It was a double-edged battle axe with a 3-foot-long metal arm while the hilt had a leather grip. Receiving the axe, he held it in his hand. It was heavy but holdable in one hand and had good length. It felt perfect. How much? 1 million berries. Blaze didn't waste time by bargaining. He directly placed 1 million berries in the latter's hand and walked out of the shop. Though he's not rich, he had around 1.5 million berries on him. To him who pursue the pinnacle of strength, money is worthless. If he lacks, he can exchange merit points for some berries. Right now, he has no merit points on his name, but it can be used to exchange. If he's not wrong, 1 merit point equals 1 million berries. As for Ippon Matsu, he stood stunned on the spot, clinging to the 1 million berries in his hand. He's rich? It would be wonderful if I have a lot of customers like him. Blaze then moved on to buy other necessary things. After getting all the stuff, he went to meet Regis near the port as he plans to join back from today. According to Sengoku, he needs to report to the current Marine Captain of Loguetown base before taking charge. Now, he's just a lieutenant commander. Still, he got certain privileges as he's from headquarters. Even the Marine Captain of the Loguetown base won't dare to disrespect him. He found Regis at the dock. He wore a standard marine atride and cap while his silver hair is pretty eye-catching. Captain Blaze. As soon as he noticed Blaze, he came forward and saluted formally. Waving his hand, Blaze commented, "When are you going to remove the honorifics? I am just a lieutenant commander. Just call me by my name." "How's everyone in our old unit?" Blaze asked. "All of them are assigned to different units, while some are transferred to New World. They are doing fine." "Good. Blaze-san, are you plan on joining back today?" Regis inquired while Blaze nodded. "You just need to report your arrival to the Marine base, then we are good to go," Regis mentioned. "Oh, that easy?" Blaze raised his brows in surprise. "Yes. I reported your arrival to the headquarters a few days back when you contacted me. So, everything is arranged before you came, including the crew and the ship." "Is that our ship?" Blaze gazed past Regis and noticed a small marine ship docked behind them. The ship's even smaller than a standard marine ship. Instead of saying a ship, it should be called a caravel since it's similar to going merry. "Yes," Regis replied. "Since you are a lieutenant commander, it's what we get." "Blaze-san, it's not the worst. You should have seen the crew assigned to us. They are a hopeless bunch. Don't worry about it. It's East Blue, weakest of all the blues, so it doesn't matter what kind of marine soldiers are designated to our ship." Next day, after formally reporting his arrival in the marine base, Blaze boarded the small marine ship assigned to him and met the hopeless bunch that Regis mentioned. Including him and Regis, they were a total of 12 members and most of them are seaman-grade soldiers. None of them had a decent physique, bare-bellied, lanky, short, lazy, and unfit. This is Blaze's first impression. Well, it doesn't matter to him anyway. He didn't intend on catching pirates with them. He's going to spend the time here in training his Haki. His unit is responsible for roaming the East Blue and report to the base if they spot any pirate crew. Blaze left the crew management and ship navigation to Regis. He just wants to peacefully train without any distraction. Blaze then recollected the memories of events matching the current timeline, especially East Blue. If he's not wrong, Shanks will arrive at Fuchsia Village in 1511, but it should be around the year end and he will stay there for nearly 1 year. He knew Haki users become stronger when battling against stronger opponents. As a powerful Haki user, Shanks will be a good sparring partner. But the problem is, Blaze didn't know how strong Shanks is. He needs to be mindful of this before approaching him. He has more than 8 months in his hands before Shanks arrives at the East Blue. It's up to Blaze to decide how much stronger he will become. If he works hard, he may stand a chance against the latter. Aside from Shanks, he remembers Kuina's death. When she died in the original series, it's one of the saddest moments. He won't let her die this time with him here. Kuina's death will happen at 1513, he still has time to prevent that from happening. Next, Blaze contemplated how to increase his strength faster. The simple way is by completing system tasks or by finishing some achievements. His taskbar only had 2 tasks at the moment. Task: completely master House Hoku no Haki. Time limit: 2 years. Status: half awakened. Reward: 5.0 Constitution plus 5.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 5.0 Haki points plus 5.0 free attribute points. Task 2, One Punch Man Workout. Description: do 2000 push UPS, 2000 sit UPS, 2000 squats, and a 30 km run daily for 750 days. Time: 750 days 520/750. Reward, 5.0 Constitution plus 5.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 3 free attribute points. In the second task, he already completed 520 days of training while another 230 days still remain. He has the confidence to complete the One Punch Man workout task in time. As for mastering House Hoku Haki, he just needs a month or two as he already grasped it to a certain extent. Eager to master his Haki skills, Blaze began his training without wasting any time while his marine ship departed from the Loguetown port. Days flew by. Blaze worked hard when it came to training, from early morning to night. He would start the day by bathing in the morning sun, followed by the One Punch Man workout. After that, he would train in his armament and observation Haki for the rest of the day. Past evening, he would meditate and train his Conqueror's Haki. His hard work and persistence didn't go to waste as his Haki kept on improving daily. After 4 months of continuous training, his armament Haki reached perfection. Now, he can perfectly coat his body with Haki. Not just his arms, he can imbue any part of his body with Haki. Not only that, but he can also control the amount of Haki. As for his observation Haki, he trained them with the help of others in his unit. Especially, Regis, he helped him a lot with blindfolded practice. Occasionally, Blaze would stop on uninhabited islands and train with the wild animals. There are even times, he fought against the local sea kings and sea beasts. Observation Haki is primarily sensing one's intent or presence. Intent can only be felt when someone shows some kind of action or emotion, while sensing presence is difficult. Presence or aura describes the person's nature. It also assists in ascertaining one's spiritual energy or strength. This ability allows anyone to see others, even if they are concealed from view or too far to see naturally. In Blaze's case, he can sense and feel others' heat. His observation Haki can cover a wide range, capture and distinguish others based on heat signature. As for the House Hoku Conqueror's Haki, he only mastered them after 4 months of training. He too didn't anticipate it would take this long, as he estimated he would master it in 2 months. But the real surprise came after he mastered his observation Haki, when he suddenly sensed a different kind of energy in the surrounding during his meditation. Nov. L. B /JNN. This is natural energy. Blaze felt it. Is it because I have a Senju constitution? Natural energy is a form of energy that exists in the atmosphere, generated by the world itself. It's not just unique to Naruto world, it's just other worlds hadn't discovered or learned a way to utilize natural energy. As for Blaze, even if he wants to, he doesn't know the way to utilize the natural energy. Just as he was feeling unfortunate, there was a change around him. Without him doing anything, the natural energy in the surrounding flew towards him and entered his body. They followed his breathing pattern, and Blaze too noticed it. When he inhales, the natural energy flows into his body along with the air and leaves when he exhales. Not even a strand of it remained in his body after the process. It mystified Blaze. After analyzing a few times, he found the natural energy just flows in and out of his body, and it didn't bring him any benefit. No, there should be something. Blaze knew very well about natural energy, as it's a powerful energy source present in the world. After experimenting for another 2 days, he finally noticed a difference, and it's a big one, as even he couldn't believe his eyes. The change stems from his spiritual energy. Every time the natural energy flows in and out of his body, they influence his spiritual energy and enhances his constitution a little. It was minuscule when it comes to his constitution, but it had a tremendous impact on his spiritual energy. It may also be the reason for his abnormal Haki reserve. The reason why he was able to sense the natural energy now should be because of meditation. He had been meditating ever since he began to train in Haki. Of course, he can't absorb natural energy and generate Senjutsu chakra since he has no idea how to do it. But, the surprise brought by natural energy is enough for him to be happy for days, because his Haki points raise by 0.1 every day when he meditates by absorbing natural energy. There was a huge change in his status panel after he mastered his House Hoku Haki and completed the task. Task: completely master House Hoku no Haki. Status: completed. Reward: 5.0 Constitution plus 5.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 5.0 Haki points plus 5.0 free attribute points. The reward completely changed his attributes and elevated his combat strength to another level. A few months back his attributes were like this: Dash Haki, 15.3. Dash Constitution, 41.2. Dash Devil Fruit Potential, 36.4. Every week his Constitution attribute increased by 0.2 points while his Devil Fruit Potential attribute increased by 0.1. So, after 4 months, they were raised by 3.2 and 1.6 respectively. Combined with the reward, his Constitution attribute grew from 41.2 to 49.4, just a little short of reaching 50 points, while his Devil Fruit attribute increased from 36.4 to 43.0. As for his Haki, they rose by 0.5 every week in these 4 months due to his heavy training. They increased from 15.3 to 28.5, adding the reward. Blaze's current status is as follows. Name: Blaze Hunt. Occupation: Marine. Constitution: 49.4. Devil Fruit Potential: 43.0. Haki: 28.5. Free attribute point: 7.0. The effect brought by the natural energy is exceptional and a huge boost to him. It's just Blaze doesn't know for how many days this perk will work, as he knew this kind of thing won't be permanent. After some time, the effect natural energy had on his Haki will surely diminish. He needs to make complete use of it till it lasts. Suddenly, a notification sound buzzed in his mind, startling him completely. Blaze checked and was surprised to see a new task. The system issued a new task after a long time. Task: save Don Quixote Rosinante and kill Vergo. Time: none. Reward: 1.0 Constitution plus 1.0 Devil Fruit Potential. Viewing the system task, Blaze was lost in thought and recalled everything he knows about Rosinante and law. With his current strength, it won't be a problem for him to save Rosinante and kill Vergo. Hell, he's not even afraid of Doflamingo. But it's a different story if had to face all the members of Don Quixote pirates. He can only complete the mission covertly, but before that, he has other things to worry about. Aside from the fact the event will occur at 1511, he doesn't know the exact month and date. Furthermore, he just can't simply leave the East Blue and visit the North Blue when he's on duty. If he does that, then Sengoku may get angry this time, for real. He needs a reason to visit the North Blue. Since system released the task, there may be a reason. Let's wait. Blaze doesn't know how he would do in a real fight. After all, he hadn't fought any Haki users after learning Haki. His body is itching for a fight. So, just the thought of facing Don Quixote pirates excited him. Another 2 months passed by. In these 2 months, the biggest improvement came from his spiritual energy as his Haki points rose gradually. They increased from 28.5 to 34.5. His constitution attribute stopped at 49.8, showing no signs of growth during the last 2 weeks. After pondering for days, Blaze decided to use the free attribute points and raise them to 50. Boom. As soon as he did that, his physique had a huge and visible change. His hair grew longer while his eyes had a golden tinge around them. He grew taller, standing around 6.7 feet in height. His shoulders widened a little, muscles enlarged with perfect proportions, but there's no change in his lean frame. His build held explosive strength while the feeling of unprecedented power coursed through his body. Especially his vitality, his entire being brimmed with energy and life force. The rise in his physical strength enhanced his devil fruit potential and spiritual energy. Blaze thought in his head, how strong am I right now? Just as he was relishing the moment of power, Regis entered the cabin with a low knock on the door. But, he stood rooted on the spot, noticing Blaze's change. How could a person change drastically in a single night? Regis was sure, Blaze looked normal last night. Blaze-san, what happened? Nothing, it was caused by a sudden increase in strength. Tell me, Blaze asked. Yes, snapping out of his thoughts and remembering his purpose, he quickly handed the Den Mushi to Blaze and said, Admiral Sengoku called, he wanted to have a word with you. Since you were busy in training, I didn't interrupt. Taking the Den Mushi, he dialed Sengoku's number. Purapura, Purapura, Purapuro. Kaka. Sengoku-san, Blaze here. Blaze brat? How's East Blue, is it to your liking? Sengoku spoke in a relaxed tone. I am bored as hell. I would be grateful if you send me to the New World, Sengoku-san. Blaze replied. Sending you to New World is the same as instigating a war. Sigh, it's too early for you to enter the New World, and don't forget you are still under discipline. So, why did you contact me, Sengoku-san? Blaze asked. He has an idea why the latter called him. Is anyone near you? Blaze looked at Regis and the latter left the room without any noise, understanding the cue. Blaze then replied. No, you can talk freely. Nov, L, B /JNN. I want you to do something. Sengoku then explained the deal regarding the Ope no Mi. I have intel that Don Quixote pirates will be there. I don't know how the trade got leaked. The truth is, I don't want to share about this mission if not for my bad premonition. Hearing this, Blaze's lips twitched. Am I that unreliable? Yes. So, what do you want me to do? Nothing? I want you to monitor the island in secret and wait for my orders. Make note, this an unofficial request personally from me. If someone finds your whereabouts, there's a chance you may be directly dismissed from the Marines. Do I have to partake in such a risky mission? You don't want to. Sengoku asked back, knowing full well about Blaze's personality. In fact, Blaze didn't want to do this for just 2 attribute points when he can gain them by simply training in one place. And, the real troublemaker is Rosinante, godson of Sengoku. After thinking for a moment, Blaze decided to do it. Not for attribute points, but to save Rosinante. He wanted to see how the future will develop, once he changes them. It's going to be entertaining, to mess with Doflamingo. I will do it. Blaze replied while Sengoku updated him further about the details. The trade will happen 2 weeks from today. Reach the location a week before and monitor the situation, covertly. Okay. Minion Island. A week passed. As agreed by Sengoku, Blaze reached the island decked in ordinary civilian clothes. Everything below his eyes is covered by a light gray scarf, perfectly concealing his facial features. The entire Minion Island is overrun with pirates commanded by Diaz Barrels and was on constant lookout. He had to sneak his way in. Stepping on the island, Blaze's observation Haki covered the entire island and captured everyone's presence. He knew Rosinante would steal the devil fruit 3 days prior to the appointed date. So, he had to wait for another 3 days before Rosinante and Law arrives. The island had a snowy climate. It didn't take long for Blaze to find the ghost town where the Diaz Barrels hideout is located. He stopped some distance away from them and called Sengoku. What is it? Have you reached the Minion Island? Sengoku attended the call and asked in a low voice. Yes, I am near their hideout. Do you want me to get the devil fruit? I don't think it will be a problem. Blaze expressed his thoughts and asked. What? Why did you go there? Did anyone spot you? Sengoku quickly asked. Relax, Sengoku-san. Heaving a sigh, Sengoku stated, this mission had to be discreet, so don't do anything foolish. Maintain some distance and wait. Inform me, if you find anything unusual. Okay. 4 days passed. Blaze got bored, waiting. Finally, his Haki picked the presence of a figure rushing towards the mansion located at the top of the hill where Diaz's barrel is. It's Rosinante? He then later creates an explosion around Diaz's place and blows up the mansion without making a sound. With his powers, Rosinante sneaked in without making a sound and stole the OPI no Mi without anyone noticing. He made fool of everyone with his devil fruit ability calm. Just as he rejoices getting the fruit, he accidentally slips on the snow and was circled by Diaz's men. Blaze saw everything but he didn't rush to help as he knew Kuzan will successfully escape. The explosion and fire caught the Marine's attraction. Vice Admiral Tsuru complained and informed Sengoku. As for Sengoku, he thought it was caused by Blaze and soon called him. On the other hand, Blaze knew why Sengoku is calling him. As soon as he attended the call, a roaring voice came. Blaze, didn't I tell you to stay put? It's not me. Someone stole the OPI no Mi from Diaz's barrels and the commotion is caused by him. Blaze called responded. What? Who is it? Did you see his appearance? Yes, he had blonde hair. Blaze then described Rosinante's features and his devil fruit ability calm. On the other side, Sengoku clenched his fist. Rosinante, why? Don't tell me. He suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Rosinante and the child who suffers from a condition known as Amber Lead Syndrome. Everything became clear to him. Rosinante wants the child to eat the OPI no Mi. Blaze, I know him. He's a Marine undercover. Whatever happens, bring him back. Saying this, Sengoku ended the call. He didn't expect that Rosinante, who he considers his son, would betray him. Though, he had a reason it doesn't wrong the right. On the other side, Rosinante defeated the pirate minions and rushed towards Law's location. Blaze silently followed him. He didn't plan on seizing the OPI no Mi from the other party, as it will kill Law. He plans on intervening only after Vergo makes his appearance. Catching him red-handed will be fun. Rosinante force-fed the fruit to Law despite his protest. After that, Rosinante collapses face first on the ground due to his injuries and assures Law that with the fruit he can cure himself. Under Rosinante's persuasion, Law with an intelligence letter in his hand left the area to deliver it to the Marines and ask for help. Blaze didn't go after Law and waited for him to come back as he knew he will. After around 15 minutes, Law came back carried by Vergo, who was shocked by seeing Kuzan here. Rosinante was also surprised and accidentally revealed his voice to Vergo. Everything happened as Blaze remembers. Vergo, being suspicious of Rosinante's presence, decides to check the intelligence letter given to him by Law despite Rosinante's protest. After reading the letter, he delivers a vicious kick to Rosinante's face. Law tries to stop Vergo, but the latter was unfazed and grabbed him in a choking grip. Throwing Law away, Vergo once again concentrated on Rosinante. He was extremely angry as he knew if the Marine got the letter it would have ruined the years of planning made by the Doflamingo family. It's time to make my entry. Blaze thought and revealed his presence. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Sensing his presence with observation Haki, Vergo looked towards his direction and shouted, "Who? Clap, clap." Blaze came forward, clapping his hands. Gazing at Vergo, he asked with a smile. "Vergo, long time no see. How are you doing?" "Blaze? What is he doing here?" He saw everything. Vergo muttered to himself and attacked Blaze without any compassion as a former comrade. "Is this how you greet me, meeting after a long time?" Blaze asked again, effortlessly evading Vergo's Haki-powered strike. Before Vergo could attack again, a powerful blow came to his stomach. He blocked with his hands the attack, but Blaze's kick broke his Haki defense and threw him back. The unforeseen development stunned both Rosinante and Law. Especially Rosinante, he didn't expect the all-powerful Vergo would be taken by a single blow. Taking advantage of the situation, Rosinante grabbed Law and tried to flee the area. But Blaze's next word stopped him. "Don't bother. You can't run away from me. Furthermore, I was sent by Sengoku-san to bring you back. Now, create a noise field around the area. I don't want my fight to draw others' attention." Hearing the last part, Rosinante was shocked. How did he know about my devil fruit ability? Did Sengoku-san told him? Still, he did as Blaze asked since the latter is on his side. At that moment, Vergo recovered from the strike and got back to his feet. Blaze's strength completely caught him off guard and shocked him. The last strike is the best proof. His Haki was completely overwhelmed by the other party. Vergo knew he isn't the latter's match. "You have become stronger," Vergo commented. "Unlike me, you were always strong but hiding it. Only today I found the reason for it." Blaze lied without any change in expression. "Come, Vergo of the Donquixote Pirates, show me your full strength. Don't disappoint me." Blaze got fired up while his fighting spirit soared. It's his first fight after learning Haki, so it's understandable that he's a little excited. Disregarding the rifle, cloak, and his marine shirt, Vergo revealed his chiseled physique. Coating his entire upper body with Haki, he rushed forward. Imbuing his arms with Haki, Blaze faced Vergo punch. Both their fists collided in midair, creating a shockwave that swirled the surrounding snow and dust. Vergo was pushed back while Blaze was disappointed. He finds Vergo very weak. No, it's that he's weak I became strong. Blaze shouldn't compare the Vergo of current to his future self that appears 13 years later. He's definitely not as strong as he was shown in the Punk Hazard, as he's still young and growing. Still, Blaze wants to enjoy his fight, so he reduced the amount of Haki that he channels to his arms while his observation perceived Vergo's movements. Unlike what he feared, the application of Haki to his body came naturally. Blaze doesn't have to worry about how he will fare in a real fight. After exchanging a blow, Vergo found Blaze limited his Haki to his level and he wasn't also utilizing his devil fruit power. I couldn't precisely gauge his strength, but he should be as strong as Daffy. His growth is unbelievable. I need to inform Daffy about him. I should have killed you at the training camp when I had the chance. Vergo suddenly stated. Pity? You didn't? Even if you tried, I don't think you may have succeeded. Blaze responded and punched at him. Vergo backed away from the strike and suddenly rushed off from the battle. Yes, he's trying to flee, but that's not his true intention. Before he could even get out of the noise wall created by Rosinante, a scorching beam hit both his knees, depriving him of his ability to walk. Vergo, when will you ever learn? All your actions are within my perception. Blaze shook his head. He then once again said, don't do it, otherwise, I will kill you. His words puzzled Rosinante and Law as they don't understand his words, but Vergo did. He was trying to reach his den mushy, but Blaze easily saw through him. How did you become so strong in a year? Vergo asked. You had mastered Haki and become proficient in such a short time. Considering your physical ability and devil fruit power, your strength is only a little short of Admiral's. Vergo, I didn't know you were a talkative person. Blaze chuckled, but suddenly his eyes glowed in red while his expression changed a little. Kicking Vergo away, he noticed the den mushy in his place, but it was already connected to Doflamingo. When did he? Blaze was sure Vergo dropped the den mushy when his beams hit his legs. He didn't dial any number at that time. And he was monitoring his every move as soon as he appeared here. Then how? Blaze mused and got the answer. It should be when I first kicked him and told Rosinante to create the noise field. So, Doflamingo was overhearing the entire time. Vergo, you bastard. Blaze picked the den mushy from the ground and spoke, Moshi, Moshi. Rosinante and Law were tongue-tied beholding Blaze casually attending the call. Doflamingo's voice came from the other side of the receiver. Who are you? Where's Vergo? Daffy. Vergo struggled to rise to his feet. He's a Marine. Before he could finish his sentence, Blaze flashed next to Vergo and kicked at his throat with Haki. As he couldn't react in time, the kick directly crushed his windpipe. Your subordinate is an unruly one, why can't he be just silent? Blaze spoke in a helpless tone. Oi, what did you do to Vergo? Doflamingo shouted. If something happens to him. Wait. He's struggling to breathe since I crushed his windpipe. If you have any last words, say to him. Blaze spoke and placed the den mushy next to Vergo. Vergo struggled for a moment and calmed down, accepting his fate. Impressive. Blaze praised Vergo's mental fortitude in his heart. Though he had crushed his windpipe, Vergo won't die easily. Even without breathing, he can stay alive for 15 to 30 minutes. Blaze doesn't have that luxury to wait. He needs to leave as Doflamingo already landed on Minion Island. Unlike in the original series, he doesn't know what happened here since Vergo hasn't informed Doflamingo anything yet. I am sorry, partner. Thank you for all your work. Go with peace of mind. Doflamingo expressed his heartfelt words to Vergo while the latter smiled a little. As soon as Doflamingo finished his speech, golden sword energy extended from Blaze's hand, and with a slight wave of his hand, it decapitated Vergo. There wasn't any hesitation in his actions. Silence followed. Doflamingo also heard the slight slashing sound. He knew Vergo is dead. Doflamingo then spoke to Blaze. From the conversation that you two had earlier, you should be someone Vergo's familiar with, maybe from the same training camp. Vergo once told me about an interesting Marine recruit that he met in the training camp with impressive talents and strength. Fuff, that should be you, right? Blocking the receiver with his hand, Blaze whispered at Law. Did you hear Doflamingo's laughter? It was hair-raising. Did he just try to joke with me, in a time like this? Law was mystified and shocked by Blaze's nonchalance. Blaze then replied to Doflamingo. Yes. You don't have to guess my identity. If you had asked me, I would have told you. Listen carefully. My name's Blaze and I am Lieutenant Commander of the Marines from East Blue. Is it enough, or you want me to spell my age, sex, height, and other things? Wait, you are in Minion Island, right? Let me send you a small gift before I leave. Kaka. With that, Blaze ended the call. Looking at dumbfounded Rosinante and Law, let's go. Don Quixote pirates had already landed on the Minion Island. They will be here any moment. Didn't you just pick a fight with Doflamingo? Why do you want to run now? Law asked in a perplexed voice. Blaze didn't answer his question. He picked Law, Rosinante, and ran away from the island center. He can indeed fight Doflamingo, but Sengoku warned him that he shouldn't reveal his identity. In fact, he's itching for a fight. But today's not the day and he's not strong enough to face the Don Quixote pirates all by himself. But it's highly inappropriate to leave without sending a little gift. On the other side of the island, as soon as Doflamingo and his family landed on Minion Island, they were confronted by the pirates under Diaz barrels. But all of them were killed by Don Quixote pirates. At that moment, Doflamingo had an unsightly expression. Treble, who's next to him, spoke at the moment. Vergo was killed? Doffy, he's not much weaker than us. The one who killed him should be on this island. If we act together, we can kill him, Diamante uttered. Doflamingo spoke, Marines were waiting for us on Swallow Island, someone ratted us out. Aside from everyone here, I only revealed my plan to Corazon. He's the mole? Rosinante was here. He should be with that Marine who killed Vergo. If he's here, then it means his aim is Opop no Mi to cure Law's disease. Considering the earlier explosion, he already got it. What should we do? I'm going to create a birdcage. They couldn't have gone farther. Saying this, Doflamingo creates a birdcage that covers a large portion of the island, preventing anyone from escaping while controlling their every move. The Marines outside look in shock at Doflamingo's birdcage surrounding the town on Minion Island. With even greater shock, they see the pirates inside killing each other. On top of the hill, Diaz Barrels and his crew lay dead while Doflamingo stands in front of them, while the rest of the crew plunders the treasure outside as they search for Rosinante. Meanwhile, Baby 5 and Buffalo flew over the birdcage searching for traces of Blaze and Rosinante. Nov. L. B /JNN. At the same time, Rosinante and Law also witnessed the formation of the birdcage. Unfortunately for Doflamingo, Blaze had already left the range of birdcage. It should be Doflamingo's ability. Thank God, we already escaped. Rosinante commented. Putting them both down, Blaze stopped in his tracks, understanding he's out of birdcage's range. What happened? Rosinante asked. I'm going to send Doflamingo a small gift, Blaze replied and raised both his upwards. I would recommend both of you to move away from me a little. What are trying to do? Rosinante asked, but he carried Law and retreated anyway. With his arms raised, Blaze took a deep breath. A faint layer of golden glow enveloped his entire body like a cloak while his eyes turned pure gold. Ha! Blaze cried aloud while his body erupted with terrifying heat. Channeling them to his arms, he lighted them towards the sky. In others' eyes, it looked like a huge golden pillar reaching the sky. Everyone gazed at the sight in awe, whether it's Marines, pirates, residents, or Don Quixote pirates. Only Doflamingo noticed the extraordinary power contained within that golden beam. It was terrifying, even he felt danger from that thing. Who's doing it? Is it targeted at us? Blaze didn't stop. His hands emitted the golden energy without a pause for nearly a minute, while everyone else noticed the anomaly in the sky. An enormous form took shape above the clouds, looming over the ghost town. From below, everyone could make out the shape. It was a shadow of a huge dragon. It terrified everyone on the island and the Marine present outside the birdcage. Even Vice Admiral Kizaru, who was stationed at the Swallow Island, could see the form clearly. That bastard Sengoku, what is he hiding from me? This level of power. She mutters, gaping at the golden dragon that exposed his head with the rest of its body still concealed by the clouds. Roar. With a huge roar, the golden dragon revealed itself, intimidating everyone present below. Meanwhile, Don Quixote pirates gathered outside the mansion atop the hill and looked at the golden dragon hovering directly above the birdcage. Why do I have the feeling that the golden dragon is gazing at us? Gladius muttered. Doflamingo and others grimaced, noticing the oddity. Currently, Blaze was looking at the Doflamingo and his crew through the golden dragon as he was directly connected to it. I hope you like the gift, Doflamingo. Blaze smirked and attacked. The golden dragon let out another roar and shot towards where Don Quixote pirates were. Fuck. It really is targeting us. Is it a devil fruit ability? Gladius cursed. Dragon Meteor Storm, Dragon Dive, it was Xenozaldique's ability from Hunter x Hunter. Instead of Nan, Blaze used his devil fruit power. Just as everyone thought the birdcage will hold it, the golden dragon made of energy suddenly shattered into arrows shaped like that of a small dragon and rained down from the sky. Though the ability isn't as exaggerated or as big as Xenozaldique's attack, it was enough to cover the hill where Doflamingo is. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Before they could react, the attack was already above them and it covered a wide area, completely blocking their escape route. Everyone take cover. Dodge the arrows, all of them are coated with Haki, Doflamingo told and shouted, Pika. Pika used his stone ability and merged with the hill below him. Taking control, the entire hill below him trembled. He soon wrapped Doflamingo and others with stone. The Don Quixote pirates disappeared as the stone closed completely. Just a second later, all the arrows descended upon the hill. They pierced the mountain without any resistance and demolished the entire area. Boom. The impact affected the entire Minion Island as everyone could feel the tremor below their feet. Dust and snow towered the entire island, screening everyone from seeing what happened. After a minute, the dust settled, revealing the scene that made everyone dumbfounded. The entire hill was gone, only stones and debris remained to tell there was once mountain here. The attack completed destroyed and razed the place to the ground. As for whether the Don Quixote pirates survived the attack, it was a big question mark. The overwhelming attack is the result of Blaze's Devil Fruit attribute point crossing the 40-bar limit. On the other side, ending the attack, Blaze dusted his hands and muttered, that was satisfying, it helped me blew some stream off. Rosinante and Law were still looking at the missing hill where Rosinante stole Opop no Mi from Diaz Barrels. They couldn't believe their eyes. A single attack destroyed the entire mountain? Is this it for Don Quixote pirates? Rosinante mumbled. Don't worry, your brother is still alive. Blaze walked forward and patted Rosinante's shoulder since Birdcage hadn't disappeared yet. In fact, none of the Donquixote pirates died in the attack, except for Pika, who was heavily injured. A little away from Minion Island, the Marines on the lookout ship looked at the complete devastation caused by the golden dragon that scattered into innumerable arrows and descended upon the ghost town hill. It was supposed to be the Diaz Barrel's hideout, but now it's no more. What are we supposed to report? Hearing the report, Vice Admiral Tsuru suspected the attack is targeted at Donquixote pirates as they are the ones who were last seen on the attack spot. But who did it? She had no idea. And the scale of the attack is too powerful. It only annoyed her further, as nothing is going according to the plan. It seems like Doflamingo knew about our ambush beforehand. He directly went to Minion Island. Let's go there. Tsuru muttered and ordered her subordinate to steer the ship towards Minion Island. After pondering a moment, she called Sengoku and reported the entire incident. Who are you? You aren't an ordinary marine? Why, I haven't heard of you before. Rosinante gazed at Blaze in horror. This guy is not simple. You will, from now on, Blaze responded with a light chuckle. Shall we go? Sengoku-san told me to bring you personally. As soon as he asked, Rosinante kneeled without any hesitation and begged. You can take me, but please let Law leave. Once the world government gets hold of him, they won't hesitate to sacrifice him for greater power. He's still young. I don't want him to be restrained. You can take me. I will explain to Sengoku-san and accept whatever the punishment may be. Please, I beg you. Blaze looked at Rosinante and said, I will let him leave if you agree to my condition. What is it? I will accept anything. I want you in my unit. Blaze stated his condition. Rosinante's a knowledgeable person and his devil fruit is a rare one. Having him in his unit will help Blaze in the future. No problem. Rosinante agreed. Okay then, let's get out of here. Your injuries aren't serious but they need treatment. Blaze said, eyeing the latter's wounds. Rosinante then crouched in front of Law and spoke. Law, it's your chance. Go somewhere, far, far away. Nothing will bind you anymore. Not the iron borders of the White City, nor your shortened lifespan. Nothing will restrict you anymore. You are now, truly free. Live your life. We will meet again in the future. No, Corazon. I don't want to. Didn't you say we will travel the world, just the two of us? Law cried. I lied. The truth is I am a marine. I can't abandon my duty. Rosinante smiled. I know, I hate you. Law thought in his heart. Blaze knew it won't end if he doesn't take the initiative, so he picked Rosinante by his collar and flew away from the island. Law tried to chase after him but he was left in the dust. Law, live well. Rosinante yelled and closed his eyes. If nothing goes wrong, Law will follow the original path. He will reach Swallow Island and would meet Beppo. On the other side of the island, Donquixote pirates met the Vice Admiral Tsuru unit. They were already battered badly. It's their worst day ever since the Donquixote pirates were formed. Even now, they don't know who attacked them. Nov. L. B //JNN. If not for the fact most of them are strong and had several devil fruit users, the attack could have exterminated them. Still, to defend them from Blaze's attack, Pika was injured heavily. 2 of the arrows pierced his body, one to his leg and another to his left shoulder. To their bad luck, just after they left the area they met Tsuru, the most dangerous enemy to face at the moment. Even so, they somehow escaped the island with injuries. All this ruckus caused Vice Admiral Tsuru to grunt. She failed in her mission to ambush and annihilate the Donquixote pirates in one fell swoop. As Doflamingo's ship disappeared from her view, she called Sengoku and recounted everything that happened here. Nothing went as they planned. Hearing the report, Sengoku had a blank look on his face. He sank back into his chair, rubbing his hands down his face in frustration. The mission failure didn't affect him as much as Rosinante's betrayal. Sighing, he dialed Blaze's Den Mushi. After a few rings, Blaze answered. Hello. Did you attack the Doflamingo pirates? Sengoku asked. Yes. It looks like your strength improved further. What happened there? Blaze patiently explained everything, from Rosinante stealing the devil fruit, Vergo's espionage, Doflamingo's plan, and so on. As for Opop Nomi and Law, Rosinante said that he will explain to Sengoku himself. So, Blaze left the part to him. It's his responsibility after all. Is Rosinante there? Yes, Blaze replied. I want to have a word with him in pirate, Sengoku asked. Okay, I will leave the Den Mushi to him. Saying this, Blaze gave the dial and walked away. After 15 or so minutes, Rosinante came back resolving the matter with Sengoku. Blaze doesn't know what he said, but Sengoku let him off the hook. As for Blaze's request of placing Rosinante in his unit, he agreed. Blaze, be careful. Doflamingo will definitely come looking for you since you killed Vergo, one of his executives. Good. I am getting bored in East Blue. When will you learn? Doflamingo isn't your ordinary man. He has a lot of connections and influence in the new world. Sengoku lectured. Hi, don't worry, Sengoku-san. Blaze ended the call. After treating Rosinante's wounds on the nearby island, they returned to East Blue the next day. East Blue. The reward for saving Rosinante and killing Vergo directly improved his constitution and devil fruit attributes by 1. Blaze checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 51.1. Devil fruit potential, 44.9. Haki, 35.0. Free attribute point, 6.8. He was satisfied with his attributes. Unlike anything, Blae wants to raise his Haki points as he knew its importance better. It doesn't matter how powerful his devil fruit is if his Haki isn't strong enough, he would be easily overwhelmed by his opponent who has powerful Haki. Reaching his ship, Blae introduced Rosinante to Regis and went to his cabin to freshen up and rest, as he hadn't slept properly for nearly a week. Next day, Blae's marine ship was anchored near an uninhabited island. The island is a medium-sized one with dense forest and small mountains with a lot of wild animals. Blae's powerful Haki kept the animals far away, none of them dared to approach anywhere near him. Right now, he's practicing the advanced form of armament Haki, emission. Projecting the Haki burst from his body without a medium. This method allows the Haki user to damage or repel their target without making direct contact or using brute force. But, this method is a lot harder to master than he thought. It needs training and countless years of experience in using Haki. Thanks to the notes written by Old Man Magnus, he practiced without giving up even though he failed to master it. Aside from practicing armament Haki, he focused on observation Haki too. With Rosinante's devil fruit ability, he was able to improve them further. With no sound in the surroundings, he trained to sense others' presence and intent. It helped him in developing his observation Haki to some extent. Blae also shared different ideas of how Rosinante can develop his devil fruit ability and incorporate them in a fight. It's a wonderful ability if utilized properly. He then began to teach Haki to both Regis and Rosinante. He trained them the same way how he learned from Old Man Magnus. But, it was fruitless as they failed to sense the spiritual energy even after days of practicing. As Magnus said, not everyone is suitable to learn this method. Since they weren't able to feel the spiritual energy, Blae then switched to a different method. To any beginner, sensing spiritual energy via observation Haki is simple. Because it's easy to awaken an observation Haki in a forced manner, unlike armament Haki. So, Blae trained their observation Haki by blocking their vision. 10 days passed. Nothing changed. East Blue was calm as always, even sighting pirate is a rare thing. Blae told his unit to let the ship sail towards the Dawn Island where Goa Kingdom is located. It's around this time that Shanks comes to the Fuchsia village. And, Blae also wants to see Luffy, the future pirate king of the sea. There's also Makino and the mayor of the village, Whoop Slap. His ship reached the Fuchsia village but Blae doesn't want the others to know that he's a marine as it would affect his plan with Shanks. So, the marine ship was docked in the remote area of Dawn Island while Blae traveled to Fuchsia village by foot. The Fuchsia village is the same as he had seen in the series, resembling a typical rural community, with rustic wooden houses, docks, and a few windmills. It is located to the east of the Goa Kingdom capital and is unknown to many but the entire town is filled with energetic and cheerful people. Blae sensed a lively environment around the village. Just as he walked into the village, he noticed a bar. Party's bar? A smile surfaced on his face seeing the bar. In the entire One Piece world, this place is a little special. Because in a way it's where the series starts. As he was decked in ordinary clothes, no one noticed his presence. Blae then casually strolled into the bar and looked around for a seat. Since it was noon, the bar was half occupied and the smell of wine permeated the entire place. It was noisy as most of the customers are local residents. Occupying a seat, Blae waited. Within a minute of his arrival, Makino came to ask for an order. Like in the series, Makino seemed very kind. Since it's only 1511, he looked young with brown eyes and dark green hair that goes up to just above her shoulders. Mister, I haven't seen you here before. Are you new to our village? Makino asked with a smile. The youngster before her looked the same age or even younger than her but his temperament is vastly different from anyone she had ever met. He looked positive and trusting with a smile at the corner of his lips. And, the way that he looked at her was as if he was familiar with her. Why is that so? Yes, I will be around here for a while. Blae replied. Oh, what do you want to have? We have. Makino listed the items available in the bar. Ordering a bottle of wine and a meat dish, Blae looked around. He didn't see Luffy's figure anywhere in the bar. So, he's not here, huh? After finishing the drink, Blae left the bar after saying goodbye to Makino. I will see you tomorrow, Lady Makino. As soon as he came out of the bar, he heard a voice. Oi Luffy, don't run around. You are going to fall. A little figure ran towards the bar while an old figure chased after him. It was Child Luffy and the mayor of the village, Whoop Slap. Without minding his presence, Luffy got past him and entered the bar while the mayor noticed his figure. You are. My name's Blae. I am new to this village. Blae smiled. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Oh, mayor then suddenly frowned. You aren't a pirate, right? As a mayor of the town, he needs to be wary of strangers. Even though Fuchsia village is a remote town, some pirates and bandits will come here occasionally. Haha, I am not a pirate. You can consider me as a bounty hunter. If you spot any pirates, just notify me, I will take care of them. See you, Mayor Whoop Slap. Blae laughingly replied and walked away. A week passed since Blae arrived at Fuchsia village. He stays in the village most of the time but at night he would return to his marine ship to rest. In the daytime, his unit roams the sea around Dawn Island under his orders. He wants to know the next minute Shanks enters the territory of Dawn Island. He can simply wait in Fuchsia village for him to arrive but he can't fight Shanks here, it will only lead to destruction. In this 1 week, he befriended the people in the village like Mayor Whoop Slap, Makino, Luffy, and others. Especially Luffy, the kid is too naughty, rebellious, and had no respect for others. Mostly, it's Makino and Whoop Slap taking care of him. Both Blaze and Luffy sat in Makino's bar chatting. Makino gave Luffy milk while Blaze enjoyed his wine. The 6-year-old Luffy asked, Blaze, you said you are a bounty hunter, right? You can think so, Blaze responded. I am going to become a pirate in the future. If you try to catch me, I will defeat you with my punch that's as fast as a pistol. Luffy balled his tiny fist and showed a punching action. Oh, Blaze looked at Luffy and simply flicked his forehead with Haki, causing him to groan in pain. Ah, it hurts. How can a flick hurt so much? You are 1,000 years too early to talk about defeating me, grow up first. Blaze snickered and gulped the remaining bottle of wine. Observing their quarrel, Makino laughed. Blaze learned one thing after interacting with Luffy for a week. His dreams of becoming a pirate didn't arise from Shanks, it was there in his heart, but Shanks losing the arm for him seems to be the trigger. At that moment, Blaze's den mushy suddenly rang, disrupting his thoughts. He noticed the call is from Regis. Picking it up, he heard the latter's voice. Blaze-san, it's the pirate ship you wanted me to watch out for. Their Jolly Roger is the same as what you described, skull with a pair of crossed swords behind it and scarred left eye socket. I can also see the red-haired Shanks in the deck along with his other members. Without a doubt, they are the infamous red-haired pirates. Regis reported. Where are you right now? Blaze asked, rising to his feet. 10 kilometers to the north of Fuchsia village. I am coming, don't engage them, Blaze said and ended the call. On the other side, Regis smiled bitterly. I won't dare to attack them. He knew very well about the red-haired pirates, even though they are mostly low-key, there are times their names also resound throughout the world. At the same time, red-haired pirates also noticed the marine ship in the distance. Boss, should I take care of them? Lucky Roo asked, biting a large chunk of meat. Leave them. They are just ordinary marines, they pose no threat to us. Besides, they aren't even attacking us after seeing the pirate flag. Shanks responded, waving his hands. It seems like someone on the ship recognizes our Jolly Roger. Ben Beckman spoke, inhaling his cigarette. Ha ha ha. Our name reached even to the East Blue, the peaceful of the four seas. Yasop laughed. Fuchsia village. I will see you later. Saying this, Blaze's body flickered as he utilized his sorrow. The next moment, his figure disappeared and reappeared outside of Makino's bar. Makino and Luffy couldn't even react before Blaze disappeared again. Luffy's eye shone awed by Blaze's speed. Oh, so cool? Makino, did you see? Blaze just vanished. Yes. Blaze zoomed through the air towards the location with incredible speed. He was excited just thinking of meeting Shanks while his fighting intent soared to the sky. The Shanks of now shouldn't be as strong as he was when he becomes an emperor. He only becomes a Yonko around 1518. Right now, his strength should be between the level of Yonko Commander and Admiral. It may also be the reason why he decided to take a break and made East Blue his base for over a year. He needs time to train and improve his Haki level. But, all of these are just Blaze's guess. Shanks and Dracula Mihawk duels were said to echo through the whole Grand Line, even before he came to East Blue. Meaning, he was already very strong. How strong is Shanks now really? Blaze doesn't know. He can only tell after fighting him personally. It didn't take long for Blaze to cover the 10 kilometers distance. In a matter of seconds he arrived at the location. As soon as he spotted the red-haired pirate ship, his Haki burst out. On the ship, Shanks's crew immediately went into full alert sensing the powerful Haki. Shanks stepped in front of his crew and waved his hand. You guys, get back. He's strong. Shanks looked the same as he was shown during the start of the series, tall as Blaze, standing close to 2 meters, with distinct red hair, tan complexion, and a secondary trademark, scar mark over his left eye. He wore Roger's straw hat and decked in a simple white shirt and blue shorts while his orange waist sash held a green hilt saber. Sensing Blaze's fighting spirit and Haki, his hands rested on the tilt of his sword, ready to unsheath at any moment. Shanks. Blaze's eyes shone. Torrents of air gusted out in every direction as Blaze's conqueror's Haki exploded. It was like his willpower triggers with his fighting spirit. A new discovery? It can be used to control his conqueror's Haki. Blaze didn't waste his time trying to strike a conversation, he simply clenched his fist and punched. It was a sheer punch made of physical strength and nothing more. But it had to be noted Blaze's constitution broke past the 50-bar limit. So, his punch caused the air around him to shatter and boomed towards the red-haired pirate ship. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Shanks unsheathed his sword and slashed at the incoming attack. His blade shot a half-moon-shaped arc made of sharp wind current. Boom. At the moment both the forces collided, the space around them began to tremble while the sea below them parted by the sheer force of the impact. The attacks did not immediately dissipate as both their conquerors' Haki took charge and clashed in midair, trying to win over the other. The Clash of Kings. The resulting force altered the shape of the surrounding area as visible cracks appeared in the air. Blaze's willpower took the form of golden sparks while Shanks' Haki looked fiery red. Regis and Rosinante, observing the fight from a fair distance, were pushed back while other marine soldiers on board were completely knocked unconscious. On Shanks' side, his crew was able to hold the ground unaffected by the willpower as if they experienced the House Hoku Haki countless times before. The Clash of Conquerors Haki, he too has it just like our chief. A disbelief expression surfaced on the faces of red-haired pirates. When did the weakest of the four blues produce such an expert? Their house Hoku Haki was still locked in battle. It knocked everyone within a certain range aside from the strong-willed ones. Only the strongest fighters in Shanks's crew withstood the clash. Which of the two possessed the superior willpower? The one with the unwavering conviction will win, but in Blae and Shanks's case, both of them are strong, so their clash ended with neither winning over the other. Shanks stared directly at Blae's eyes. He sensed the intent behind them, a pure eagerness to fight. He was surprised to find such an interesting person in East Blue. You are strong, Shanks casually commented. Your haki is stronger than mine. Blae didn't accept the praise. He could tell Shanks is stronger than him when it comes to haki and sword mastery. But in terms of physical strength, he's superior. Shanks's strength should be at the level of Admiral while Blae is slightly weaker. The find only further intensified his spirit to fight Shanks. Only by fighting a stronger opponent, he can become stronger. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. What's your name? Shanks asked. He wondered why he hadn't heard of such a strong person before in Grand Line. Blae, why did you attack us? To fight, of course. It's pretty boring in East Blue. You came at the right time. I was missing a sparring partner, Blae said. His statement is an open challenge. True, I was also feeling the same. Shanks was also getting excited. It's also the reason why he came here, to train and push his haki to the next level. Though the opponent before him looked weak, his spirit is strong. Looking at Blae, Shanks released a dangerous momentum. But, are you strong enough to face me? Why don't we find it out? Blae smirked. As soon as he answered, Shanks's aura flared while his blade turned pitch black from his arms to the tip of the blade. Jumping from the ship, he slashed at Blae. The sheer strength of his swing split the air, stirred the wind around him, propelling a vacuum blade towards Blae. The attack had a certain beauty and rhythm to it. Unfazed by the attack, Blae coated his arms with haki and punched the space before him. The raw strength coupled with haki quaked the surrounding, creating an air pressure that crashed towards Shanks' attack. Boom! As both the ranged attacks collided, a resounding thunderous sound echoed out through the area, followed by two quick flashes of blue lightning which signaled the clash of two haki users. Shanks' blade slashed through the air pressure released by Blae's attack and stormed forward. Blae lost in the direct confrontation. Blae didn't back down as the blade of air came at him. Shrouding his hands with armament haki, he tried to block the attack by crossing his arms over his chest. Only when he came in contact with the blade, Blae understood he miscalculated. The force contained in the strike is far greater than he anticipated. And, the result? Blood splattered. The wind blade pierced his haki coating and cut both his hands, causing a skin-deep wound. This level of injury is nothing but a scratch to Blae. He used twice as much haki than Shanks in the attack, but he still lost. Though his haki attribute reached 35, he was only able to bring out half of its power. His use of haki is too shallow as he lacks experience and practice. Looking at Shanks, Blae clenched his fist and spoke, "You are good? That's how it should be, otherwise, it would be too boring." Just as Blae and Shanks faced in midair, the red-haired pirates watched the confrontation from their ship that kept some distance from the battle. At the same time, Rosinante and Regis observed the battle from the distance while the other marine soldiers on board were knocked out by the earlier clash of Conqueror's haki. Suddenly, Blae's wounds gave off white steam, and to everyone's astonishment, the cut inflicted by Shanks healed at a pace visible to the naked eye. In no time, his injuries healed completely while there wasn't even a scar left. Our battle is just starting. Saying this, Blae dashed forward and punched both his hands repeatedly. His punches were so fast and strong that caused friction in the air and sparked flames. A barrage of flaming balls of air pressure the size of Blae's fist rained upon Shanks. At the same time, Blae concentrated his strength on the right leg and lanced Rankyaku. His leg beamed a razor-sharp projectile towards Shanks. Unlike regular Rankyaku, Blae blended a huge amount of haki into the strike, making it more powerful. The air blade is as strong as Shanks' earlier attack. Blae didn't stop after the series of attacks, as he accelerated towards Shanks for close combat. Undeterred by the barrage of Blae's flashy attacks, Shanks simply muttered a single word, "Interesting," and launched his own attack. Tightening the grip, his arms bulged a little while he casually swung his blade from left to right in a manner of half-circle. Shanks's blade compressed the wind around it in the form of a tornado that moved forward in full force. The strike made contact with Blae's barrage of punches and Rankyaku kick. Clash. As both the strikes are of equal force, they dissipated in midair. In that short time frame, Blae bridged the gap between him and Shanks. Hardening his leg with Tekai and coating it with armament haki, he delivered a devastating kick aimed right for Shanks's face. Shanks tried to block the attack by raising his sword that's covered in haki. Bang! But, the tremendous force behind the kick reeled him back, generating a shockwave that spread in all directions. This is Blae's strongest combination, Tekai plus haki. He can make up for his lack of haki with the Tekai skill that he had been practicing for over a year now. Even though he succeeded, he didn't rejoice. He knew Shanks too wasn't giving his all like him. Blae refrains from using his devil fruit power so that he can enhance his haki. Similar to him, Shanks was also holding back. An hour passed since both of them began to battle. Loud booms were birthed from the various clashes between Blae and Shanks, generating sparks of lightning everywhere around the area. The sea below them trembled, blowing water, while the sky above rumbled with dark clouds and purple lightning. Even the resident of Fusha village 10 kilometers away from the battle location felt the change. The gray clouds and occasional shockwaves scared them a little. What's happening? A resident wondered. Is it a storm? It seems like Chief is having fun, Usopp commented while others in the crew also noticed the spirited expression on Shanks's face. The opponent channels too much Haki in his strike to match Shanks. It won't be long before he runs out of it. Still, he's a pretty strong fellow considering his age. Ben Beckman spoke. But if Chief gets serious, the battle won't last long, Lucy Rue said. Hearing it, Ben Beckman shook his head as he could tell Blaze is holding back. Just as the crew chatted among themselves, the fight between Blaze and Shanks intensified. Boom. A fatal strike came at Blaze. Shanks' sword thrusts got more powerful after every stroke. He seems to be testing his limits. Blaze tried to avoid taking a direct hit from the wind blade, but Shanks predicted his move as the strike found his way towards him. The attack struck his Haki-coated body and gashed his body from right shoulder to left side of the stomach. The collision and resulting force slammed his body straight into the ocean. It's true Blaze is on verge of losing the battle. Still, his face shone in the face of a worthy challenge. Shanks's Haki and sword mastery is on a different level, but that's what he wants. His fighting techniques, Haki, physical mastery, everything needs further practice. The fight with Shanks gave him the idea of how to achieve it. There are many things he learned in the battle. He needs to reflect on them and improve himself. He had only been fighting for over an hour, but he exerted 2/3 of his Haki while Shanks' Haki hadn't depleted much. It's the difference between them. Splash. Climbing out, Blaze stood on the water and wiped the blood from his lip. The wound inflicted by the last attack is quite deep as the injury wasn't healing fast. The other reason is, his body had been constantly renewing his injuries caused by Shanks throughout the battle. There's a limit to his healing as it directly comes from his stamina. As for Shanks, he was astonished by Blaze's tenacity and willpower. And, he found Blaze's physical body is similar to Kaido, full of power and strong life force. Unfortunately, Blaze is too young and inexperienced. If not for that, his battle would have been a tough one. You are a good opponent but already exhausted yourself. Fighting anymore is meaningless. I will be in East Blue for a while, you can challenge me anytime you want. Shanks smiled, sheathing his sword back. Blaze wasn't offended by Shanks's words. It's indisputable fact that he's weak. And, it's also the reason why he sought Shanks, to enhance his combat powers. He knew the latter won't hurt him badly since he isn't the type of person who kills for a petty reason. Looking at Shanks, he nodded. I will look for you the month later. Shanks then boarded his ship and left the area. His ship sailed towards Fuchsia village. Blaze knew their battle is not the end, it's just the beginning. After fighting Shanks, he found many shortcomings in the way how he fights and utilizes his strength. He needs to correct them before looking for Shanks. Today, he fought Shanks to gauge the gap between them. Shanks hadn't reached the level of Yonko, in fact, his abilities are just at the level of Admiral. But, in terms of combat power he's unequaled in the same level. Even if he meets a Yonko, he can escape unscathed, that's how powerful he is. As for his crew, they are just learning Haki. Only Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, and Usopp looked formidable whose Haki level reached an advanced stage. Few minutes after Shanks left, his marine ship came and picked him. On board, Regis spoke, red-haired Shanks is powerful as described in rumors. Rosinante wondered. What such a powerful person is doing in East Blue? Blaze just lay in the deck of the ship lost in thought, basking in the sunlight. Shanks's strength didn't surprise him as he isn't your ordinary man. In his younger years, he sailed the sea along with Roger and one of the most powerful pirate crew in the world. He's experienced and knew things that ordinary people don't. His knowledge is vast as he had traveled the new world and met many strong people. As for Blaze, he lacks exposure. If not for his punishment, he would have entered the new world by now. Blaze then checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 51.1. Devil Fruit Potential, 44.9. Haki, 35.5. Free Attribute Point, 6.8. The battle with Shanks increased his Haki by 0.5 points. As for the natural energy buff, it already weakened. If he trains hard every day, his Haki increases by 0.2 every week. The higher his attributes, the harder it gets to increase them. If not for the system, he couldn't imagine how many years it would take him to reach the summit of the world. Forget about that. Without the gift pack or system he may forever have been remained as a slave or perished by now. Luck is important. Fortunately, he's lucky to be transmigrated with a gift pack. The quickest way to improve his strength is through system rewards. For that, he needs to complete the task issued by the system or by completing achievements. Right now, he only has a single task in his taskbar. Task, 1 Punch Man Workout. Description, do 2000 push UPS, 2000 sit UPS, 2000 squats, and a 30 km run daily for 750 days. Time, 750 days 720/750. Reward, 5.0 Constitution plus 5.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 3 free attribute points. Only 30 days left in the One Punch Man workout task. Once he completes it, his strength will have a drastic change and his Devil Fruit attribute will also cross the 50 bar limit. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Furthermore, he has 6.8 free attribute points. If he combined it with the reward that he would get from the above task, it would be 9.8. Blaze plans on allocating them to the Haki attribute. It would be a huge boost to his strength once his Haki attribute crosses the 50 bar limit. Above everything, he needs perfect training and should learn how to utilize his strength smartly. Shanks' ship. Boss, is that man strong? You looked like having fun fighting against him. Lucky Roo asked. He's strong. His strength is only a little short of me, but he's inexperienced as he's still young. In a few more years, he will definitely come to be a formidable opponent. Shanks replied, recalling the fight. What about his identity? Ben Beckman spoke. Shanks waved his hand. It doesn't matter, as long as he isn't our enemy. He then wondered in his heart. A person with such strong conqueror Haki, it seems like the stay in East Blue won't be that boring. It didn't take long for the red-haired pirate ship to reach the Fuchsia village. The official plot began. Days passed by. Occasionally, Blaze would visit the Fuchsia village to meet Makino, Luffy, and others when Shanks and his crew aren't around. It's not like he doesn't dare to visit the village when Shanks is around, it's just he doesn't want to have much interaction with the other party. Shanks's crew would leave the village now and then, as for where they go Blaze doesn't know nor care. But if he's not wrong, they go out to train. During these days, he didn't waste time by staying idle, he trained very hard from morning to night. Especially his Haki. After 30 days, he completed the last system task 1 Punch Man workout and obtained its reward, further increasing his strength. 5.0 Constitution, 5.0 Devil Fruit Potential, and 3 free attribute points were added to his status. As soon as his Devil Fruit Potential broke past the 50 bar limit, he sensed a major change. A feeling of overwhelming power coursed through his body as if a wave of his hand can destroy islands. Blaze even had a conception that he awakened his Devil Fruit. It's just he didn't know whether the feeling is true or not. He can only confirm it after testing. But, he didn't dare to experiment with his Devil Fruit power here as he's afraid of destroying the entire Dawn Island. But, a sudden change in his body drew others' attention. A little far away from him, Regis and Rosinante who were training their observation Haki suddenly sensed the change. When they turned their head, they noticed Blaze's entire body glowing in a golden halo. His eyes turned pure golden while a sun-shaped mark took shape on his forehead. Blaze was aware of the change but everything happened out of his control. Regis and Rosinante had puzzled looks on their faces. What's happening? Rosinante then openly commented. Impressive. He's glowing. Regis looked at Blaze and asked, Blaze-san, are you okay? Stay here, I will explain this later. Saying this, Blaze utilized his Soru technique and vanished from the spot. He then reappeared tens of kilometers away from Dawn Island. His body returned to normal but the sun-shaped mark on his forehead didn't show signs of fading away, it became permanent, so were his eyes that turned golden. Without minding the changes, Blaze raised his hand that flared in golden flame. Clenching the fist, he punched at the sea below. Unlike every other time, his fist didn't release a stream of fire but a blow of air. The next moment, an ethereal wave enveloped the area, similar to what one notices when the surrounding is too hot. Boom! It triggered a powerful explosion, releasing a torrent of golden flames that annihilated everything in its path. The resulting force blew a huge hole in the sea and the high temperature evaporated the water. Powerful. Blaze commented. He only used a part of his strength. Still, the force of the strike exceeded his expectation. After experimenting for a few more minutes, Blaze understood a little bit about his power, but it's not the full extent of his abilities, it needs further experimenting. If he's not wrong, his sun fruit ability had finally evolved from normal heat to solar energy, the true power of the sun. Using solar energy, he can perform various attacks, but it's entirely up to him to uncover its true potential. For now, he can create solar heat, solar flames, and explosion. The good thing is, his explosions are not radioactive. He can harness the power of the sun, but there's a limit to it. Well, it's good as his attacks won't harm the innocents. There are other aspects to his devil fruit, but he can only sense them vaguely. He needs time to study them. With his current strength, he should be as strong as the Admiral's. Well, his Haki is weak, but it won't be long before it also crosses the 50 bar limit. Blaze checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 56.3. Devil Fruit Potential, 50.4. Haki, 36.2. Free Attribute Point, 9.8. Today was the first time after coming to this world that he felt truly free. It doesn't matter what kind of world one is in, power gives freedom. Another 10 days passed. Blaze once again challenged Shanks. Unlike last time, he fought the latter with a weapon. Fighting with a fist is his forte, but against weapon users, it's good to have a weapon. And, battling Shanks, he can improve his weapon skills along with his Haki. Both of them fought for an hour before Blaze lost once again. There's not much difference. The only change is his use of Haki, which is much refined than the last time. Even Shanks was astonished by his development. 10 months passed, Blaze would train hard and challenge Shanks with an interval of 20 to 30 days. It became a routine for both Shanks and Blaze. Without a doubt, they both enjoy the battle. At first, Shanks simply fought him out of boredom and curiosity, but as time passed, Blaze's strength made him serious. He had a premonition that it won't be long before he was forced to use his entire strength. It was a strange feeling that excited Shanks. After 10 months of hard training and battles with Shanks, Blaze's strength had a huge improvement. Even so, he's slightly weaker than the latter. Because Shanks's strength also improved during his stay at the Fuchsia village. Each fight with Shanks increased Blaze's attribute by 0.5. At the same time, his training isn't for naught as it raised his Haki attribute by 0.4 every month. After 10 months, his Haki attribute rose to 45.3, a little short of crossing the 50 bar limit. But, in Blae's eye, his improvement seemed slow since he expected his Haki to reach around 50 points. From the look of things, he can only advance them with the help of his free attribute points. If possible, he wants to save them since he began to feel their importance. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lately, all his attributes have stopped growing. He had to train for weeks just to improve them by 0.1 or 0.2. It won't be long before Shanks leaves the East Blue. Blae wants to have one last battle with him before he loses his left arm. And, this time he's going to fight him after letting his Haki attribute cross the 50 bar limit. In these 10 months, he didn't reveal his devil fruit power to Shanks as utilizing it will hinder his Haki training. He will use it after entering the new world. After thinking through, Blae added 5 free attribute points to his Haki attribute, directly raising them to 50.3. Closing his eyes, he felt the change. It was addictive, the feeling of power. The major change came from his Haki reserve, they doubled. The next thing he noted is the quality of his spiritual energy. They were more refined and clear, which increased his Haki control. His entire presence changed as his Haki metamorphosed to a whole new level. For the first time, he felt close to his spiritual energy and had perfect control over it. The transformation evolved his armament, observation, and conqueror's Haki. Before he could check the changes, a notification rang in his mind. Alert, the host's strength reached the standard for the system upgrade. The upgrade is in progress, please wait. Blae was surprised as he didn't expect his system to upgrade suddenly. Is it because all my attributes crossed the 50 bar limit? His support system didn't take a lot of time. After what seemed like 5 minutes, it was fully upgraded. A new interface surfaced in his mind. Name, Blae Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 57.1. Devil Fruit Potential, 51.2. Haki, 50.3. Free Attribute Point, 4.8. Nothing changed in the status panel. His task bar is empty as there are no tasks, while there are some changes in the Achievement tab. Usually, Blae won't check the Achievement tab as most of the achievements mentioned are not something that he can complete now. But now, he noticed some adjustments as he clicked the Achievement tab. There are new achievements added with different rewarding options while some old ones had some changes. What surprised him most is, there are even other rewards aside from attribute points. Blae checked them one by one. The first few achievements are related to his occupation as a Marine. Some of them are: Achievement, Become a Rear Admiral. Reward, plus 1.0 Constitution plus 1.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 1.0 Free Attribute Point. Achievement, Become a Vice Admiral. Reward, plus 2.0 Haki plus 2.0 Free Attribute Point. Achievement, Become an Admiral. Reward, plus 3.0 Constitution plus 3.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 3.0 Haki plus 3.0 Free Attribute Point. Achievement, Become a Fleet Admiral. Reward, plus 5.0 Free Attribute Point plus 1 Lucky Draw. The rewards were a little different from what he noticed the last time. The major change is the lucky draw, and it's also what caught his attention. There was a small note regarding the lucky draw from the system. Lucky draw, using this function, the host can obtain anything that's not limited to the host's current world. Example, weapons, abilities of other worlds, life-saving tokens, a chance to traverse another world, and so on. Wow, Blae was on cloud 9 reading the description. So I can travel to the other anime worlds. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Stifling his zeal, he looked at the other achievements to see if there are other lucky draws. Aside from the one he saw, there were 2 more. Achievement, Claim the title Strongest Man in the World. Reward, plus 5.0 Free Attribute Point plus 1 Lucky Draw. Achievement, Dethrone the World Government. Reward, plus 10.0 Free Attribute Point plus 1 Lucky Draw. Seeing the achievements, Blae knew he won't be able to obtain the lucky draw anytime soon. Whether it's dethroning world government, becoming Fleet Admiral, or defeating Whitebeard, none of them are easy to accomplish. He wasn't too concerned about this as he will eventually become stronger, so he looked at other achievements with untroubled expression. Defeating or capturing pirates above 300 million and below 1 billion bounties would yield him 0.5 to 1 free attribute points. At the same time, any pirate or pirate crew worth over 1 billion bounty gives him 2.0 free attribute points. The rewards are different for defeating Yonko. Achievement, Challenge and defeat Sakazuki Akainu. Reward, plus 3.0 Devil Fruit Potential plus 2.0 free attribute point. The rewards are the same for Kuzan and Borsalino. Aside from them, there are rewards for defeating Garp and Sengoku. There are also other achievements, but we will talk about them later. Blae closed the achievement tab and sighed. The attribute points were reduced in most cases. It would be hard to earn them from now on. Even so, with his current strength, it won't be a problem for him to complete some of them. Next day, Blae is going to challenge Shanks today. He didn't know when the latter will lose his arm and leave East Blue, but it will happen within 1 month. Current year, 5th month of 1512. Blae and Shanks met at the uninhabited island situated a few kilometers away from Dawn Island and battled for the last time. It was a fierce battle as Blae used everything aside from his devil fruit power. Blae's sudden increase in strength caught Shanks off guard. It was also the first time that he was forced to use his entire strength. Shanks's strength is overwhelming and devastating as a swing of his sword cleaved the entire island. Blaze was compelled to use his attribute points. Once again, he raised his constitution attribute from 57.1 to 60.1 using 3 free attribute points. Only then he was able to barely fight on par against Shanks. Their battle lasted for an entire day and night with neither winning over the other. The entire island they fought on has been destroyed completely, nothing remained to prove their existence. It's a small island and thankfully it's uninhabited. The next day when Shanks came back to the Fuchsia village, he was in tatters with bruises and small cuts all over his body. His worn-out appearance drew everyone's attention. Especially the red-hair pirate crew. They couldn't believe their eyes. Only they know how powerful their chief is. Ben Beckman squinted his eyes while others showed a concerned look. Boss, what happened? Lucky Roo asked. If it was any other time, they would usually laugh but now they couldn't. Shanks, who was silent the entire time suddenly laughed aloud. Seeing this, the others also laughed along with him. Boss, you really got us this time. We thought you were feeling low, Usopp commented. Another 15 days passed. Blaze had already witnessed Luffy stabbing under his left eye, eating Gomu Gomu no Mi, and the appearance of the bandit Higama. Everything occurred as in the original series. He watched everything like a spectator. And, the event that will trigger the One Piece story finally happened? On this particular day, Higama's gang returned and demanded alcohol in Makino's bar. Luffy tried to pick a fight with him but he was kidnapped by Higama. Instead, however, Shanks and the Red Hair Pirates arrived before Higama could do anything to Luffy. After that, everything transpired as happened in the series. Red Hair Pirates and bandits confronted, but the bandits were single-handedly crushed by Ben Beckman. Bandit Higama managed to escape with Luffy by throwing a smoke bomb. Higama took Luffy out to sea but he was eaten alive by Lord of the Coast. When the Sea King moved to eat Luffy, Shanks arrived in the nick of time and saved Luffy by scaring the beast with his conqueror's haki. Luffy was okay, but Shanks lost his arm. Blaze watched everything happen but he still couldn't find an answer to why Shanks had to lose his arm, considering his strength. One thing is clear, his actions weren't deliberate. It remained a mystery to Blaze. After 2 days, the Red Hair Pirates were preparing to leave Fuchsia village for good. Blaze met Shanks after he lost his arm, and said only one thing. We will meet again in the New World. In the Fuchsia village port, Luffy declared that he would form his own pirate crew stronger than Shanks and will find One Piece. No matter what, I will become the king of the pirates. Hearing his declaration no one laughed, all the Red Hair Pirates looked at Luffy in wonder. Shanks stepped forward and presented his straw hat. Then, take care of this hat. It's very important to me. Return it once you become a great pirate and surpassed us. After that, the Red Hair Pirates set sail. Luffy, Makino, Whoop Slap, and other residents were present in the port to send them off while Blaze watched from distance. Shanks gave one last look at Luffy and turned his head while their ship sailed forward. A month passed since Shanks left the village. The East Blue is as calm as always but many things happened around the world. 1512, Reverie took place and a new system was introduced, Shishibukai 7 Warlords of the Sea. The purpose of the 7 Warlords system is to balance the unstable power in the world and to deal with other great pirates. They will be a symbol of the government's strength. The world government stated they are in the process of recruiting the members and made a point that only exceptionally strong individuals will be offered the position. In return for their alliance with the world government, every member's bounty will be frozen. The new system came as a shock to the entire world as this means pirates with ridiculous bounty can roam free once they get the position. Today, a new guest arrived at the Fuchsia village. Monkey D. Garp, the hero of the Marines. Garp saw Blaze who was drinking wine at Makino's bar. In truth, he was stunned to see the latter here and what shocked him most is Blaze's presence. With his observation haki, he saw a vibrant golden aura and it's as strong as a scorching Sunday. The fuck? It's not possible. How the hell did his haki reach such a level in a short span of a year? Brat, what are you doing here? Garp asked. Enjoying my leisurely life. Blaze nonchalantly replied, unsurprised by his arrival. Before Garp could inquire about his strength, Makino's startled voice came from behind the counter. Garp-san, when did you come? Just now, Makino. Where's Luffy? Is he still going on about becoming a pirate? I have to knock some sense into him. Garp knuckled his fists. Makino laughed a little and said, Luffy isn't talking about becoming a pirate anymore. Really? Garp seems genuinely surprised. Yes, because he wants to find One Piece and become a pirate king. What? That brat. Hearing it, Garp's entire face muscles trembled in anger. Why are you concerned about a child, Garp-san? It's his dream, you should support him. Blaze gulped a mouthful of wine and spoke. I'm concerned because he's my grandson. Garp roared. I won't let him become a pirate. Luffy is your grandson. Blaze showed a shocked expression, even though he knew it already. Makino, what happened? Garp asked, without bothering about Blaze. Makino then recounted the things that happened, the arrival of Red Hair Pirates, their interactions, and Shanks' sacrifice to save Luffy. Red Hair Shanks was here. Garp clenched his fist. He didn't expect them to stay at Fuchsia village for nearly a year and would influence Luffy. If I had known it beforehand. He thought and sighed. Is it fate? Garp then glanced at Blaze and asked, who taught you haki? Don't tell me it's the Red Hair Pirates. Not them. And, it's my secret. Blaze replied cheekily. On the side, Makino was astonished to see their casual chat. She asked, "You two know each other?" "Yes, Sister Makino. I am not a bounty hunter as you think, I am a marine commander. It's just I am not as strong as Vice Admiral Garp," Blaze replied. As for Garp, he just shook his head. Only he knew how strong Blaze is. "No wonder, it's why you didn't visit when Shanks and his crew were here," Makino mumbled. "Yes." Blaze didn't say much while Garp had a thoughtful expression. No one knows what he was thinking. At that moment, Luffy's voice came from the outside. "Makino Nasan, I am here, n/o/vel/b/n.c/om." But the next second, Luffy was surprised to see Garp inside the bar. He straightforwardly asked, "Grandpa, why did you come back?" Hearing the words, Blaze laughed aloud, unable to control his laughter. Every other grandchild's first reaction will be, "When you did come, Grandpa," but Luff is the complete opposite. "Luffy, I came to see you after a long time. Is this how you greet your grandpa?" Garp welcomed Luffy with a fist of love. AHH. Luffy cried in pain while a little bump grew on his forehead. Next day. Right now, Blaze, Garp, and Luffy were climbing the mountain behind the Fuchsia village. It's none other than Mt. Kalyabo where Curly Dodden and her gang of bandits live. Garp dragged Luffy by his face through the mountain path while Luffy's rubbery body dangled in midair while he struggled to get out of Garp's grip. "Grandpa, leave me. I will become the king of pirates." "Cut the pirate king crap," Garp yelled. Let me go." Luffy struggled, but everything's in vain as he can't shake Garp. Garp reprimanded. "On top of eating the devil fruit, you are talking nonsense. Luffy, both you and Ace have to become the strongest marine soldiers." "Ow ow ow, damn it. My body is made of rubber, but why is it so painful?" "Let me go, Grandpa. It's a mistake to leave you in the Fuchsia village. Of all things, you like pirates, what a fool. You even become friends with pirates like Shanks." "I want to become a great pirate, like Shanks." Garp didn't listen to Luffy's rambling. Blaze just followed them, both enjoying the scenery and funny conversation between Garp and Luffy. Besides, he's going to meet Ace too. It didn't take long for them to reach the peak of the mountain where Curly Dodden's home is located. Garp went and knocked on their door. Curly Dodden opened the door while cursing but stopped as soon as she spotted the figure outside, while bandits Dogra and Magra also came and were shocked to see Garp. The conversation went between them while Garp stated his purpose of visit and introduced Luffy and told them to take care of him. Of course, Dodden refused. But Garp's next words shut her. "Here's your choice. Do you want to spend all your life in prison or raise him? We will take him in." They all agreed in unison. As for Blaze, he looked at 10-year-old Ace and Luffy quarreling because of former spitting on him. It's fun to watch the two greatest One Piece characters bickering and their childhood life. Looking at Ace's cocky look and arrogant attitude, Blaze couldn't help but laugh. But his laughter successfully attracted Ace's attention. "What are you laughing at?" Ace glared. He hates when others laugh at him. "Nothing. It's funny to see a child trying to act like an adult." "Aren't you just a child?" Blaze replied. "What did you say?" Ace put a fighting stance and pointed the metal pipe at him, ready to pounce any moment. Blaze beat him up. "He spat on my face." Luffy cheered at him. n/o/vel/b/n.c/om. "Interesting. You want to fight me? Come." Blaze beckoned while his lips curved a little. Some distance away, Garp and the mountain bandits watched the dispute without interfering. Curly Dodden asked Garp, "Garp-san, who's that young man?" "He's a marine." Ace was completely provoked and irritated just looking at Blaze's face. He didn't know why. He may look like a child, but he experienced things that most adults hadn't. Besides, he can even beat 6 feet tall people without breaking a sweat. Gripping his metal pipe, Ace carefully treaded forward and suddenly lunged forward, channeling his strength to his legs. The next moment he appeared before Blaze and swung his metal pipe at the latter's head, jumping a little. Blaze effortlessly evaded his attack and caught Ace by his collar while he forcefully took the metal pipe from him and tossed it away. As for Ace, he struggled with all his might with punches and kicks, but it couldn't even tickle Blaze. "See, I told you. You're just a child." Saying this, he flicked Ace's forehead with his finger, imbuing a tiny amount of Haki. The flick sent him flying back. Ace's body crashed into the nearby tree before falling to the ground while a huge bump arose on the spot he struck. "Ah!" Ace cried, clutching his head. "It was just a flick, but why it's paining so much and my entire body aches." "What did he do?" "Grew up, then you can challenge me?" "Luffy, do you want one?" Blaze asked. "No." Luffy ran away as soon as he heard his words. Unlike Ace, he experienced it countless times, even his rubber body couldn't lessen the pain. "Ha ha ha." Blaze laughed. "Don't know why, he seems to enjoy messing with these two little brats. He's a monster like Grandpa." Ace stood up, dusted his clothes, and quietly left the area. Night. Blaze rested outside before a fire pit while Garp spent time with his grandsons. After some time, Garp came to meet him. He knew the latter wants to ask about his Haki as they increased way too quickly. And, as he expected, Garp asked, "How did your Haki advance so quickly?" Blaze pondered with a serious expression and replied, "Talent, maybe." "You brat, stop messing around. Tell me." "I don't know. I learned Haki and trained harder. Aside from that, I didn't do anything." Blaze answered. "Okay. Show me your full strength, don't hold back." Garp said and rose to his feet. "Let's go somewhere else." "Good." Blaze also stood up. He knew Garp is strong, but not the exact depth. Now, he got the opportunity to test it. Both of them walked deep into the forest, far away from Dodon's house. Picking a good spot, Blaze faced Garp. But, the latter still seemed as carefree as he knows. Balling his fist, Blaze coated them with Haki. He didn't hold back, he punched at Garp with his complete strength. Boom. The sheer power of the attack destroyed everything in the surroundings and influenced the air itself, blasting a huge shockwave in the form of a fist. The air pressure that took the form of a fist assaulted Garp, who stood in his place. Finally, Garp made his move. Coating his arms with Haki, he threw a punch of his own. Clash. The two fists collided in midair, creating a booming sound that shook the entire Dawn Island. Dark clouds appeared over their location while lightning flashed around, the result of the clash between two Haki users. But, Blaze was shocked when he noticed Garp's air fist destroying his attack and ravaged forward, towards him. He cursed, "Fuck." Bracing for the attack, Blaze swiftly reeled his arm back and punched again that collided in time. Even so, he failed to stop Garp's overwhelming punch. It bulldozed its way forward and smashed his face, pulverizing his entire being into the ground. Blaze didn't get up from the ground but simply looked at the sky and wondered, is he taking revenge because I bullied his grandsons? Nothing has changed. He's the real monster. How strong is Garp really? The shockwave and the resulting impact destroyed everything around them, nothing remained. Everything within a 1-kilometer radius was razed to the ground. Blaze's entire body ached. It took a moment for his cracked bones and ripped muscles to heal completely. If not for his formidable physique, he would have been injured heavily. He's definitely trying to kill me? I should have used Tekai. Blaze thought and rose to his feet while dusting himself off. Unknown to him, Garp was shocked by the incredible strength Blaze had shown and the powerful physique he possesses. Incredible. His strength reached the threshold of Admiral's. Garp came to his conclusion only after taking Blaze's Devil Fruit ability into consideration. His strength rose too quickly. What should we do? Unlike other Marines, Blaze developed on his own without getting any help. In fact, he only got punished for being moral and standing on the side of innocence. So, Garp doesn't know whether Blaze still believes in Marines and has a sense of belonging. Because stronger one's Haki, stronger their will and firmer their belief. I need to talk with Sengoku, Garp decided. Next day, Blaze and Garp left the mountain, leaving Luffy in the care of Curly Dodon. Garp is going to the headquarters while Blaze too plans on leaving Fuchsia village today and visit other islands of East Blue. Still, Garp wanted him to come and check on Ace and Luffy when he has free time. Blaze agreed. After that, Blaze said goodbye to Makino and other villagers he acquainted with, before departing with his unit. Unknown to him, Garp, who reached the marine headquarters, went to meet Sengoku. They had a serious discussion concerning Blaze. Garp, are you telling the truth? Sengoku raised his eyebrows. Sengoku, do you think I would joke on matters such as this? Garp solemnly replied. But how? I don't know, he didn't tell me. If we continue to punish him, there's a chance of him leaving the Marines. You don't want to lose him. Garp said. Sengoku knew Blaze's personality well. He may seem rebellious but he's true to his heart and had a strong sense of justice. It's just he won't listen when it comes to certain things. Considering his current strength, it can be overlooked. Looking at Garp, he said, I will talk to Kong-san. Kong is still the fleet admiral, so Sengoku can't decide on this matter since Blaze was punished directly by the former. Garp nodded his head. Days passed. Though Blaze's strength reached a certain level, it didn't stop him from training further. He's currently trying to perfect the Haki emission under Armament Haki. He mastered the concept of projecting his Haki flow from his body without a medium, but he was unhappy with the result and want to further improve them. A good example is Old Man Magnus' display of his Haki. He was able to control the objects with his Haki without touching them, similar to telekinesis. But, it's too advanced for him. Aside from this, Blaze is also training on the internal destruction concept, letting Haki flows inside a target and destroys it from the inside out. He's having fun practicing the advanced concept. In the meantime, Regis and Rosinante got proficient in the Haki concept. They can use basic level observation and armament Haki. Though everything's been going smooth, Blaze began to feel a sense of loss and boredom after a month. It happened suddenly. A thought came to him. Why did he have to stay in the East Blue? His dream is to become the strongest man in the world, but staying in East Blue won't lead him anywhere. Only countless challenges and near-death battle experience would help him. He respects some of the Marines and their sense of justice. If not for them, the world would have been completely ravaged by pirates and wars. It's what's stopping him from quitting the Marines. Moreover, Sengoku helped him during his desperate time while Garp and other Marines treated him well. He can't betray their trust and just leave like that, but everything has a limit. It's also the reason why he revealed his strength, hoping the Marines would lift his punishment. Blaze plans on waiting for some time and wants to see what the Marines would do. If they hellbent on keeping his punishment, then he will be forced to make a decision. As if hearing his thoughts, a new order came from the Marine headquarters a few days after Garp left. He was once again promoted to the rank of Marine Captain and appointed as the commander of the Loguetown base. In a sense, he's the highest-ranking officer in East Blue now. It didn't affect Blaze in any way. After accepting his position, he returned to his old lifestyle. Months passed by as Blaze roamed the East Blue. He almost visited every island inhabited by humans. East Blue is vast, but only a few islands are occupied by humans whilst others are unsettled. He visited Shimasuki village where Zoro and Kuina reside, where he saw both of them training hard. Zoro trained hard to beat Kuina while the latter trained to become the strongest woman so that she can inherit her father's dojo. He visited Kokoyashi village and saw Nami and Nojiko who live with Belmere. Blaze even went to the Usopp's hometown located in Gecko Islands. At first, Blaze just wandered aimlessly while he even stopped training as if he lost the drive, but as he traveled to more places and met different people, he began to understand something. Nov. L. B / JNN. Especially the One Piece characters that he likes so much, Usopp, Nami, Zoro, Kuina, and some on other islands. When he saw their childhood, heard their dreams, and felt their determination, a spark formed in his heart. In this world, everyone has a story of their own and it's incredible to see them put effort to achieve it. How to say? They had a sense of purpose. But Blaze, he had nothing. Sure, he dreams of becoming the strongest man in the world, but there's no purpose in it. The purpose of life is the innermost desire of what one wants to become, unlike dreams. The sudden finding struck his heart. No wonder, I have been feeling a sense of loss recently. It's the reason. Blaze knew the reason. Unlike the others, he was suddenly transmigrated into a whole new world and was forced to strive for something. The drive to escape from the clutches of pirates and to become stronger clouded the need to seek the purpose of his life. Now, he realized it. For the first time in his life, he experienced something that can't be taught by others. A new path opened when he believed that he reached the end. 6 months passed. Current timeline, 1513, first month. Many things happened around the world in these short 6 months. Admiral Sengoku has been appointed as the new Fleet Admiral of the Marines, while the previous Fleet Admiral Kong has been promoted as World Government's Commander-in-Chief. Aside from this, many Marine old-timers who were in service from Roger's era retired one by one. The young and capable people with strong justice took their place. A good example is Sakazuki, who was recently promoted to the rank of Admiral and was given the title Admiral Akainu. It was talk of the town among the Marine soldiers. There's also a rumor among the Marines that Vice Admiral Kuzan and Borsalino will soon be promoted to the ranks of admirals. Another major event is regarding the infamous Fisher Tiger who climbed Red Line and freed the world noble slaves. He was ambushed by Marine soldiers and lost his life due to blood loss. This news caused an uproar among the people and fishmen. All the fishmen grieved his death as he was considered as the hero. Reading this news, Blaze sighed. Fisher Tiger is a good soul, but his heart yearned for freedom and death as he lost the meaning of life after his experience as a slave. In a way, death is the truest freedom to him. After that, Jinbe succeeded Tiger's position and became the captain of the Sun Pirates. Not long after, he accepted the world government's offer and became a warlord of the sea. When it comes to East Blue, none of these major news affected them in any way except for one, World Nobel and Celestial Dragon Jalmax's visit to the Goa Kingdom. It's been days since he visited and left the East Blue, but this topic was still talked about among people. But what none of them knew is, what happened in the Goa Kingdom before Jalmax's visit, the burning of the Grey Terminal. Since the Goa Kingdom is under world government, the Marines can't intervene in their actions without their permission even if they want to. He visited Luffy and Ace after the incident as he knew they were devastated by Sabo's death. He also met Sabo when he came with Garp, 3 months back. Only he knew Sabo is alive. Today, Blaze received the good news that he always wanted to hear. He was called back to the headquarters and he doesn't have to stay in the East Blue anymore. He knew once Sengoku took charge as Fleet Admiral he will be called back. Sengoku didn't disappoint him. Finally, I can enter the new world. Right now, Blaze is in Shimatsuki village, the hometown of Kuina and Zoro. He was here the past 5 days. Before leaving East Blue, he wants to bring Kuina with him and prevent her death. But, he can't take her away before the last duel between Zoro and Kuina. It needs to happen. Kuina was a formidable child prodigy in swordsmanship, being the best student of the Ishin dojo. Despite her young age, she could overpower even adults in a sword fight. Even Zoro, who's considered a genius in the way of swordsmanship, can't defeat her. Hell, Kuina can defeat Zoro with a single sword attack. Because of Zoro's rivalry with her, she too trains harder so that she won't lose. Right now, Zoro and Kuina have fought nearly 2,000 times. Soon, Zoro will challenge her into fighting with real swords. Still, Kuina is someone who was always living with the knowledge that since she was a woman, it would only get harder as she got older for her to compete with men. She was afraid and weak in her heart because of it. Only after her battle with Zoro, she will regain her spirit. If Blaze is not wrong, it will happen tomorrow. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Blaze's marine ship was docked on the shore near Shimatsuki village. He got acquainted with Kuina and Zoro when he first visited them 6 months back. Both of them know that he's a marine captain. Many in the world have a bad opinion of Marines because of certain things and being a lapdog of the world government. So, both of them won't interact much with him. But, his 6 days stay here increased the communication between them. All he did was, he showed them swordplay. He's not a swordsman, but he at least knows some simple sword techniques that he observed of Shanks. Kuina was aloof and exudes an arrogant demeanor, but on the inside, she's soft. For her age, she's really powerful, both physically and in terms of sword mastery. She's just 11 years old and looked the same as shown in the series. As for Zoro, he's a tough nut and simpleton. Kuina, how many times has Zoro lost to you till today? 1999. If he loses another, it will be 2000. When she said it, there's a smile at the corner of her lips. Zoro, who was training his body a little away from them, replied immediately after hearing her words. I will win the next fight. You said the same thing before all our fight, but you still lose. Kuina retorted. Come on, Kuina. You have to praise Zoro for his strong heart. He has never beaten you but he still says that he will win, you have to learn from him. Kuina just turned her head. She thought of something and asked Blae, Blae-san, can women truly become powerful as you said? Yes. Can you tell me about the big mom that you mentioned before and how powerful she is? Kuina asked with interest. Blae sighed hearing her question. Kuina asked this question more than 100 times and he answered her every time. It's just she didn't believe it and thinks he was just bluffing her. Blae knew whatever he says won't reach her heart at the moment. Oh, it's Marine Captain Blae again, how are you doing? At that moment, a voice came over and a person decked in yukata approached him from distance. He's none other Kuina's father, Koshiro. Blae bowed his head lightly in a way to greet and spoke, Swordmaster Koshiro, I am doing well, how about you? Koshiro nodded his head, I want to have some words in pirate with you, shall we walk and talk? Sure. Zoro, Kuina, stay here. Then, Blae and Koshiro walked along the shoreline. Koshiro initiated the conversation, Mr. Blae, can I ask why do you approach Kuina and your purpose of stay here? Blae smiled at Koshiro's straightforward question, it didn't come as a surprise. He knew his movements were constantly monitored after his arrival at the Shimatsuki village. He also sensed a powerful presence in the village. It's not Koshiro, if Blae isn't wrong it should be Shimatsuki Kozaburo, Kuina's grandfather. Kuina is a determined girl with a strong heart. She's someone who was born for greatness, I can't bear to see her talent getting destroyed. Blae answered. Hearing Blae's words Koshiro surprised for a moment and asked, Kuina's doing great, why do you think like that? Mr. Koshiro, I don't know whether you realized it or not but Kuina's going through a tough time as she already began to doubt herself. If no one guides her even now, she will end up in a worse state. I don't understand. Koshiro looked at Blae. He didn't doubt his words as his father informed him that Blae isn't a simple person. Let me explain in simple words. I have observed Kuina for a few days and knew about the rivalry between her and Zoro. But, we both know it won't be long before Zoro overwhelms her in terms of strength. Koshiro interrupted. Kuina knew it too. She's a sensible girl. That's the problem. The day she loses to Zoro, is the day her heart dies. A person's strength comes from one's spirit, not by their body. But, you taught her saying that women can't defeat grown men. It was deeply engraved in her heart. So, if she ever gets defeated in the future she would always think it's because she's a woman. Eventually, she will lose her drive to train and get stronger. Blae shook his head. Koshiro stopped in his tracks as if he was struck by lightning. He mumbled to himself. Am I the reason? Seeing his reaction, Blae quickly spoke. Please don't take my words to heart. You were raised in such a way that men are superior to women. And, it's not too late. Kuina's heart needs training. Only by traveling and seeing the vast world that she can break the shackles that bind her existence. I don't know Kuina's going through such pain. Kuina said that her dream is to become the world's strongest swordsman and inherit the Ishin dojo. It's not going to be easy. I admire her passion. I want to accept her as a marine apprentice but if she rejects my proposal I won't force her. Blae expressed his thoughts. I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. If Kuina agrees to leave with you, I won't stop her. Koshiro slightly bowed his head. The next day, the fateful event happened. In the training dojo, Zoro challenged Kuina for the 2000th time but he still lost to Kuina in one move. You are still weak, Zoro. Later that night, a frustrated Zoro challenged Kuina to fight him with a real sword and said it will be their last fight. Kuina accepted his challenge. Blae watched everything from a distance. Zoro used 2 swords while Kuina used a single sword, Wado Ikemonji. They fought but Zoro once again lost while Kuina claimed her 2001st victory against him. After the duel was over, Kuina broke down in tears. She had concluded that Zoro would soon pass her in skill and strength. He had already caught up to her current skills. It further confirmed her belief that boys grow up to be stronger than girls. My father told me that a girl can never become the world's strongest, Kuina spoke, looking at the sky. Hearing her words, Zoro got angry. You can't say that after beating me, it's not fair. If I ever beat you in the future, it's because of my skills not because I am a boy. Promise me, someday, one of us will be the world's strongest swordsman. We will compete to see who gets there. Wiping her tears away, Kuina accepted Zoro's challenge. Blae smiled watching their interaction. Finally, the vow has been made. After the promise, Zoro left while Kuina sat alone thinking something, looking at the star-filled sky. But, the sudden voice startled her. It was a good fight. Blae appeared before her. Seeing its Blae, Kuina relaxed. Blae-san, you were watching the fight. Yes. Do you know why you have the feeling that Zoro's getting stronger while you remain the same? It's because I am a girl. No. It's because you already started thinking in your heart that you will eventually lose to Zoro. You can't hope to get stronger without putting any effort. Blae told. But, Kuina once again cried. You don't have to say anything. Let me ask you, do you want to become the strongest swordsman? Yes, Kuina answered firmly. Then, you have to leave this place and enter Grand Line. Leave the village. Kuina hesitated. She can't bear to leave her parents and friends. Kuina, you are caught in the shadow of Zoro. It's not good for you to stay here. If you don't want to be defeated by Zoro, you have to make this choice. No one can force you on this. It's up to you to decide. Blae's words struck Kuina's heart. It's what she's afraid of the most, losing to Zoro. What should I do? What I suggest you is, join the Marines under my command and travel the world. There, you can face countless swordsmen better than you. And, I already talked to your father. Whatever your decision is, he will respect it. If you feel confused, you can talk with him. Blae explained. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Kuina thought for a moment and said, I will talk to father. Good. I will be leaving tomorrow, so make the decision quicker. Blae nodded his head. After that, Kuina left and walked towards the dojo. Blae followed without altering her. If he's not wrong, she will return to place her sword where she will trip and die. But, it didn't happen. Kuina directly went to visit her father while Blae waited outside. After 30 minutes, she came out with a determined decision while her eyes were firm. Carrying the Wado Ikimonji, she went to sleep. Unlike in the original, she didn't go anywhere so nothing happened. Even so, Blae watched her over her the entire night. In case, if something happens. The sun rose as the next day arrived. Nothing happened to Kuina, who woke up as usual. Meaning, she escaped the misfortune. After getting freshened up and packing some things, Kuina informed her parents about her decision. She planned to leave the village to get stronger. Before leaving the village, she met Zoro and gave him the Wado Ikimonji. Zoro, I will get the sword back after I defeat you as an adult. Zoro didn't understand what Kuina was saying. She didn't explain. After saying goodbye to her friends, she came to meet Blae and told her decision. Seeing her all packed up, all set to go. Yes. Okay, let's go. Blae then brought her to the ship and informed Regis to set sail to Marine headquarters. She's coming with us. Rosinante asked, noticing Kuina. Yes. Blae-san, we are going back after nearly 2 years. I am excited. Regis grinned. Blae too smiled. First half of Grand Line. A standard marine ship sailed through the sea while the morning sunlight and clear blue brought a fresh atmosphere to the ship. The new day started. There are not many people on the ship, only 20-some marine soldiers including Blae, Kuina, Rosinante, and Regis. Right now, Regis and Kuina stood face to face on the ship deck with their swords pointed at one another. Meanwhile, Rosinante, Blae, and other marine soldiers spectate. Kuina had a confident look on her face as this isn't her first time facing an adult. She had crushed countless people like Regis before. In fact, she wanted to fight Blae. A few minutes before, she went to ask Blae to fight her or teach the sword skills, but the latter refused. Blae's words were simple. Find Regis. If you can defeat him, I will teach you advanced sword skills. That brings Kuina and Regis to the current situation. When Kuina went to look for Regis, he still hadn't gotten up. Even now, Regis had sleepy look and yawned from time to time. Kuina, can't we do this later? I hadn't slept well last night due to the storm. Regis pleaded. No, I have to defeat you, only then Captain Blae will teach me sword skills. Kuina replied. Regis, play with her for a minute. You can sleep later. Don't use Haki and Rokushiki, use only your sword skills. Blae stated while Regis nodded. Kuina, you can start. As soon as Blae uttered, Kuina lunged forward with her sword and slashed at Regis. Facing the slash, Regis simply avoided it by sidestepping to his left, and with the hilt of his sword, he hit Kuina's back with minimal force. Thump. As Kuina was already rushing forward, the jab disrupted her pace. She lost her footing and before she could react, her face was inches away from hitting the ground. Before her mind could react, her body responded thanks to her hard training. She skillfully rotated her body and with a thrust of her left hand, she sprang back to her feet. Kuina perspired. They only exchanged one blow but she was already forced to her limit. Holding the hilt of the sword with both her hands, Kuina once again rushed at Regis and slashed horizontally. Unlike last time, the force behind her attack doubled as he used both hands. An impressive way to increase the power of the strike. It's just it won't work against Regis, who's an experienced fighter and master swordsman. In a swift motion, Regis lifted his sword and slashed with the rotation of his wrist. The slash gathered the wind around his blade and created a pressurized air. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Instead of the sharp side of the blade, Regis used the blunt side so that Kuina won't be hurt by the sharpness. In short, the slash only had the power, not sharpness. The violent gust of wind knocked the sword away from Kuina and struck her stomach. The force behind the attack threw her back as she crashed into the ship's side. Kuina coughed violently as she struggled to breathe and it took a few seconds for her to calm down. The wind slash completely crushed her. And, that wind blade created from a sword completely awed her. It's the first time for her to witness something like that. Kuina clutched her stomach in pain and rose to her feet. She looked at Regis in surprise. She didn't expect Regis to be this powerful. She knew there may be a gap between her and skilled swordsmen but not this much. She began to understand the meaning behind Blae's words. At that moment, Blae spoke. Kuina, learn to accept the truth before your eyes. In this vast sea, you are just another being with a sword. At your current strength, any random pirate with a sword can kill you in a single strike. He then looked at Regis. Regis, from today onwards you are responsible for her training. I want to see her defeat you in pure sword skills in a short time. Regis was blanked for a moment. Captain, are you asking me to teach her so that she can defeat me sooner? Yes. Is there any problem? Blae nonchalantly asked. Blae's acceptance hurt Regis further. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Blae-san, I am not talented but you can't embarrass me in front of a child. I'm sorry Regis, since your strength shows no sign of improvement I thought Kuina will soon surpass you. If you want to refute my claim, improve your strength. Otherwise, you will definitely be overtaken by Kuina. Hearing his words, Kuina smiled while a proud look surfaced on her face. On the other hand, Regis looked like a deflated balloon. Blae then called Rosinante and walked towards his cabin. Since they are entering the Grand Line, he wants to discuss some things regarding Doflamingo. Doflamingo will come looking for him once he comes to know about Rosinante and his location. The only reason why he hadn't attacked him till now is because of constant pursuit by the Marines. Of course, even if he comes looking for Blae, he can't do much and may get beaten instead. As Blae left with Rosinante, Kuina went to talk with Regis. She wants to know more about the outside world and how strong the people are. Regis didn't hold back in his information as he's considered her teacher. He described the outline of the world, various powers, and the current pirate era. East Blue is fairly a peaceful sea, so there's not much you may have seen. But, in Grand Line battle happens all the time while countless people lose their lives every minute. Since the number of pirates is overwhelming, the Marines are finding it hard to stop them. Regis reminisced his past while a sad look flashed past his eyes. Before I joined Blae's captain, I was in a different unit. But, suddenly one day our unit was slaughtered as we encountered a strong pirate crew. Only a few survived and I escaped because my friend sacrificed his life to save me. I haven't told many people about this, so don't share it with others. Kuina had a hard time accepting the cruel facts and she didn't know how to react, whether to comfort Regis or say something. Moreover, she couldn't accept the fact that even someone as strong as Regis was beaten by a pirate. Seeing her look, Regis laughed. Don't worry about it, Kuina. The current me is different from the past. After coming under Blae-san, I improved while my strength rose to a whole new level. The current me can single-handedly defeat the entire pirate crew. It's my luck to be placed under the Blae-san's unit. Only then it dawned on Kuina that she didn't know much about Blae. She curiously asked, how strong is Captain Blae then? How strong is Blae-san? Regis pondered. Recently, he hadn't witnessed Blae display his strength, so he wasn't sure of it. Still, what he knew for sure is, Blae is countless times more powerful than him, as he heard from Rosinante about what happened in the North Blue. I don't know how strong Blae-san is exactly, but I am sure he can crush me with a single punch, Regis answered Kuina. Hearing it, Kuina's worldview collapsed. She thought Regis is powerful, but it seems like Blae is the true monster. Without her knowing, her mindset began to change, in a good direction. Next day, Blae's marine ship is just a few hours away from reaching the marine headquarters. But before going there, he wants to visit old man Magnus once again. Blae learned many things from Magnus, not just Haki. In the One Piece world, he has no family or relatives, but Magnus is one of the very few he holds important in his heart. Getting out of his cabin, he saw Regis and Kuina practicing. Regis had a sleepy look while Kuina had an eager expression. As he expected, Kuina is the same as Zoro, determined and extremely hard-working. As for Rosinante, he's very lazy and carefree, so he should be sleeping right now. Regis, I will be back in an hour. Saying this, Blae leaped from the ship. Regis didn't question where he was going as he knew some things shouldn't be asked. Hovering in midair, Blae utilized his devil fruit ability under the watchful eyes of Regis and Kuina. Golden energy erupted from his body, transforming into a monstrous creature. Regis and Kuina stood shocked, staring at the incredible display of power. What stood before their eyes is none other than the mystical existence, dragon. Unlike Kaido's serpent-like and wingless dragon form, what Blae actualized is different and looked a little threatening. It was huge, translucent, bat-winged, and had a scaly lizard form. Gulping a little, Regis and Kuina gaped at the golden dragon and at Blae, who stood on the dragon's back. Waving his hand, Blae patted the dragon that took off under his command. Unlike the real one, his dragon is formed of solar energy and runs under his command. Blae just wants to show off his power to Kuina and motivate her further. From the looks of it, he achieved it. In no time, Blae disappeared from Regis and Kuina's line of sight. They still stood like statues, unable to digest what they just saw. Well, Kuina, yesterday you asked how strong Blae-san is, right? There you go. Regis spoke. Regis-san, that looked like a dragon, but it's a little different from what I read, Kuina asked. As a descendant of the Shimatsuki family, she heard things about dragons. For the starters, it's not a real dragon. It's something formed by Blae-san's devil fruit power. Regis shook his head and answered. It didn't take long for Blae to reach the fume-covered volcanic island where old man Magnus stays. When Magnus saw Blae, he was genuinely surprised. With his observation Haki, he noticed Blae's presence is too bright and vibrant. You have become strong, your Haki looks more refined and powerful, Magnus commented. I may have become stronger, but it's nowhere near my goal, Blae replied as he knew better. True. Since your dream is to become the strongest man in the world, you need to improve further. Magnus nodded his head. Blae looked at old man Magnus and sighed. He could see the latter's life energy has faded further. It won't be long before he passes away. If he's not wrong, he doesn't even have 2 years. Seeing through Blae's thoughts, Magnus spoke. I have lived enough. And, I have seen and experienced that normal people only dream, joy, sorrow, betrayal, love, strength, weakness, and much more. Only at death one gains true freedom. Still, don't you want to see me stand at the peak of this world one day? Blae asked. I don't have to. I know you will do it, you are special. Old man Magnus smiled. Nov, L, B /JNN. Blae then chatted with Magnus for an hour before saying his farewell. He knew it's their last meeting. Magnus too said not to visit him again. Blae will respect his decision as it's his wish. When he prepared to leave, Magnus spoke. Blae, don't become proud or arrogant. Even if you become stronger, there are still people in the world who can kill you. You are still young, so take your time and raise your influence. It won't be easy to break away the Marines from world government control. Once they know your intention, they will come for you. Be careful. I will. Acknowledging his words, Blae left the island without saying goodbye. He didn't want to. Old man Magnus looked at Blae's disappearing back with slightly moist eyes. Live well? Don't die sooner. Blae reached his ship that's just an hour away from arriving at the headquarters. After a long time, he's going back. Many things have changed. Sengoku succeeded in the position of Fleet Admiral of the Marines while Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Borsalino have become the Admirals. The entire top order of the Marine Order has changed. Exceptional Marine soldiers have been promoted to the ranks of Commodores and Captain while some Rear Admirals raised to the ranks of Vice Admirals. It may be the reason why the entire Marine headquarters is overflowing with positive energy and numerous Marine soldiers packed the shore, waiting to be dispatched. Blae just smiled at the scene while Regis is surprised at change, but Kuina was entirely stunned viewing the thousands of Marines. She was sure that any one of them here can take her out effortlessly. Kuina at this moment knows it's the best decision that she had ever made in her life, to leave the Shimatsuki village. Zoro, I promise, I won't ever let you surpass me. Regis, take Kuina and register her as a Marine trainee under my command. If anyone asks, you can use my special code. Once I finish my business, I will call you. Blae then went to meet the new Fleet Admiral of the Marines. Fleet Admiral Office. Not anyone can meet Fleet Admiral of the Marines, but Blae has this privilege. Walking into the office, he saw Sengoku. To his surprise, there was another person inside the office, newly promoted Admiral, Kuzan. Seeing him, Sengoku squinted his eyes a little and nodded. As soon as he saw Blae, he knew Garp didn't exaggerate. His strength really reached the threshold of admirals. The most shocked one is Kuzan. He could feel a sense of danger radiating from Blae, and it means the latter's strength is close to his. It's not even 2 years. How did he develop his haki to such extent? Should I wait outside, Sengoku-san? Blae asked. No, come and have a seat. You came at the right time, we were discussing important. Sengoku gestured for him to sit. Seating next to Kuzan, he spoke. I'm feeling nervous sitting next to an admiral. Hearing his words, Kuzan didn't show any reaction while Sengoku reprimanded him. You brat, drop the act, as we both knew how strong you have become. Considering your strength, you may have been promoted to the ranks of Vice Admiral if not for your stubbornness. It's in my nature. Blae shrugged. Sengoku waved his hand and spoke. Let's get back to the topic. Blae, we were discussing the speed pirates. Have you heard of them before? Blae turned serious and replied, I know about them but not in detail, just their bounties and names. Speed pirates were not in the original timeline but in the current timeline, they are considered as one of the great pirates of the sea. And they have a territory of their own in the New World. The speed pirates originated from Grand Line and were led by their captain, Speed, whom the pirate crew is named after. As for why the captain is called Speed, is because he's a devil fruit user who ate Soko no Mi speed fruit. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Aside from him, there's another man in Speed Pirates who's as strong as Speed, his brother, Luke. He's also a devil fruit user who ate kilo fruit. Both of them are very dangerous as they had a bounty of over 1 billion, individually. With over 300 pirates under their command, they are really one of the great pirates of the New World. A pirate crew is called a great pirate when their captain or someone in their crew's bounty crosses the 1 billion bounty mark. Unlike in the original timeline, the concept of Yonko hasn't been introduced yet. All the strong pirates have now called the great pirates. If Blae isn't wrong, in another 1 or 2 years the world government will introduce the concept. Blae knew why the world government has to grant the Yonko title. It is to create chaos and at the same time, balance the power structure of the new world. The Yonko concept will definitely create friction among the pirates as none of these great pirates want to be treated inferior to others. The result will be, they will fight among themselves and destroy each other. A great plan from world government to contain the pirates growing in the new world. It's just Blae doesn't know when it will happen. Right now, the new world is extremely chaotic with dangerous pirates roaming them with no rules. Musing, Blae looked at Sengoku. There should be a reason why the latter wants to talk about them. Sengoku spoke. A month ago speed pirates attacked a kingdom affiliated under world government and killed many nobles along with the countless citizens. Though the kingdom nobles aren't celestial dragons, they have high status. So, we sent an admiral at that time. But what we didn't expect is total defeat. The speed pirates sunk 3 marine battleships and even heavily injured the former admiral who's forced to retire from the marines. Anger could be seen on Sengoku's face. After the battle, the speed pirates were staying low so we couldn't find their location. Just yesterday, we confirmed their location. According to the intelligence, their ships were spotted near Green Hill Island. I want them apprehended or killed. I don't care about the process. I am appointing you both for this task. Blae, listen to Kuzan's orders on this one. Since Sengoku finished his speech, it's time for him and Kuzan to leave the office and plan the next course of action. At that moment, Sengoku spoke again. Blaze, tell Rosinante to come and meet me. Sure. Coming out of the office, Blaze spoke. I thought I could laze around for a few more days before visiting the new world. It's not possible anymore. Kuzan-san, congratulations on becoming an admiral. When are you going to give me the treat? Kuzan still has a lazy attitude. He looked weirdly at Blaze and spoke. First, remove the honorifics. Just Kuzan will do, as you are as strong as me. Blaze didn't dare to take the compliment. There's still a gap between us. Without minding his words, Kuzan spoke again. As for the treat, I don't remember us being too familiar. Let's talk about the speed pirates. I am planning on confronting them in 2 days. I will inform you once the preparations are complete. Be ready. Yawning a little, Kuzan walked away while waving his hands at him. Blaze returned to his ship as he doesn't have an office of his own in Marine headquarters. Only Rosinante and other soldiers were on board while Regis and Kuina haven't returned yet. He wanted to meet Garp but heard the latter is on leave. Reaching the ship, Blaze informed Rosinante that Sengoku wants to meet him. Hearing it, Rosinante grew nervous. After all, he did betray Sengoku and stole the Op no Mi. Though he talked to Sengoku after that incident, it was through Den Mushi, but meeting face to face is different. Walking next to him, Blaze patted his shoulder, understanding his thoughts. What are you being afraid of? He's not going to bite you. You made a mistake and it's time for you to face it. Yes, Rosinante agreed and went to meet Sengoku. Unlike in the original series, Rosinante disregarded his usual makeup. Now, he was clothed in a standard marine uniform and looked a little handsome with golden hair. He's totally changed both in terms of appearance and strength. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. There's a 2-day gap before they set out for the new world to catch the speed pirates. In the meantime, Blaze plans to visit Zephyr-sensei. Though his Haki is formidable, he struggles to master the advanced Haki concept. There's some problem with the way he trains. Only Zephyr can solve his problem in a short time, as he's a great teacher. Without a doubt, old man Magnus is a formidable person, but he isn't that good at teaching others. In fact, he asked the latter about his problem yesterday, but he's clueless. After 15 minutes, Regis and Kuina returned. Kuina has officially become a marine trainee under his command. After informing Kuzan, Blaze set sail towards the training island where Zephyr is, along with Regis and Kuina. As for Rosinante, he can only stay at headquarters. It didn't take long. Blaze's ship reached the training island after 4 hours of sailing. Regis knows about this place as he also completed his training here, but for Kuina, it's her first time. Blaze also thought of letting Kuina train here for some time, but he soon rejected the idea. Real battles are more efficient than training in one place. He has the confidence that he can guide Kuina better. Reaching the island, Blaze smelled the fresh and familiar air. He has come back after more than 2 years, but nothing changed here. Everything is the same. The sight of marine trainees training in the field under the watchful eyes of instructors and Zephyr-sensei, who was surveying the entire training program. Zephyr-sensei, how are you doing? Walking next to Zephyr, Blaze asked. Zephyr noticed Blaze's arrival. With his arms crossed, he glanced at Blaze and spoke. It seems like Sengoku lifted your punishment. Blaze chuckled. Sensei, you were following my deeds? I'm embarrassed now. Do you need to ask? I look after every marine soldier who graduates from here. Unlike other marine officers, I didn't teach you much aside from the Rokushiki martial arts. Still, I know you are talented and will eventually achieve something big. It's just with your character, it won't be easy. Hearing it, Blaze was surprised as he didn't expect Zephyr would have a high opinion of him. Zephyr continued. I know, you have suffered many times for doing something good, but that's how the world is, full of injustice. We had to deal with it. If it's someone in your place, they may have deflected or left the Marines. But, you didn't change. That's what I admire in you, resolute and firm in what you do. Blaze flushed at Zephyr's praise. Sensei, I think you are overpraising me. No, in this cruel world, only your strength speaks for yourself. Considering your current strength, you are qualified for my praise. Okay, since you are here, why don't you inspire the new recruits with your words? Zephyr suddenly asked. Before Blaze could decline, Zephyr shouted. Everyone, gather here. The training recruits and other instructors in the field also gathered around. Let me introduce you, Marine Headquarters Captain, Blaze. He joined Marines a few years ago and trained here for around a year before joining the duty. He's like you all, the only difference is he's still alive and kicking. That's because he's countless times stronger than you all. Being in the sea for years, he encountered many pirates. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Even if you want to have a small bout with him, he wouldn't mind. Zephyr introduced. The Marine recruits were excited to meet their senior, but many were skeptical because of how young Blaze looked. Unlike them, the officers and instructors were stunned finally recognizing Blaze. They remembered the conflict between him and Sakazuki and how the latter nearly killed him. It was the most discussed topic of that time. After that, they heard he was demoted and transferred to 4 Seas where there's no career growth. All of them thought it was such a pity, but they slowly forget Blaze's name due to the passage of time. But now, he once again came back. Most thought it's over for Blaze as he already offended Admiral Sakazuki before. Only someone like Zephyr knows how incorrect the statement is. Meanwhile, Blaze scrutinized the Marine recruits who were standing in an orderly manner. He was like them when he came here, full of spirit and eager to improve himself. Remembering the days, his eyes casually swept past the recruits, but they suddenly stopped as he spotted two familiar figures, Smoker and Hina. It was just for a second and he didn't show it on his face. Stepping forward, Blaze spoke. I stood where you all standing now and I sweated as much as you are doing now. And, none of you are anyway inferior to me. Hard work and the amount of effort you make determine what you will become in the future. Let's skip the boring part and move on to the interesting stuff. I have met countless pirates, some are dangerous and sly who won't hesitate to take your life. What to do when you confront one? Blaze stopped at this point and seeing the glowing eyes of the recruits he continued, I will now show some simple fighting techniques, tricks, and how to have better control over your physical strength. I need a volunteer, who's willing? When Blaze asked who's willing, Smoker responded first, followed by Hina and other marine recruits. Blaze smiled observing Smoker and gestured with his hand. You, one with the cigar in your mouth. Come forward. Smoker looked the same as shown in the series, serious and gruff but just a little younger. He should be around 22 or 23. The funny thing is, he's even older than Blaze in terms of age. Blaze saw the arrogance in his eyes. It's engraved in his bones because of his inherent strength and power granted by his smoke devil fruit power. Smoker is someone with a rebellious attitude and does as he please just like him, so Blaze didn't mind his attitude. He asked, what's your name? Smoker. Fitting name. Come at me with your full strength as if you would engage a pirate. Blaze spoke and gestured for him to attack. Zephyr and the other instructors didn't say anything and watched from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the other marine recruits watched the play with interest. None of the marine recruits at the training camp are rookies. Most of them are drafted into camp after much consideration. Their strength, performance, and other factors were taken into account. Among them, Smoker is the best. He is a formidable combatant who fought pirates before, coupled with physical strength and devil fruit ability. None of the recruits is his match. So, they want to see how the marine captain who was younger than them will fare against him. Some even thought Blaze isn't Smoker's match. As soon as Blaze gestured, Smoker attacked. White spark. Transforming his whole body into a cloud of dense smoke, he charged at Blaze. As he neared, he balled his right arm and fired it forward as a punch. Blaze didn't expect Smoker would directly attack him with his strongest attack, and he even utilized his devil fruit ability. It seems like he neither respects me nor my rank. Should I teach him some manners? Well, I did say to him to attack with his full strength. Blaze pondered as he welcomed the attack. He didn't try to evade, just used his Tekai skill. The strike rammed at his chest. The smoke behind the attack tried to push him back, but none of it worked as the attack is very weak. Blaze stood like a mountain without any change. Moku Moku no Mi is a formidable Logia devil fruit, but it's wasted on someone as weak as you. His words riled Smoker up, who grew angry and rained punches on him. Of course, none of it affected Blaze in any way. He simply stood with his arms crossed while shaking his head. It's what happens when you charge at a pirate without knowing what your opponent is capable of. My lesson is simple, don't ever think that you are strong and others are weak. It will lead to your doom. When encountering pirates, always remain cautious and hide your true strength. Finishing his lecture, Blaze caught Smoker's arm with his Haki-coated arm and simply yanked. Under the force of his pull, the latter's body gravitated at him. Imbuing his right arm with Haki, Blaze punched at the latter's abdomen. Just as Smoker thought the attack would pass through his body, an extreme force struck him. Bang! Pain? He doesn't know how many years it has been since he felt pain. He struggled to breathe while his knees hit the floor with strength drained from his body. Single strike? He was defeated. Smoker looked at Blaze with questionable eyes. He didn't understand what happened and why the punch injured him. Struggling, he uttered. How? You just need to know, you are not invisible just because you ate Logia devil fruit. Saying this, Blaze helped Smoker to his feet and patted his back hardly, that eased his breathing difficulty. You previously said the devil fruit is wasted on me, what do you mean by that? Smoker asked. I can see you can change the density of the smoke, but it's not enough. Don't limit your imagination based on the fact that you know, explore, and incorporate different ideas into your devil fruit. Let me explain a simple concept. First, you need to find the nature of your smoke. For example, look at the sky, what do you see? Clouds. Smoker answered, looking up. How does it look? For me, it looks the same as your smoke. As soon as Blaze said his words, Smoker's eyes widened while an incredible expression surfaced on his face. Seeing the interaction, Zephyr smiled. It's what he hoped for. Blaze then shared some of his experiences and various encounters he had with pirates, which aroused the marine recruits' attention and enthusiasm. After that, Blaze said his goodbyes and prepared to leave the training field with Zephyr. He has other important things to do. He can't spend all day with the recruits. At that moment, Smoker came forward to thank him. Thank you. Patting his shoulder, Blaze encouraged. Train well, and left with Zephyr. So, what brought you here? Zephyr asked as they walked along the shoreline. Sensei, I am having trouble trying to master the various Haki concepts. I train and work harder than others, but I couldn't find the reason. Is it because I lack the talent in comprehending advanced level Haki? Blaze asked. Hearing his question, Zephyr laughed, aloud. This is Blaze's first time seeing the latter laugh, unrestrained. Zephyr didn't expect that Blaze, who's as strong as him, would be troubled over by such a flimsy matter. The funny thing is, he even thinks it's because he lacks talent. It made him laugh. Shaking his head, Zephyr spoke, your talent isn't the reason for this problem. Don't doubt yourself. Since you learned Haki yourself, I don't have to explain the spiritual power concept. I don't know who taught you Haki, but they failed to guide you properly. At least, they taught the basics well. To better understand your problem, let's test it. Show me your Haki. Blae nodded his head and channeled the Haki throughout his body. Then, he directed them to his hand and performed the emission technique. A blast sounded while the Haki flowed from his arms to the outside of his body. Zephyr watched everything with his keen eyes and pondered. Blae looked at Zephyr and waited for his explanation. Your Haki is strong, but I don't know why you are restraining it. Restraining it? Blae didn't understand as he channeled his Haki without holding back. As if seeing through his mind, Zephyr continued. I am not questioning your channeling process. I am asking about your Haki nature. Does Haki have nature? Blae asked back and mused. Of course, they have. Haki is the embodiment of oneself, so they will naturally have the same characteristics as you. Let me explain in simple terms. The term Haki is the same to everyone, but the nature of Haki varies from person to person. In most cases, a person's Haki nature will be based on their personality and temperament. Zephyr didn't have to say any more. Blae understood the Haki nature concept completely. But it doesn't mean his troubles are solved. Zephyr answered his question. Now it's up to him to understand why this answer to this question. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Thank you, sensei. My mind is somewhat clear now. Blae stayed for a night and decided to leave the next morning. He also introduced Kuina to Zephyr. It surprised the latter when he said he took her as a marine trainee under his command. Meaning, he's going to train her. But, Zephyr couldn't find anything special in her. As for Regis, he needs no introduction as he's Zephyr sensei's old student. Blae pondered over the Haki concept. Haki nature theory that Zephyr spoke gave him a new outlook. It will be a big breakthrough in his strength if he comprehends the concept correctly. Blae didn't sleep for the entire night. He just relaxed on the ship deck and enjoyed the star-filled sky while looking through the files of speed pirates. After informing Zephyr, Blae left the training camp early morning. He needs to prepare for the upcoming battle against speed pirates. After reading their file, he got a general idea of their strength and what they are good at. Without a doubt, they are strong as the crew's combined bounty is nearly 3 billion. What surprised Blae is their battle records. They even had an encounter with beast pirates, but they were able to escape unscathed. The captain of the speed pirates has a staggering bounty of 1.48 billion berries, while his brother has a bounty of 1.2 billion. Aside from them, there are other strong pirates among their crew. But, the core fighting strength of the crew is both Speed and Luke. If they want to bring down the speed pirates, the only option is to take down Speed and Luke. Otherwise, it's no use. Meaning, he and Kuzan have to defeat one each. Just thinking about fighting such a strong pirate crew excited Blae very much. Only by fighting someone stronger than him, he can enjoy the battle and at the same time, improve himself. It's been so long since he met a worthy opponent where he can fight by putting his life on the line. Before Blae's ship could reach the headquarters, Kuzan contacted him via the Den Mushi and explained the strategy. By his plan, they will leave from headquarters at night and reach the destination, Green Hill Island, by tomorrow morning. The night gives them good cover and it's when the pirates are the least alert. They will strike in the morning and catch them off guard. Kuzan continued. It won't be easy to bring them down. One of us had to fight Speed or Luke. Did you read their files? Yes, Blae answered. Then, who do you want to fight? Kuzan asked. He wanted to take Speed and let Blae handle Luke, but he wants to hear Blae's opinion first. I will take Speed. Blae responded, surprising Kuzan. Are you sure? He's not weak, you know. Speed is good at fleeing. He's so fast that not many people in the world can catch him once he decided to escape. Even I am not confident of stopping him. Kuzan expressed his thoughts. I have a way to restrain him. If nothing goes wrong, he won't be able to escape. Oh. Hearing his words, Kuzan pondered. It looks like I need to change the plan. His initial plan is simple. He wanted Blae to defeat Luke at the shortest time possible while he handles Speed. During the fight, Blae will get all the help from the other marine officers. As soon as they take down Luke, using numbers to their advantage, they will try to stop Speed. Frankly, Kuzan isn't confident of defeating speed pirates. It's because the number of resources at his hand is limited. Of course, if Marines dispatched another Admiral, Kizaru, or Akaino, they can effortlessly take down the speed pirates, but it's not possible. There are countless great pirates in New World. The Marines can't dispatch all their greatest forces just to take down a single pirate crew. It's frustrating, but there's no choice. There's only so many Marines, but the sea is full of pirates. Then, we will go by your choice. Kuzan and Blae then discussed the strategy and corrected a few things. In no time, Blae also reached the headquarters. He went to meet Kuzan and other marine soldiers and officers who are going to partake in the operation. Green Hill Island, New World. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Just as Blae and Kuzan were having a meeting with the officers under their command, the speed pirates were relaxing on the island without any care in the world. The pirates were enjoying the wine and meat prepared by the chefs while Speed, Luke, and the other two people sat some distance away from the rest of the crew. Captain, is it okay for us to remain here for such a long time? A woman in her 30s asked. Suddenly, anger surfaced on her face. We even lost our territory to that beast pirates. Just thinking of it makes me furious. Cool down, Jasper. Did you forget what happened that day? If not for Captain stopping that beast Kaido, we wouldn't be alive right now, a scar-faced man named Fukin commented. Hearing it, Jasper grunted and smashed the huge boulder behind her. At that moment, Luke, who had a muscular physique, spoke. Jasper, first increase your strength, then we will speak about reclaiming our territory. You are too weak. Luke gulped the wine from his bottle and asked Speed, who rested on the ground with his right arm as support while gazing at the endless sea before him. Speed, why are we staying here? He knew his brother isn't like him. He's an extremely intelligent, cunning, and clever person. In their younger days, their village was destroyed and their parents were killed. As orphans, they were forced to fend for themselves and thrown into the cruel world of pirates, very young. Only after Speed became a devil fruit, their life turned for the better. Luke knew if Speed does something, there's always some deeper meaning behind it. It's always like this, as long as he remembers. It's because it's a nice place to have a large-scale battle. The scenery is good while the island is huge. Speed replied. Luke didn't understand. Speed knew this, so he continued. I am talking about the Marines. His words grabbed Jasper and Fukin's attention. Jasper exclaimed. Captain, are you saying Marines will come looking for us? 100%. Speed affirmed. Last time, we crushed the entire fleet and heavily injured that old Admiral. Considering that, brother, even if they knew our location, they won't dare to come at us. Luke chuckled. Luke, you musclehead. I have told you countless times, don't underestimate the Marines. The Marines may have already discovered our location and I made sure of that. It's just a matter of time before they come looking for us. What? Speed, what did you do? Luke nearly roared while Jasper and Vulcan also gazed at Speed for an answer. Nothing. Just sent a few people in our crew to a nearby human-settled island to buy supplies. It happened 3 days back. Speed casually replied. By now, the Marine would have spotted our location. Luke groaned hearing it while Jasper and Fukin remained silent looking at their captain, waiting for his explanation. Speed continued. Recently, there are many changes happened in the higher-level Marine Command. Marine Admirals have changed as the old-timers have retired, while new and strong ones took their place. All 3 of them possess formidable strength and devil fruit abilities, none of them are weak. Besides, Sengoku has become the new Fleet Admiral of the Marines. He's not to be underestimated. This time, it will be a tough fight. I am also not sure who the Marines will send after us. Let's wait and see. Brother, I don't understand. Why do you want to confront the Marines head-on? Can't we run? Luke asked. If we run, the Marines will keep on chasing us. Only after they understand our true power, they will stop bothering us. A good example is Whitebeard pirates. We were in the New World for many years, but have you ever seen or heard Marines pursuing them? The answer is no. It's because they don't dare to, as Whitebeard is acknowledged as the strongest man in the world. Similarly, we had to instill the same fear. Just a mere mention of speed pirates should terrorize and intimidate anyone hearing it. I like your plan, brother. As soon as the Marines come, I am going to sink their entire fleet and leave none alive. Luke knuckled his fingers one by one in excitement. If we do that, our names will once again resound throughout the Grand Line and our bounties will raise to a whole new level. It's sufficient to keep the others in check. Jasper exclaimed. But, it won't be easy. They will definitely send an admiral. It will be a problem if it's Akaino. Fukin uttered in a calm tone. It doesn't matter who comes, I will crush anyone who stands in our way. After my fight against Kaido, I learned a new technique. It's time to test them out. Speed rose to his speed and clenched his fist as red lightning sparkled around his arm. Around sunset, Marine headquarters. A fleet of 5 Marine battleships was docked, ready to set sail any moment. All the ships were huge with 4 masts, 2 with 2 sails, and 2 sets of 6 large cannons on both sides of their hulls. Each ship is capable of carrying 1,000 Marine soldiers, but right now, they had only 300 soldiers on board. Meaning, nearly 1,500 soldiers were gathered. Aside from the soldiers, the lineup had 1 admiral, 2 vice admirals, 5 rear admirals in their ranks. It's what Aokiji gathered to confront the speed pirates. Such a task force is enough to deter any pirate to death. In a way, the force is nearly equal to the infamous Buster Call, the ultimate form of military attack used by the Marines. To confront speed pirates, the lineup is a must. Nov. L. B //JNN. Everyone has been gathered. In a few minutes, the huge fleet will leave the port and sail towards the Green Hill Island located in the New World. The fleet admiral came in person to give a battle speech and some instruction. What made most of the officers feel weird is Blae, a captain-ranked fellow standing next to Admiral Aokiji and Marine hero Garp as his equal. The funny thing is, no one pointed it out as if he's qualified to stand next to them. As for Blae, without minding the weird stares, he chatted with Kuzan and Garp, who just came back this afternoon, finishing his short vacation. You brats, don't get beaten up. I have heard about the speed pirates. They rose after Roger's era and become great pirates in a short period. If you are not careful, they will crush you. Garp told both Blae and Kuzan to be careful. Only recently Blae learned. Sengoku wanted Garp to leave with Kuzan, but Garp rejected his request and suggested Blae in his place. Blae is grateful for that, otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to fight such a strong pirate crew. Once Sengoku finished his speech, he said some words to Kuzan. He then came to Blae, be careful and don't let them get away. After that, the marine officers boarded the respective ship while Blae and Kuzan climbed onto the headship. Soon after, the entire fleet left the port and sailed towards the new world. Only Kuina and Regis boarded along with Blae since he has no other soldiers under his command. Sengoku said that a new unit will be assigned under him after this mission. As the entire fleet disappeared under the setting sun, Sengoku spoke, Garp, is it okay to send Blae to such a dangerous mission? He's young, talented, and if given enough time he will definitely become a mighty figure. What do you know? Only when facing death, a person's true potential erupt. Blae doesn't need time, he lacks strong adversaries. Wait and see, his powers will soon bloom and may even surpass us in a few years. Garp grinned. He's hopeful about Blae. Sengoku shook his head hearing the reason. Both him and Garp's way of thinking is different. While he wants to give Blae time, Garp wants to send him to death. Let's hope nothing happens. Sengoku sighed. I think you lost the drive after becoming the fleet admiral. Did you forget our journey? Which of us haven't faced failure or seen death? It's what made us stronger. Garp spoke. Aokiji, your admiral title is cool. Who picked it? Blae asked Kuzan. You can't choose the title, it's decided by the Marines and directly bestowed by Fleet Admiral, Aokiji lazily responded. Unlike normal times, he was dressed in a formal outfit that consists of a white buttoned-up vest with a standing collar over a long-sleeved navy blue shirt, with matching white trousers and black dress shoes. He also wore a Marine Admiral's coat draped over him like a cape. With Admiral's coat, how to say, he looked young, cool, and formidable. No wonder all the Marine soldiers respect him. Blae thought. What he didn't know is, all the Marine soldiers and officers on board regards Blae with contempt because of how casual he was with Kuzan. They personally think he's weak and acts superior as if he's above others. Early morning. Blae slept in the ship deck, like Kuzan, on a cozy recliner grudgingly prepared by the Marine soldier. Just now, the same soldier woke him up saying they neared Green Hill Island. In the soldier's eyes, he saw contempt and disdain. At first, Blae didn't understand, but then it dawned on him it's because he's just a Marine captain. No wonder, I got those weird stares. Still, it didn't bother Blae in any way. He rose to his feet and stretched his body before walking to the edge of the front deck. His devil fruit ability detected some heat signatures a few kilometers away. Aokiji woke up from his sleep a little earlier than him. He also stood on the front deck and gazed in the direction the Green Hill Island is located. He appeared very laid back and a little sleepy with no expression on his face. Blae knew it's how Aokiji is. He then looked around to see if he knew anyone. He recognized 4 rear admirals, Momonga, Dalmatian, Tokicake, and Lacroix, who was a giant. As for the last one, he was an unknown face. He also had no clue about the 2 vice admirals who are on board as they were unknown faces to him. Blae, when should we attack? Aokiji asked. It's what Blae likes about Kuzan. He treats him as an equal even though he's lower ranked and a lot younger than him. Let's attack now. Looking over the horizon, Blae continued. The sun will rise in 30 or so minutes. Before the actual sun rises, let me show them the true power of Sunday. Sun. Aokiji scratched his head in confusion, not understanding his words. Let's get near. If we go any further, we will surely be spotted by the pirates. Aokiji shook his head. Hearing it, Blae smiled. The speed pirate seems to have already noticed our arrival. Your plan won't work anymore. Let's attack them head-on. What do you mean? How? Aokiji finally showed a surprised expression. Blae also didn't know how they noticed the arrival, but with heat signatures, he found all the pirates are on high alert and waiting in ambush. If not for his devil fruit ability, even he would have been fooled by them. Had they tried to sneak in without knowing this, it would have ended in a tragedy. Are you sure? Aokiji asked again. 90%? Why don't I go and check it? Blae's hands felt itchy, so he proposed this method. Surprisingly, Aokiji agreed. Cracking his neck left and right, Blae used Jeppo and jumped in the air. With a slight kick, his figure streaked towards Green Hill Island. At the same time, all the Marines were woken up and on high alert, ready to welcome the orders any moment. Kuina and Regis also came outside with other soldiers. When they came out, they noticed Blae speeding away from the headship. Blae stopped when he was just 500 meters away from the island. He mumbled, "It's been so long since I openly used my devil fruit power. It's time to let loose." Blae stretched his right hand and a huge miniature sun burning in golden light materialized before him. Unlike before, they didn't emit any heat. The miniature sun grew bigger and brighter, illuminating the entire region as if the sun itself has risen. The change not only alerted the pirates but also alarmed the Marines. In no time, everyone witnessed the extraordinary sight. A huge sun with a diameter of around 50 meters hovered in the sky. The night sky turned extremely bright as if it was the middle of the day. Fuck, how did the night turn day all of a sudden? One of the speed pirates cursed. Forget about that. Look at the sky, look at the sun, it's at least 10 times bigger than we usually see. n/o/fel/b/jn.c//om. The huge commotion woke all the speed pirates. Even the deep sleeper Luke was roused from his dreams. If not for the abnormally big sun, he would have slapped his underlings for the racket. In fact, the speed pirates didn't know about the Marines' arrival. Blae got the misconception because Speed ordered half of the crew to stay awake and ready to battle any moment. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Luke directly asked Speed, "Brother, what's happening? Do you even need to ask? The Marines are here?" Get ready, the attack is not simple. Speed spoke and commanded. Fukin, Jasper, divide the crew as we planned. The number of Marines will be high, but if we act according to the plan, we can easily take them down. At the same time, on the other side, the Marine soldiers and officers were dumbstruck. Kuina stood on the deck like others and watched the display of power filled with awe. Regis-san, have you seen Blae-san use this move before? Kuina asked Regis, who was next to her. Yes, but it's completely different. Regis answered, gripping his sword hilt tight. Vice admirals and rear admirals on board were also shocked. They knew Blaze because of the incident that happened before, but that's all there is to it. It's the first time they witness Blaze's strength with their own eyes. It's extraordinary. They also wondered what kind of devil fruit he had eaten. Only Kuzan didn't show any kind of shock or surprise as he knew what Blaze is capable of. He also heard it from Garp-san. With a slight wave of Blaze's hand, the huge sun hurtled towards Green Hill Island. Seeing the scene, the speed pirates were nearly scared out of their wits. They have been in New World for many years and have seen things, but it's the first time for them to witness a sun descending upon them. They thought the end of the world is coming. But what happened next changed their views. Before the huge sun could crash into Green Hill Island, a muscular figure shot towards the sun and stopped the glowing golden ball of flame in one hand. Since there's no force behind the throw, Luke was able to stop it with the palm of his hand. Seeing it, Blae smirked and snapped his finger. Boom. Boom. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. A deafening and huge explosion occurred. Everything happened in an instant. Luke, who was near to the huge sun thrown by Blaze, got the full brunt of it. Flames and shockwaves grew, engulfing and obliterating everything they touch. It was overwhelming as the sea below directly evaporated into mist. Every living creature within a few mile radius felt the sudden increase in temperature. But, before the sea of flames could touch the Green Hill Island, a figure proudly stood before the attack. Speed waved his hand. It looked simple and slow, but his hand motion produced a mirage effect of countless hands. And the next moment, a huge airwave burst and confronted the Blaze's explosion. Bang! As the wind collided with the shockwave from the explosion, it created a thunderous sound. The impact cancelled the shockwave and diminished the intensity of the flames by 90%. What remained of Blaze's attack is a hot breeze that passed through Green Hill Island, just leveling some trees and charring a few speed pirates' skins. Everything happened in an instant. Even so, Speed was able to react and nullify the attack in that fraction of a second. It's only possible because he's Speed within human reflex. In the meantime, the Marines were awed by the display of power. As soon as the explosion went off, they saw the huge golden mushroom cloud. It was the biggest explosion they have seen in their life. The next moment, the sky was blanketed in thick, red clouds. As for what happened after, they couldn't see clearly from the distance. Still, respect rose in their hearts while the image of Blaze flashed before their eyes. Now they understood why Admiral Aokiji treated him as his equal. He's strong. Unlike others who watched the attack in wonder, Aokiji quickly snapped out of it and ordered the vice admirals to advance according to the plan and rushed towards Blaze to support him. Blaze squinted his eyes a little, seeing how well Speed reacted and handled the attack. Besides, he found Speed utilizing his devil fruit ability in an innovative manner. Another thing that surprised him is Luke. Even though he was at the center of the explosion and hit first, he looked perfectly alright aside from few injuries. Noticing this, Blaze's expression turned serious. Both Speed and Luke are different from what was written in the intelligence report. They are far stronger. Fuck. Thought I was gonna die. Luke roared. Standing at a solid 8 feet, Luke is tall while his body is extremely muscular and fit that oozed confidence. His black coat was turned to ashes under the explosion while his shirt and pants are burned to some degree, showing his toned body. His black eyes exuded the spirit of a beast ready to pounce, but now, there's a tinge of fear in them. In fact, as soon as Luke went to stop the attack and touched the huge sun, he knew the power contained within it vastly surpassed his imagination. Smelling the danger, his brain that normally works at a snail's pace performed well at that moment. Listening to them, he drained his Haki reserve and channeled them throughout his body. The second before the explosion went off, he coated his entire body with Haki. Thanks to that, he's still alive. Still, the high temperature, flames, and shockwave impacted his internal organs. It's been some time since Luke tasted his own blood. Spitting the blood, he glared at Blaze, who stood just tens of meters away from him. I am going to kill you. Saying this, he exploded with strength and rushed at Blaze. As he neared, his arms turned pitch black. But, Blaze sensed danger. Coating his own arms with Haki, he faced Luke, who stormed at him like a beast with a ferocious expression, radiating murderous intent. Die. Roaring, Luke punched, aiming his opponent's head while Blaze threw a punch of his own to resist the attack. Boom. The strikes collided, the force from each fist exerted into one another and ousted into a loud, powerful shockwave that dispersed around. The sea below them rocked back and forth by the power shown by the two fighters. Blaze didn't know about Luke, but he felt as if he was challenging a mountain. Unbelievable? He developed the Kilo fruit to such degree. He could tell there's an immense increase in Luke's physical abilities, which results in him having unimaginable strength and sturdiness. The sheer destructive power granted by the devil fruit is simply indescribable. The weight increased by the devil fruit is way above the 10,000 kilogram. Blaze got the wrong idea of the devil fruit with his limited knowledge. On the other hand, Luke was stupefied by the result. Forget about his attack failing to injure his opponent. If not for his devil fruit ability increasing weight, he would have blasted far away by the opponent's strike. But Blaze didn't know about this. He thought Luke is very strong, being able to face his punch head-on. No wonder he got the title, Smasher Luke. In truth, Luke's Haki mastery and control over his devil fruit abilities took Blaze by surprise. It's in a class of its own. Watching the confrontation between Luke and Blaze, Speed frowned. He failed to recognize Blaze and the ability he showed. None of this matched with the powerful Marines he knows of. If not for Blaze wearing the Marine coat, he would have thought it's a false alarm. But now he knew, it's the Marines who had come. And some unknown and capable one shown to apprehend them. Interesting. Speed muttered and stretched his legs. But that's all there to it. He didn't take Blaze seriously. What he desires to know is, which Admiral the Marines have sent. His goal is to terrorize the world and Marines with single shocking feat that will go down in the annals of history. So, it doesn't matter who comes after them. It's all the same in his eyes. He may seem arrogant, but it's backed by his strength and fearless attitude. The next moment, his figure turned illusory and slowly faded away as if he was not here in the first place. Speed's form reappeared next to Luke while his right arm whizzed towards Blaze's chest. Blaze was shocked and astonished, noticing a gaping hole between his chest area. Had he hadn't shifted his body at the last moment, his heart may have been pierced by Speed, as well. His heart pounded, gushing more blood from the wound. Is it due to excitement, fear, or nervousness? Blaze doesn't know. His brain processed the attack and played it in his mind. It gave him a clear idea of what happened. In fact, Blaze's observation Haki discerned Speed's attack before it happened, but he couldn't react. There's no time. Even so, his brain acted instinctively and coded the area the attack's going to hit with Haki. But nothing stopped Speed's hand from piercing his body. It's not because Speed is stronger than him, but the way he used his devil fruit ability is extraordinary. Blaze felt it. Before striking, Speed vibrated his hand with speed fruit. He cursed, "Fuck, his abilities are similar to a Flash." Of course, Speed's abilities are not as ridiculous as Flash, but it's enough to trouble Blaze to large extent. On the other hand, Speed was astonished to see Blaze still standing even with the hole between his chest. Only then he noticed blood stopped flowing from the opponent's wounds while his heart thumping normally. I missed his heart. When did he dodge my blow? Speed wondered as he didn't see his opponent move during the strike. He stared deeply at Blaze as if he's trying to see through. Just as he planned to strike again and kill the Marine in one blow, Speed's eyes flashed red. His observation Haki sensed an incoming presence. The next moment, a massive wave of ice in the shape of a pheasant blasted towards them from the distance. But the ice pheasant hit nothing but a mirage left behind by Speed. He's too fast. He disappeared with Luke. Their figure reappeared at the shore of Green Hill Island. Though it may seem like a lengthy play, all of this happened in an instant. From the time Blaze and Luke exchanged a move, barely a second has passed. Just as Speed retreated, Aokiji appeared next to Blaze. Seeing him, Blaze chuckled. "Kuzan, perfect timing. If you were late by a second, Speed would have heavily injured me." "Would have? Aren't you already heavily injured?" Aokiji marveled, gazing at the see-through hole in Blaze. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. I didn't expect to be injured at the start of the battle. It's my mistake, I was careless. Blaze mumbled and looked at his wound. With a little concentration, his Senju Constitution activated and began to heal his wounds. It was a weird sight. Muscles grew on their own and patched themselves, closing the gaping hole. Within a minute, the wound disappeared, not even a scar remained. The level of healing amazed Speed, Luke, and even Kuzan, as he too didn't know. Crackling his knuckles, Blaze shouted, "Oi, Speed. Since you tried to kill me, you can't blame me for showing any mercy." Even though he healed himself, it consumed nearly 50% of his physical force. Well, he can recover it once the sun rises, so it didn't affect Blaze in any way. On the other hand, Speed gazed at Kizaru without minding Blaze. So they sent Aokiji. If they had taken me seriously, they would have sent Akainu or that light ability user Kizaru. Still, he wasn't going to underestimate Aokiji just because he looks young and has an indifferent air around him. He knew none of the Marine admirals are weak, as they are considered as the strongest Marine officers. Aokiji looked at Speed and Luke. His gaze then shifted to the Speed pirates who were rushing towards the east side of the Green Hill Island where their ships are docked. At that moment, the Marine fleet of 5 battleships appeared on the horizon and sailed towards where the Speed pirates are heading. None of the ships stopped to assist Blaze or Aokiji. Their target is Speed pirates, and they were ordered not to interfere in the battle as they can't do anything here. On board, Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals stood on the ship's front deck and commanded the soldiers to ready the cannon. Kuina and Regis gazed at the silhouette of Blaze standing far away from them. Kuina had worried look on her face. Seeing this, Regis spoke. "Don't worry. Blaze-san is strong. You should worry about your upcoming fight." On the other side, 1/3 of Speed pirates boarded the ships docked at the coast under the leadership of Fukin. They had 2 huge ships and 1 medium-sized ship under their command. As for Jasper, she led the remaining pirates into the center of Green Hill Island. The pirates were divided into small groups and set ambushes in different parts of the island. Everything's planned by Speed. They had already scouted the island well and can use the terrain to their advantage. They just need to hold the Marine troop for half a day before Speed and Luke finish their fight. Once they gain victory, it would be a piece of cake to take down the other Marines. Time passed in seconds as marine ships neared the island. When they are in range, the officers ordered to fire. The same happened on the pirates' side. Boom. Both sides fired the cannons. None of them hit any target as they are still far. Still, the atmosphere was so tense as it nearly choked the inexperienced Kuina. If not for Regis standing beside her and his reassuring words, she may have collapsed already. For Kuina, who comes from East Blue, this level of battle is beyond her imagination, but Blae wants her to participate in it. She needs to temper her heart before improving her strength. Blae thinks this battle is a valuable opportunity for Kuina to accumulate experience and understand herself. As cannons fired the shots, the soldiers and pirates fired their rifles at each other. Blood spilled as some cannonballs found the target while some bullets pierced the flesh. It was a messy and bloody situation. And, the Battle of Green Hill has finally started between the Marines and Speed Pirates. Marines had around 1,500 soldiers on their side, while there were nearly 300 pirates on the Speed Pirate crew. Marine has number advantage, still, it's the pirates' side that has a high chance of winning. Because, compared to Marine soldiers, all the pirates possess vast combat experience and faces a lot of life and death battles frequently. They strike to kill. The Marine battleships neared the Speed Pirates' ships that were docked some meters away from the shore. In no time, both sides crashed and the three Marines attacked the pirate ship with their numbers. A veteran Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral Tokicake confronted Fukin as he's the most dangerous and powerful among them. The Marines knew if they took out Fukin and Jasper, they win half the battle. As for the remaining ships, they anchored and the unit containing other Vice Admiral and 4 Rear Admirals led a portion of the soldiers towards Jasper. Before the confrontation, the Marines divided their force into 3 groups of 500 Marine soldiers. One group will remain on the ship, while the other 2 are responsible for facing Fukin and Jasper. Everything went according to the plan. Now, they had to bring down Vulcan and Jasper. If they managed it, apprehending other pirates will be simple. Fukin is a sword master and at the same time, the Vice Admiral who planned to confront him is also good at swords. And, Tokicake is a formidable Haki user. On the other side, Jasper is a powerful woman and also a devil fruit user. She ate Nico no Mi, model cheetah. Her fruit is similar to the leopard model eaten by Roblucci. So, both Fukin and Jasper had high bounties, 280 million and 200 million bounties respectively. And, their level of Haki is around the intermittent or advanced level. At that moment, Regis brought Kuina and followed the Marine group that pursued Jasper. It's Kuina's first time to participate in a battle of such level. She's scared. She gripped the sword with both hands. Still, it was shaking due to her being too nervous while sweat drenched her face completely. On the way, the Marine group was ambushed by the pirates 2 or 3 times. They utilized the terrain perfectly. It forced the Marine group to split into 4 groups. They had no choice and it's what the pirates want. They achieved it. It's too dangerous for Kuina to participate in such a battle. But, Regis was looking after her, so it won't be a problem. Blae left the task of protecting Kuina to him because he's reliable and his Haki level is just short of touching the intermediate stage. To be safer, Regis followed the Vice Admiral group when the Marines split into groups. Maybe it's their bad luck, just after a few minutes of marching, they were ambushed by the Jasper group. As sun hasn't risen yet, the visibility is low since the entire Green Hill Island is spread with dense vegetation. Of course, Haki users can react instantly and evade the attacks directed at them, but most of the Marines are ordinary soldiers. The pirates used it to their advantage and employed a hit-and-run strategy. The Vice Admiral that Regis followed is called Brigham, who's an old veteran and looked as old as Garp. Without a doubt, he's experienced and strong. But, facing a young pirate who's full of vitality and energy, Regis isn't sure who will come out as a victor. Of course, if they had Rear Admiral's support, it's a different story. Jasper faced Vice Admiral Brigham with a smirk on her face. Nevertheless, she wasn't one to underestimate her opponents, and Speed 2 warned her about it. So, she decided to strike with her full strength. Utilizing her devil fruit power, she transformed into the full beast form of the cheetah. Her physical features changed as her height reached 7 feet while light-colored fur covered her body and she had oval-shaped spots all over her. She looked intimidating, presenting a wild look. Regis pushed Kuina behind him as he felt a huge threat from her. But, Jasper didn't even give them any look as she focused her entire attention on Brigham. Just as she confronted him, a pirate suddenly pounced from the shadow of a nearby tree. His target is Kuina, a weak-looking little girl holding a sword. With a cruel smile, he aimed his knife at her throat. Kuina noticed the attack but instead of dodging she froze in her tracks. A single thought ran in her mind, I am going to die. Of course, it didn't happen as Regis is beside her. He sent a powerful kick to the pirate's cheek and sent him flying back. The pirate didn't charge but fled in opposite direction. Regis gestured to Kuina to follow the pirate. Kuina, as a sword master you should be ashamed of failing to lift your sword even if your opponent is strong. Go and take him down. Calming her heart, Kuina steeled herself and rushed in the direction the pirate escaped while Regis followed behind. Dash. On the other side, Blae and Kuzan faced Speed and Luke. Luke, can you handle that unknown marine? Speed asked. Though he has complete faith in his brother, Blae's unusualness tingled his senses. And, he knew Luke exerted a large portion of his Haki to protect himself when the explosion happened. Hearing Speed's words, Luke laughed wildly and stumped the ground that cracked the earth below them. With a huge leap, he bolted towards Blaze. Nov. L. B /JNN. Reckless, as always. Speed thought and planned to engage Aokiji. But, nothing went as they planned. Before Luke could approach Blaze, Aokiji confronted him. Aokiji's action completely baffled Speed. Isn't he supposed to fight me? As he decided to intervene in the battle, Blaze appeared and blocked his way. A thought came to Speed's mind. Don't tell me, they intend to do this from the very start. The speed fruit is a good one and you developed it well, Speed. I too developed an ability that enhanced my speed, but it's still in learning pace. Why don't we test it out? Blaze said, stretching his muscles. You are too arrogant, nameless marine. Who do you think I am? Speed's voice rose and reverberated throughout Green Hill Island. The next moment, his form turned blurry and before it could fade, his figure appeared before Blaze and punched. His fist vibrated so fast that the air churned around his fist, while the wind danced according to his will. When he punched, the surrounding itself cracked while a blast of pressure escaped. But before they could gain momentum and assault his opponent, Blaze enveloped his arm with multiple layers of solar energy and further coated it with Haki before delivering a punch of his own.